Peace, family. Peace, 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 peace. Let's get it.
Allow me to introduce myself. Who knows what dastardly Christ might perpetrate next?
He's a very clever arch criminal who must be put away. Another innocent victim
I don't know.
of Bible
What you want? I don't know. 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 But I'm so in love with you, baby.
Hey, good morning. We're back. This is the Brother Goffey podcast. Of course, I am the CEO of Dagger Squad, Brother Goffey podcast. I want to give a shout out to Cedric in the building, Pseudo Killers, Morpheus in the building, James Corvus, Taj, Jagad Davis. Again, let's disagree without disrespect. All right. Before the show starts, everybody always pound me up with these questions. So Garfield, what do you believe in? Listen, I believe all the gods in the world are true and real within the paradigm that they were created. I believe all religions, all gods are man-made, made up by men. And if you choose to be a part of it, that's a personal choice. Last week, I made a comment to a guy in the chat named Mr. 707, and he decided to slander me on my timeline and his, instead of coming to me as a man. That's why I say we could disagree and don't be disrespectful. And I'm saying to myself, if you feel this way about Brother Garfield, why are you even watching my channel? Like, why? And what's hurtful is the same thing that's hurtful for many Christians in the world. It's not that Billy Carson is a pseudo, which I think he's a pseudo. Nobody doubts that. The issue is he made a claim that hurts them at the core of their beliefs. And that core of the beliefs, we're going to get into it in a minute. And that's why they're mad. They're not mad at Billy Carson. We are used to pseudos all over the world, but they want their religion to be represented the way they want to. It's just like a Jehovah's Witness, Seventh-day Adventists. People who are Calvinists wouldn't want to deal with Seventh-day Adventists and Jehovah's Witness. They regard them as being bad doctrine, and they are basically people who are going to hell based on certain people. If you don't believe the Trinity, they think you're going to hell. The oneness people who believe that people are Trinity, that believes in Trinity, is going to hell. So Christianity, although 4 billion people are attached to that religion, they're divided more than any other group in the world. And the truth is, everybody wants their religion to be right. It can't be wrong. What about family? What about building with your family? Is that more important than waiting for someone who you don't know even is going to come back? At the core of the hatred for Billy is the fact that the resurrection is thought to have not happened. So if the crucifixion never happened the way you said it did, then the resurrection never happened. So that's the big brouhaha with Billy Carson. That's what broke the camel's back. The truth of the matter is, I don't believe Jesus resurrected. This is Garfield talking. Now, you believe it, but can you prove it? What's up, Captain Tariq in the building? But if you believe it, can you prove it? You see, Captain has to believe in the resurrection because that's what the New Testament teaches. But regular human beings like myself, I call myself a regular guy because I'm not inside the box of a religion. So imagine me going to the people in India who are broke, dark as me, even darker than me, and saying, if you don't accept Jesus Christ, you're going to hell. And they're living in hell, by the way. And they're mad with their own political structured religion that's over them because of the empirical folks and whatever. And what happened, family, is they would laugh at the Christian because they believe in probably Hare Krishna in Krishna or some Buddhism or Hinduism or whatever they practice over there. And they would laugh at you and think you have the wrong information. Their God and their system is to save all people in the world, just like how the Hebrew religion is. If we go to Iran, there's people in Iran who still claim to follow Zoroastrianism. And they're saying Zoroaster went up on a hill like Moses and got plates, like stories. Hammurabi, the same story in the Akkadian culture, which is before Moses, went up on the hills to go get stones. And some of his laws are actually in the biblical text. It's in chapter 2 in my book, by the way. But I will say this to everybody. I believe in all those religions in context of that it's a cultural paradigm that's within that culture. The first man that created a religion, he didn't know it would have taken off the way it did. It's just that we were curious about the world. We curious about the wind. We curious about the sun. That's why you have that's why every culture has a sun god. We curious about the moon. That's why most cultures have a moon god. We look at the Limamba bone 28,000 years ago. And what do we see? We see black women tracking down their menstrual cycle, counting days. So mathematics have been in existence for so long, since the beginning of time. But what we do is we create deities and worship out of natural things in the world. So if I want to worship a cat, or if I want to worship the sun or the moon, I could do that. That's my personal choice. But it has the same effect as you worshiping your God. And you will never understand that because you're only in your paradigm where you think that your God is the only God that exists. So when we have conversations, you don't have an open mind. Last night I was talking to Captain Tazariak's partner, Katazar and Yawasa. And one of the conversations we had, it was kind of funny in a sense. And this is why, folks are cult members. We said, brother, if the original second Ezra is written in a certain language, how would Ezra, the scribe, write it in the 5th century if Latin or Koine Greek didn't even exist at the time? He's like, well, it's just my faith. That means your faith is wrong. But he can't say that because they're in a group. They can't admit being faulty. They can't admit that Nebuchadnezzar didn't conquer Egypt because that would go against Jeremiah and it would go against Ezekiel's prophecy. So the prophets can't be right, can't be wrong, but Garfield can't be right at the same time. So what I'm saying to a lot of people here is this. Your religion and belief is not the end all be all. I'm not here to bash your religion. I'm not here to bash the paradigm that you choose to follow. But just understand that we can have discourses. We have dialogues, and you don't have to be disrespectful. I'm just telling you what I see for myself because I've experienced it. I've experienced being a Christian. I've experienced being a part of the NOI system. I've experienced being a part of the Rastafarian system. I've experienced being a part of the conscious community system. I was a faithful follower of the slave theater and that movement every Wednesday with Alton Maddox Jr. So I've been everywhere. I used to be into Phil Valentine when he just came out. Phil Valentine was that dude. I still say he's that dude and behind the scenes when I talk about him. Phil Valentine is the ultimate guy with the Brooklyn Magic. There's nobody more convincing. You could bring your Farrakhan, your Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad, Dr. York, the One West teachers. Ain't nobody more convincing than Phil Valentine to me. Nobody got the Brooklyn Magic more than him. That dude is beyond the regular human being can't understand Phil Valentine. But let me tell you why they're mad. You believe that a man resurrected, right? And I could show, and next week I'm going to do a whole show on the resurrection and show other people that got resurrected and other people that got witnesses. One of the questions you got to ask a Christian too, and I think Derek or Neil is going to say it in the video. When they say they have 500 witnesses to Jesus being resurrected, ask them for one of them names. They'll say, give me one of them names. Who is this guy? Who is the people? They can't tell you. But again, if you choose to follow that path, that's you. But don't look at a non-believer or a person from the Buddhism or Hinduism like they're wrong and act like whatever you have is the end all be all. Because next week I'm doing resurrection. The week after that, I'm doing prophecy. I'm going to show a bunch of false prophecies. I'm not trying to take you out of religion. I'm just telling you that man made it up. I'm going to show contradictions. because my man Captain Taharka said there's no contradictions. Hey, I'll take that debate, by the way, for 500. Take that debate. All right. And I want to have a conversation about second Esdras too with the Israelites, but I want to do it with me, a scholar, and probably priest/deacon Hakar and somebody else. And let's have a decent conversation about second Esdras. All right. And bear in mind, what you believe must be true. I'm gonna say that again. What you believe must be true. What happened is, family, you think, and it's like somebody studying Kemet, like Kemet is the end all be all. People talking about they're praying to deities in Kemet. I'm like, what? Oh man. So let me get to this video, and then I'm gonna get to Neil's and Derek's video about how Huff is just as guilty as Billy Carson. You make the decision and tell me if he's lying, because we accuse Billy Carson of lying. Why we can't accuse somebody else? I'm just saying, I put a question sign to say allegedly, so we're gonna look at it. All right. Well, let's take a look at the reason why the Christians are really mad.
But fortunately, I got my hands on a copy, and after watching it, I can see why Billy tried to keep this off the internet. For the very first, and likely the last time, Billy had a debate where his claims about Christianity were put to the test. So let's break down why this debate was so damaging to Billy's credibility and his claims about Christianity. So the debate started off with Billy's argument that Jesus was never crucified, which, of course, if true, that means that Christianity is false. And here's the evidence that he gave in support of his claim.
In my videos, and if you listen to the podcast, the statement is according to the Sinai Bible, Jesus wasn't crucified in that Bible. That Bible predates the King James Version of the Bible. And the text there actually is about 12 to 14,000 differences between the Sinai Bible and the King James Version of the Bible, which came much later. And then also one of the things that were interesting is that they discovered the book of Jesus' wife, which is at the Harvard Seminary, which according to some scholars, that's a little controversial, but they claim that this is an accurate record that Jesus may have even been married, which then, adds more, if that's true, it adds more to the hypothesis that maybe he wasn't crucified.
So basically, he's saying that this alleged Sinai Bible doesn't claim that Jesus was crucified and that it predates the King James Version of the Bible. And by the way, on a little side note, there's no such thing as a King James manuscript. Like the other translations, the King James Version is just based on the biblical manuscripts that were found. And in addition to the evidence that Billy provided against the crucifixion of Jesus, Billy also says that we discovered the book of Jesus' wife, which he claims shows that Jesus might have been married. Now, I addressed these claims in another video I did on Billy a few months ago, but listen to how Wes responded.
When you say the Sinai Bible, what are you referring to specifically?
It's the biblical text that was written. It made it into you can actually look it up on Amazon. It's a Bible I have a version at home. It's called the Sinai Bible, right, from Mount Sinai. I'm assuming it's.
All right. So that's pretty much the big thing about claiming that Jesus didn't get crucified or resurrected or whatever. My whole issue is, if we're going to talk about it, let's be honest about the whole thing. Let's not run and jump out the window and say, hey, you know what? He said, she said. So let's look at a video that I found. Usually, you guys know me. I don't watch videos that I play live. I usually watch it live. And so I could, but this video, I had to watch it before I play it because I wanted to see what my brother Derek Lambert from Myth Vision TV and Myth Vision podcast would say. And I find it very interesting. Very, 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 very interesting. And I want y'all to take a look at this video and see why we're going to have this conversation and why it's very interesting that we do have this dialogue in an honest format. All right, here we go.
You got famous overnight for showing that Billy Carson was lying about the Sinai Bible. Here you are lying about the Sinai Bible too.
The earliest copies that leave out the longer ending have an unusual feature. The copies of these earliest manuscripts leave deliberate blank sections, a feature we don't find them doing at the end of the other Gospels.
The top manuscript Wesley Huff uses for his argument that the gaps at the end signify that Mark should have the longer ending is, in fact, the 5th century manuscript, Codex Alexandrinus, that does have the longer ending. So Wesley Huff is actually throwing on the screen the manuscript with the longer ending, not even realizing that he defeated his own argument. This is not just his opinion that I disagree with. This is an objective statement that you can go and check for yourself. Here on the screen right now, here is the Codex Sinaiticus of the Acts, Luke, Matthew, Mark, John, Revelation. All the endings you just saw, all of them have a space at the end.
Where are those long endings and short endings?
Yeah, not only that, Codex Vaticanus, Mark, Matthew, John, Corinthians, Acts, Revelation, Codex Alexandrinus, Mark, Matthew, Luke, John, Romans, Corinthians, Acts, Revelation. All of them have a space at the end.
Do you see what I'm saying? If it wasn't such a hidden secret, if it wasn't such a conspiracy, why make up something like that blank space as if Mark has a special blank space for its purpose to have that additional ending of theology? It's still affecting us 2,000 years later in the church. They're still haunted by the lost ending of Mark, it seems to me.
Mark, which is the oldest gospel.
I ain't gonna lie, Derek with the editing, yo. Yo, Derek, I gotta put you on the big screen right now. Yo, the editing at that right there make you want to watch the whole of that video. I want to watch. That's why I played it. I'm like, yo, we gotta watch the whole video. That was fascinating. Like, whoa, he did what? Oh, I gotta watch this video. I don't know how many views Derek got on this video. Hold on, let me check how many views he got so far. He got 61,000 in 3 days because their savior is being pointed out to be a liar. And this is the hypocrisy because Christians won't go out and make a video and say, hey, Wes, you're lying. You called out Billy, we calling you out because you're a believer. They don't do that because he's coming out against the guy that got 1.7 million viewers. They don't want that. He did a video with Danica Patrick, 1.4 or 2.4 million. Billy Carson is all over the internet running shit. All over. But yo, Derek, that was a hell of a. I wish I could edit like you, boy. I would get the views too. But listen, family, let's watch the discourse. Let's not be disrespectful. Even if you're a Bible believer, you got to watch the information. If they're wrong, come on the panel, because the link is at the top, and say, yo, Derek, you lie too. Call out Derek too. And that's where you show true friendship, where you check your friends too and say, yo, you lying too. So let's see if Wes Huff is a liar. Let's check it out.
The scene in Mark where Jesus returns from the dead, that's not in the oldest manuscripts. In the oldest manuscripts, he doesn't come back. It literally ends tragically with the women weeping at the tomb. Then in the manuscript tradition, after the 5th century is when you start seeing verses get added to the Bible.
So this is partly true, but mostly false. What is true is that the oldest copies of the Gospel of Mark do not include the verses after chapter 16, verse 8. 16, 9 through 20 are absent from the earliest copies of Mark that we have, but that doesn't mean that Jesus' resurrection account is absent. In 16, verse 6, 2 entire verses before the cutoff of the earliest manuscripts, you still have the angel looking at the women who came to the tomb saying, do not be afraid. You're looking for Jesus of Nazareth, who was crucified. He is not here. He has risen.
Okay, what you just saw there was Wes Huff calling me out for what I said on Danny Jones' podcast. Wes Huff has been on my radar long before the shenanigans with Billy Carson. He's been getting famous overnight for debunking some very, in my opinion, low-hanging fruit that Billy Carson puts out there about the so-called Sinai Bible, which anyone can just go look up themselves. It's the Codex Sinaiticus. It's just a regular Christian church Bible. However, he completely misrepresents me here. So I saw a side of, I was introduced to Wes with a side to a different side of Wes than what people are being introduced to him today. People aren't being introduced to him today as this heroic defender of the truth against misinformation.
Right.
However, I think Wes arguably is pushing just as much misinformation in a different way, though, than Billy Carson regarding the same text, Codex Sinaiticus, for example. Now, in this clip that you just saw, was me telling Danny Jones that he asked me a question. He said, "What's the biggest misconception about the Bible that you know that you think is going on?" And I said, Mark's earliest gospel. Mark is the earliest gospel, and the earliest manuscripts of Mark do not have a physical return of Jesus in the flesh. It is left at the angels telling the women that he has risen.
What does that even mean that he has risen at this point, right?
Right.
Because when you read Paul, as you and I have talked to several experts, Steve Mason, James Tabor, I just had Hugo Mendez on. I'm just echoing something here to say they don't think there's a physical bodily resurrection in Paul.
Right.
It's a replacement body or a pneumatic body. It is not flesh and blood like Luke and John later do, but that's your point is that's the conspiracy.
Right. Now, his response to me is interesting because
hold on. I don't think you guys understood what Derek just said. If Mark, let's look at it right now. Mark is the original first gospel. That means he's writing the traditions of Jesus the Christ or Jesus from Nazareth, because that's what he's known as. Because that's how you mark him as that specific Jesus, because there was over 20 different Jesuses in the first century. So the separating from everybody else, how you want to identify Jesus of Nazareth. That's how you identify him. That Jesus of Nazareth in Mark, there's no resurrection story. Why would there not be a resurrection story? And this is the linchpin for Christianity. I want every Christian. Why is it the first guy that write the gospel, right? The first guy don't know anything about the resurrection. Now, there is an empty tomb, right? But that's a whole nother conversation, which they're going to get into right now. But I'm saying to everybody right now that's listening, every Christian that's going to church right now, the main thing about your religion is that Jesus resurrected physically. That is not in Mark. It don't exist in Mark. It don't exist. And the truth of the matter is, family, I'm gonna show you something from a website that I used to go on years ago, right? I'm gonna show you an article about Matthew and his gospel and him taking 90% from Mark. I want you guys to pay attention to something that I'm about to show you right now. Look at Mark. Look at Mark. I'm gonna show this right here. Let me take a break from this. I'm gonna show y'all something that you didn't notice. I want you to look at this is from a website, right? But what they're doing is they're showing the origins of Mark. I mean of Matthew. Look at this right here. Matthew, purportedly chosen by the God-man as one of his intimate band of acolytes, even copies the story of his own calling word for word from the testimony of Mark. You see what this article just said? He copies the story of his own calling word for word from the testimony of Mark. The only difference is that Mark calls his publican tax collector Levi, son of Alphaeus, not Matthew. All right, watch this, ladies and gentlemen. Look at it. Look at Mark. This is the first gospel, right? And as he passed by, he saw Levi, the son of Alphaeus, sitting at the receipt of custom and said unto him, "Follow me." And he arose and followed him. Now look at what Matthew wrote. And as Jesus passed forth from thence, he saw a man named Matthew sitting at the receipt of custom, and he said unto him, "Follow me." And he arose, almost word for word. So Matthew is not even a legitimate because he's copying what Mark said. Look at this now. And it came to pass that as Jesus sat at meat in his house, and it came to pass as Jesus sat at meat in his house, look what it says. Many publicans and sinners sat also together. Many publicans and sinners came and sat down with him and his disciples all together with Jesus. And it's the same thing. Then he came down and said, and when the scribes and Pharisees saw him eat with his publicans, and when the Pharisees saw that he under the disciples eateth your master with publicans and sinners, it's the same thing. All he did was chopped it down a little bit. But when Jesus heard it, he said unto them that they are, when Jesus said unto them that they are, that be whole need not a physician, that they are whole not need of a physician. The same thing right here. Mark 2:14-17 and compared to Matthew 9:9-13. It's the same thing word for word. Why are you copying Mark? How he became, if it's a genuine story, so you're telling me you had the identical story as Mark? Are you serious? Come on. Are you serious? I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here. Yeah, I got you, Morpheus. I have to remove everybody's wrench. I just gave Cap a wrench too. All right. So family, all I'm saying is, why is Matthew literally copying Mark? Because Mark is the A side for their tradition. So if he's the A side for the tradition, why he don't mention the resurrection story? And I see my brother Jacob Berman in the building, Hidden History Valley. Now watch this. No, because remember that's a new channel, Cap, and you ain't coming with a new channel on here. That's why you ain't had no wrench. So my brother from Mythvision, I'm sorry, from Jacob just said, some folks say, which is true, some editing was going on in the 5th century. He let the secrets out. Oh Lord, hey, Hidden History be on that information too. Let's not sleep on Jacob for a minute here. Jacob be onto that history, bruh. There are scholars that argue that Justin Martyr knew about the longer version of Mark, and yet Justin Martyr doesn't mention the gospel. He mentions the memoirs of the apostles. There's a lot of things going on with Justin Martyr too. And look at what Jacob put in the chat. Jacob sneaky. Jacob got all the information, yo. Yeah, some other editing was going on in the 5th century as well as in Codex Bizarre with the adding of the woman caught in adultery in the Gospel of John and other Gospels too. So if you look at the manuscripts that they have for all these church fathers, ask when do they date to? And if you compare the manuscripts, sometimes you see it in there and sometimes you don't see it in there. In the Iranian one, it's very funny. When I actually read it, you could tell somebody edited this. You could just tell just by reading it. It's too precise. It's like the person is trying to respond to something. It's just too precise. But I'll get to that another time. All right. But I'm just pointing out that if Mark is the first gospel, why he don't know nothing about the resurrection? That's the most powerful story in the Christian tradition. That's what made them get followers. Jesus of Nazareth is risen. While on the other hand, by 124 or in the early 2nd century, you find people saying that Jesus never died. It was Simon. Even Irenaeus talks about it, that they were following a guy named Simon. And they said that Simon was the one that was crucified instead of Jesus. That's where the Quranic story come from. So you see, these traditions are circulating and they're popular, but the orthodoxy's job is to eliminate all of them. Last night I was talking to Yawasap and Dre, and we talked about the gospel, the apocalypse of Peter. The apocalypse of Peter is in the Mauritanian canon. Y'all don't know that. It's in the Mauritanian canon, and this is between 175 and 200. The apocalypse of Peter said Jesus didn't die. You see, Billy Carson had Garfield or Derek or Jacob or Neil. Oh, man. If he had Dr. Carrier in his back pocket, oh, man. A lot of this stuff would be exposed. A lot of these folks. Listen, man, Jacob and Neil up in here. Yeah, man, they up in here. They know what time it is. Now, let me go back to the video. Now, I had to take that break just to point out something about Mark and why Mark primacy is so important in what you guys were saying. People got to pay attention, man. Listen to what my brother is saying, Derek is saying. Listen to him keenly.
They don't think there's a physical bodily resurrection in Paul. Right. It's a replacement body or a pneumatic body. It is not flesh and blood like Luke and John later do, but that's That's your point. That's the conspiracy,
Right. Now, his response to me is interesting because he starts off saying this is partly true, but misleading, but mostly false.
Yeah.
Now, the things that he says was mostly false, if you recall in that clip, was that the women were told that he has risen.
Mm-hmm.
However, he's lying. I told Danny Jones this. In the oldest manuscripts, the ones that are dated to like the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th century, he doesn't come back. It literally ends tragically with the women weeping at the tomb. And the angels tell the women that he's risen, but they don't ever see him. He doesn't have to come back. So not only do I say the thing that he says that I didn't say, so he completely leaves out me telling Danny Jones that the women are told by the angel that he has risen.
So this is partly true, but mostly false. You still have the angel looking at the women who came to the tomb saying, do not be afraid. You're looking for Jesus of Nazareth, who was crucified. He is not here. He has risen.
So you see West telling his audience that I left this out as if I'm being dishonest and trying to sneak by and say the resurrection isn't implied in Mark.
So this is partly true, but mostly false.
Right.
Not only did I tell him about the angels, I even go farther. This is how fair I am. To be fair, in the Augustan period or the Flavian period, which is the 1st century,
Right.
there was an ancient trope where if this is a big trope where a hero would die, like Hercules or something, and they would go to his tomb and his body was gone, and it meant that he rose to heaven. It was an ancient trope. So that whoever wrote Mark was basically saying this happened to Jesus too. So Wes lies about my take. Not only that, Wes had the audacity to make a video refuting me. I left a comment the day this video came out. As you can see on the screen right now, on the very right of him talking on Instagram is my reply, correcting him on what I said. He never responded to me. He's never acknowledged that I even responded to him. That doesn't benefit him.
Will you debate him?
Absolutely, and he won't.
Okay.
And I'm calling him out right now. I'm willing to debate you on this topic
Any day, anytime.
Anytime. And I think you're scared. That's
So-
why.
so
He's
I-
going to say I'm booked till 2029.
He told me he was booked
even
till-
though he can jump and do a Billy Carson debate on the spot,
right,
but not me.
or jump on a million apologetic channels to root around and just talk about how you kicked the dead horse on the ground, who's obviously low hanging fruit in terms of information. But your point about this trope is so ubiquitous, and we have several scholars we can name from John Dominic Crossan who are sympathetic Christian-like thinkers to those who are more. Even Delcy Allison Jr. would recognize this.
Right.
I mean, this is a common thing. It's only when you get apologetics that come in that you get this kind of defense.
It's funny, right? I always inject myself into these scholarly circles because I'm actually a very good researcher. I'm going to show you guys something right now. We were talking about tropes, right? Look at this right here. This is from the Ebla tablet, the funerary ceremonies, the wailing rite. This predates the pyramid text. From the Ebla text, we can glean information about the existence of mourning and rites, even though we cannot determine how long they lasted. The presence is documented of women weepers during the funeral ceremonies, but it is still difficult to determine how long mourning or ceremonies continued before burial took place or whether they continued after the burial. At the funeral ceremonies, some of the women involved in the service are attested, especially for certain important funerals, some types of wailing women. So this motif goes back even to the 3rd century, family. Ancient Syrian texts, pre-classical and classical texts. My research goes deep, 2400 to 2350 BC. This is predating the pyramid texts. So the wailing woman, for those who don't know, that motif been around since the 3rd century. Way before even the Romans. It's crazy. Let's go. Let's get it some more. And by the way, this was part of my research to debate Jabari, because I have a form of resurrection also in the ancient Syrian text. I'm not going to show it today because we're not talking resurrection. I'll talk it next week. But you see this in all these cultures because resurrection stems from vegetation deities, from their deities. Look at my boy putting the stuff in there. So let me rewind a little bit and just get back to this and let's get it.
He told me he was
even though he can jump and do a Billy Carson debate on the spot,
right.
but not me.
Or jump on a million apologetic channels to root around and just talk about how you kicked the dead horse in the ground, who's, obviously low-hanging fruit in terms of information. But your point about this trope is so ubiquitous. And we have several scholars we can name from John Dominic Crossan who are sympathetic Christian-like thinkers to those who are more, and even Delcy Allison Jr. would recognize this. Right. I mean, this is a common thing. It's only when you get apologetics that come in that you get this kind of defense. Richard C. Miller and several other academics have highlighted this trope, the translation fable. Your point, just getting into Mark again, which is super scandalous. And we see this problem as Matthew, Luke, and John and others are Christians saw this and went, something's wrong here. This is why we get several new endings, short ending, long ending, another ending. There's 3 endings that I know of. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, it's a bigger problem for the early Christians than we are even realizing today. At least the Christian apologists are willing to recognize. They have all these little loopholes to try and act and downplay it, bro. Right. And it's ridiculous. Your point is that, yes, it says he was risen. An angel said he's back, he's alive, he's deified. But like what the mechanics, the metaphysics of that are?
Right. I'm granting that it's being implied in 2 different ways. I blatantly say that the angels told the women that he has risen. The angels tell the women that he's risen, but they don't ever see him.
Right.
He made it seem like I didn't say that.
But mostly false. You still have the angel looking at the women who came to the tomb saying, do not be afraid. You're looking for Jesus of Nazareth, who was crucified. He is not here. He has risen.
That's strike number 1.
That's dishonest.
Strike number 2 is I even go farther. I even go beyond that. And I start citing other tropes of the time period that Mark would have been aware of, that the audience would have been aware of, insinuating that there is some sort of resurrection happening. My point about being asked about Danny Jones, why I brought this to the table, is because most people do not know that Mark has added verses at the end. And not only that, the major point, if you actually go back to what I said and watch the Danny Jones podcast, the first thing I brought up was that Mark is older than Matthew. The reason why I brought up that Mark is older than Matthew is because the whole entire reason of me bringing this up is to me saying that the first time the story of Jesus gets told to a wide audience in Mark's gospel, in that text, there is no physical resurrection of Jesus coming back and talking to people or being touched by Thomas. My whole point is the church, all the churches today, whether it's Orthodox, Catholic, any Protestant church, the one thing that unifies them all, the main doctrine that unifies almost all Christians, is that you're almost required to believe that Jesus returned in the physical form.
Right.
If you don't believe that, you'll be labeled a heretic.
You remember what I said at the beginning of the show, family? That's why they're really mad with Billy, because he's messing with that stuff. When he talked about the crucifixion, if he had said the resurrection, there would have been 200 more videos being made. Because once you touch on the resurrection, the Christians are going to hate you. You're just a disbeliever. You're a heretic. No, I'm not. Let's go to your book in Mark. It's not there. It's simply not there. It's like Luke 24:51. Luke 24:51 talks about Jesus being carried up into heaven. It's not there in the original, the oldest manuscripts, but it's there it's not there at all in the Codex Sinaiticus, I should say. It's not there. You see, people think that the Bible, as constructed, is that you have these books and like the disciples had it and they pass it on to these people and they pass it on. They don't realize that these are different communities. Luke is a different community from Mark community. The Matthew community is different from John's community. They think all the books were united and everybody. There's no one in the first 2 centuries up until probably up until around Irenaeus or Tatian time, where they're actually merging these gospels together as one. Tatian with the Diatessaron was the first to do it. He's a student of Justin Martyr. But you're talking about 160 years, 160 AD. So no, you don't have a community that believes. And if you look at the church fathers early, they're not all quoting all 4 books. They'll quote 1, they'll quote 2, they maybe quote 3 of the books, but they don't quote all 4 because all 4 collectively didn't exist. This is when they're compiling the books and deciding what should be a part of orthodoxy. And I don't think the average believer knows that. So if you're in the first century, me, Derek, Neil, and Jacob are Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. We don't know, our traditions don't know each other in the first century. So if you're a Christian, you just believe that the dude was resurrected, or you just following whatever the earliest followers were following till it eventually grew to that the resurrection is what happened. That story tradition came in after. It wasn't there originally, because if it was, Mark would have mentioned it. I hope you guys are getting the point that they're trying to drive home. That's all it is. If Mark didn't know it, where did it come from? The other gospels. And I just showed you Matthew copying Mark. So he's not even genuine in the first place. He's the same guy that heard the devil tempting Jesus. How did Matthew hear the devil tempting Jesus? How? He wasn't there. How did he hear it? Come on, family.
Your point, and this is exactly why you don't get into the exact mechanics of what is implied, except the lack of evidence of what kind of resurrection this is. You are admitting that in some way the angel signified he is alive again. That doesn't mean flesh and blood. It never tells us this. And anyone who goes back into Paul and analyzes this from a critical standpoint, not from a dogma, not from a creed, not from my church told me I must work backwards from John and Luke who say, touch my body and eat this
not
fish.
reinterpreting a vague text and try to get the interpretation that you want. We're talking about plain readings of the text, period.
Right.
What it just, if you're a caveman that can read and this text just falls to the ground from the heavens and you read it, how would you interpret? That's what I'm trying to say.
Right.
There is no indication that Jesus comes back in flesh form.
Right.
Period.
Well, Paul, you could argue that in Paul too, right? So Paul's arguing something like this. Several academics we can list. Your point, to nail that down even just a step further in mentioning these other heroes, is the sign, the trope that you said is a common trope, indicates that they have become deified. They may already be gods, but like he is, because of this, now getting rewarded into this actual, like Heracles, where his body goes missing. He has now went to Mount Olympus and he is literally situated amongst the gods.
He's deified.
He's deified.
And Wes, you lied about me in this clip. You didn't show them me saying that the angel told them that he was risen.
But mostly false.
The angels tell the women that he's risen, but they don't ever see him. That's a lie. And then I responded in the comments, and you never acknowledged it. That tells me what kind of person you are. And I think you're, with Billy Carson lying about Sinai, I think this might be some projecting going on here.
Don't need the longer ending, which I personally grant is a later addition and was not original to Mark, to still have the resurrection. The resurrection is still very much in Mark's gospel.
All of that, he just says that I was somewhat true, but mostly false. He says all of that just to end up saying, I grant that the longer ending is not Mark. You just granted my point. So what was mostly false about what I said? Nothing.
Right.
That was a complete misdirection. And then you end up covering yourself and saying, I grant that the longer ending is in Mark. However, it's definitely there because this, that, and the third. Look, I already went over this stuff about I'm granting that Mark is insinuating some sort of deification, resurrection happening. But you just granted my entire point. So what's mostly false? Nothing.
Right. As the scholars point out, and several have said this, that the idea of having a body was like ubiquitous. This is why he's not a phantom or a ghost. He has a body, but what kind of body? And when you say resurrection, this does not necessarily imply physical flesh and blood, as you can go to other deities who have these kind of resurrections. What are the mechanics of that? They will look at the clear passages of Luke and John and go, dude ate fish, dude ate bread, says touch my wounds, meaning he's already still got this the same body, but it's become somehow immortalized.
But we can't say that Mark wrote that.
No, and
you don't have that. Mark is the first gospel. That's the whole point of me bringing that up. Mark's first. This is important. And by the way, Celsus in the middle of the 2nd century, when he's criticizing Christianity, he says that he can't believe people believe he resurrected based on, and I'm paraphrasing here, but he says something along the lines of, all you're going off of is 2 women at the tomb being told by an angel that he resurrected, and we're supposed to believe that? You're telling me that if Mark's, so this tells me that Celsus had access to Mark's original gospel.
Right.
If Celsus was reading the longer ending, why would he say that? He would never say that.
Yeah. It would for those who don't know,
That's
the
in the
longer
middle of the 2nd century.
right, there's several different endings, but like in the longer ending of Mark, you're getting that beefed up theology that's later. And he admitted, West admitted that's later, right? Your point about this is very powerful. And by the way, Mark doesn't say it's an angel. Matthew says it's an angel, but the way Matthew interpreted the young man with the linen cloth, the white robe in the tomb, is as an angel.
Right.
And maybe that was common knowledge to understand him as an angel. Either way, though, he doesn't call him that. I'm just making a point. I'm literally being pedantic.
Remember, an angel in its original context is just the word angelos, which means messenger.
Right.
So it's just a messenger showing up.
Right.
It could be he can have wings, he cannot have wings. We don't know. That's all later medieval depictions of angels. But I'm just saying, like, he doesn't necessarily. He can just look like a man, and that can be an angel.
Could, yeah, and that's how Matthew interpreted it. But I just wanted to be very careful, specifically just addressing that.
You made a solid point. And that, like I said, middle of the 2nd century, the critics of Christianity have no knowledge of Jesus returning. That's that to me. That's the game. That's game set.
That
match.
was one of the problems Celsus had, or Celsus had, however you want to pronounce his name. I know that we have that.
I like Celsus.
I know you do. And it doesn't matter to me. You know, at the end of the day, we know who we're talking about. When he's critiquing Christianity, he thinks it's absurd to think that that God comes into flesh, like this theology. God is perfect. To do so would unperfect himself, if you will. But the idea even that is being described in what he's trying to push, what Wes is trying to push, seems to be what Celsus or Celsus is saying. No, come back into this body. His true doctrine coming in with this Platonism is saying no.
Yeah, and it's interesting that Irenaeus is the one who preserves Celsus, and Irenaeus is one of these so-called people who fixes Mark.
And they obviously tell someone, because at the beginning of the 2nd century, we have Christian testimony that Mark is the traveling companion of Peter, who wrote down what Peter said. According to the earliest witness of those who knew the disciples of Jesus himself, Peter told Mark this story, a story that he got when the women came to Peter and told him that the tomb was empty and Jesus was resurrected.
Did his brain fall out of his skull here? What the hell? What kind of non sequitur is this? So let me get this straight, because the tradition says that Mark was the traveling companion of Peter. Eusebius also talks about this too. Eusebius says that Mark was writing his gospel in Alexandria with Peter overlooking it.
Right.
Okay. So why didn't he write it then? Why didn't he say Jesus came back in the flesh?
Right.
This is nonsense. This actually is pointing this out makes it worse.
Right.
Because it's saying Peter, the number one disciple, right-hand man of Jesus, he's raising the dead in the book of Acts. He's the head honcho. He starts the church. He's given the keys. He feeds the lambs. He's the number one witness, and he's the one telling Mark what to write. And Mark leaves that out. Why would you even bring this up as an argument?
Well, I'll tell you why he's doing it, and you know this. And I think any viewer who's not in the apologetics necessary dogma of needing to kind of find ways to make this fit is that you're gonna want him to say, "Okay, listen. We get that ending's missing. We get that it ends on a shocking note, which you and I are totally fine with. Tragedies do this all the time. Dramas do this all the time. It's a powerful notion that the women were afraid and told no one. Like, it's a powerful theme. Well, let's make sure that the traveling companion of this guy who left this out. So the women had to have told people, because Peter's the one who told. You see what they're doing? They're trying to protect this problem at the ending of Mark. That's why they're doing it. And this problem.
Hey, by the way, if anybody want to jump on and object and beat up Derek and Neil for me, that would make my day. So at your own risk, you could jump on. And if you want to conversate about the video, I don't want to actually do this by myself, but I thought the video was enlightening. But if you have an objection, Jesus is king. Y'all are trying everything to disprove the Bible and still failing. Okay, Jesus is king. Why don't you jump on and tell us and beat Neil and Derek? I might have some money in it for you too. I can't wait for them guys to get beat up. But anyway, come on down, man. I'll let you speak on my panel. Let's go. Let me rewind a couple of seconds and replay this.
That ending's missing. We get that it ends on a shocking note, which you and I are totally fine with. Tragedies do this all the time. Dramas do this all the time. It's a powerful notion that the women were afraid and told no one. Like, it's a powerful theme. Well, let's make sure that the the traveling companion of this guy who left this out. So the women had to have told people, because Peter's the one who told. You see what they're doing? They're trying to protect this problem at the ending of Mark. That's why they're doing it. And this problem in Mark, it threads all the way into John. It finds its way. This missing appearance of Jesus, literally not showing up and like making some stuff happen with the disciples. Matthew takes that further. He shows up on a mountain in Galilee, like Mark said, I'll meet you in Galilee. When he does, the disciples come in and says they worshiped him and some doubted. You're in the presence of God in the flesh who resurrected physically.
Now you see why Kelsis was like, what is going on with these people?
Right.
How do they, this is crazy.
Right.
They doubted a physical resurrection of a God in front of their faces. And this highlights the point. Yeah, okay, let's grant that Mark was Peter's traveling companion. Then why does he leave out the most important central doctrine of Christianity?
But that's why I'm saying he's doing it backwards. He's going,
I know.
Look, Mark, we can trust this because Peter was Mark's traveling companion, right, and he got the information, which meant the women must have told someone. Therefore, we could trust it's okay, even if it's missing that end.
But that's what, I totally understand the apologetic notion of it. But it's still, at the end of the day, it still begs the question: why not just write it?
Exactly.
Why not just write down
put there
that this guy came back and I touched him, I saw him myself. Yeah.
So I think I think another possible motive is, and correct me if you think I'm wrong on this, he may even be leading up to something you're going to get at that he mentions in this video. And that is, actually the women did tell, just like the longer ending implies later, the women do tell the apostles or the disciples really in this case. And so they weren't left in the dark and told no one. They actually do. So it kind of agrees with the longer endings, though they come later. And you see how he's building up? It's
all post hoc rationalization, trying to make the data fit the way you want. Right. And it none of it refutes my original point that he said was mostly false, which then he acknowledges was true somehow. But none of it refutes my original point that text is just not there in all of the manuscripts from. We don't have any first century manuscripts, of course, but the earliest second century, third century, even fourth century, even the first church Bibles.
Right.
Codex Sinaiticus, the Sinai Bible.
The Sinai Bible.
Codex Vaticanus.
Let me cut the video for 1 second. I want to show you guys something that's very important that adds on to this, right? Why they need to change the story. This is from the Bridar.com website, Bridar.org. I'm sorry. I want you guys to look at this right here. Simon of Cyrene. Let me see if I could make this bigger so people at home could read it. Simon of Cyrene, one more on the ambiguity of the crucified gospel of Mark. Why is this important? Because it goes back to what the brothers just said, Neil and Derek, right? What they just talked about, you have to make up for what somebody else did. I don't know if you guys ever noticed this in the book of Mark. Whenever the crucifixion, the whole crucifixion story is going on. In Mark, originally, when you look at it originally, look at what it says. It says, but as far as Simon is concerned, the text, great interest in him suddenly disappears the moment he takes up the cross. Because remember, in 3 Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, Simon is carrying the cross. And the way how you read it, it's so ambiguous. They take him to the place Golgotha, which is translated place of skull. They wanted to give him wine flavored with myrrh, but he did not take it, and they crucified him and divided his garments by casting lots over them to see who could take what. Since the last text figured mentioned before arriving at Golgotha was Simon, it would be linguistically obvious to refer all of this as well as what is said in the following verses to him. The name Jesus only appears again in verse 34. This is either told extremely carelessly, which would be astonishing given the level of detail with which the text previously addressed Simon, or else the Gospel of Mark aims to blur the line between Jesus and Simon for a while. The ambivalence of the phrase his cross fits with this second possibility. The cross that Simon takes up could be both the cross of Jesus and his own cross. If you understand the scene as a representation of reality, it is of course an either. But if you look at it from a literary perspective, the cross belongs as much to Jesus as it does to Simon. I don't want to go too deep into this, but when you look at the whole story, it is so ambiguous when you look at it as far as Mark is concerned. And then when you go to Basilides, he tells the same story, but this time he tells it that it's Simon that is crucified instead of Jesus. There goes your Muslim story as we know it today. But anyway, back to the guys.
Codex Alexandrinus. All three of those church Bibles do not have. Wait, no, I think Alexandrinus is the 5th century,
Yeah.
the first one that does.
Okay.
But the major church Bibles from the 4th century do not have that ending.
Right.
So you're saying that all these people knew this ending, this later ending,
But they don't put it in.
They don't put it in the first church Bible that's stamped, approved by the
Come
Catholic
on.
Orthodox Church itself.
It makes no sense.
Makes no sense.
And it goes, this is the same guy. I watched him recently talk about the names that are attributed to the Gospels, which it would no skin off anyone's back if a guy named Mark wrote a Gospel, if a guy named John wrote a Gospel, if a guy named Matthew wrote a Gospel. None of that even matters at the end of the day on the ontological claims. They do it to try and build their confidence because it's such shoddy evidence. This is such a problem.
That's another problem with what him saying that Mark was the traveling companion of Peter.
Right.
And that you just brought up a really good, solid point. The overwhelming consensus in scholarship, even among Christian believers who are honestly having methodology and being honest with the data, they all acknowledge that we don't know who wrote these 4 Gospels, and the names get added at the end of the 2nd century.
Right. Well, even if you grant,
That's what I'm saying. We can still grant it, but we have to bring that up because you're jumping to this conclusion that Peter was traveling with Mark. But we just don't know that. You're just going off random tradition.
M. David Litwood called that not hagiography, but the early church mythology about crafting narratives.
Right.
And oftentimes, even in some of these forged, so for example, I may not get this 100% correct, but in one of the letters that is attributed to Peter, there's a guy named Mark.
Peter, in his own epistle, even mentions a Mark that could potentially be the Mark who wrote the gospel.
That was perfect timing when you just brought that up.
What are the odds?
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, just to comment on that, and I'm no expert specifically knowing this inside out like M. David Litwood would. This forged letter, he does not look at as forged, which is odd when you're a textual critic on that level, how you wouldn't actually see the arguments.
Right.
You're the PhD up and coming.
Marcion's epistles doesn't have it.
Right.
But that's one point aside. But it also aligns with the overwhelming scholarly consensus today.
Right.
In
That this is a
academia,
forgery.
that this is not a part of any of the authentic letters, not just of Paul, but outside of Paul.
And
This
what-
is a forged later text to sort of fix these issues.
I'm glad he mentioned Mark because Mark.
And by the way, another thing too, he doesn't say this is Mark, the one who wrote the glorious gospel.
Right.
Or the writer of the glorious gospel, Mark, says.
Right.
He
No.
doesn't say that.
No, and that's but
then again, it would be after. If this was Peter, then again, this Mark would have written this after probably, so he wouldn't have said that. Okay, maybe I'm wrong about that.
Either way, this forged letter, according to Litwa, is that he's saying church fathers who are someone's crafting this First Peter for reasons.
And they say 2nd century. This is a 2nd century text.
This is a 2nd century text, and they're crafting this First Peter, and this character Mark in it gets plugged into the gospel Mark. Now you can see how you have Peter and a companion. So they're crafting this companionship connections, all mythological connections in competing with other versions of Christianity. Because remember, Valentine, who is the OG of Valentinian theology? Paul.
That's true.
Paul.
Yeah.
Well, I thought Paul's the Orthodox.
Valentinus, Marcion, all these so-called heretic Gnostics, they all love Paul.
What's up with that?
They're all Pauline.
Do they have their own stuff that we might not have that we've lost because they haven't continued the tradition by writing their materials or have discarded and burnt them? And that happened. Book burning happened.
You can tell which epistles are later forgeries because they had this anti-Gnostic rhetoric going on that you don't find in the 7 authentic epistles of Paul. You don't get that stuff. Then you get like in Timothy, for example, there's this whole entire importance of the bishops over divine revelation and how gnosis isn't good and faith is better. That's all. You could tell which of these are middle 2nd century texts.
Right. And that's, I think, just if you take his angle, This is evidence for a companion named Mark in a letter by a guy who we believe
But
wrote this.
we know that he knows better than that.
Well, he should.
He's trained to know that this is not.
But he's trained to do apologetics too, and that's something you and I have
That's what
noticed.
we're trying to bring forth in this video.
And this fact about the ending of Mark's gospel is not a secret. If you look at any modern English translation of the Bible, you will find this very detail pointed out very publicly. This is not hidden or covered up because the Bible will tell you.
He completely lies about me again. Second time in this video. Never, ever in that whole podcast did I ever say this was hidden or covered up or some secret. In fact, let's just hear my own words on this.
Yeah. As they were reclining at the table and he rebuked that. That's not in the oldest manuscripts. That's added.
That's added.
All of that stuff. And this is consensus. Any Bible scholar will agree with me on this. This is not some wild.
Is there a way to access online the original?
Yes.
And that one here was.
It says right there. Some of the earliest manuscripts do not include 9 through 20.
No way.
I'm sorry. I said 21 verses. I'm sorry. It's 11 verses. My bad.
11. Okay.
Yeah. Those last 11 verses.
They don't include 16, 9 through 20.
And this is Bible.com that's saying that. And this is not a crazy. This is not like some word.
So they don't include this one right here.
Yeah,
now
all
when he rose early.
Did you see how clear I was on how this is not hidden? I said this is the overwhelming scholarly consensus. It's on Bible.com. This is not a crazy thing. I think that was enough. But me acknowledging none of this. I never once said this is secret. This is covered up. This is hidden.
Right.
I made it blatantly clear that this is out in the open and that everyone agrees on this. But what did Wes say about me? That there's no evidence.
This isn't covered up. This isn't a secret. This isn't a conspiracy.
So he's making me into a straw man.
I want to give a little pushback here. And the pushback isn't 100%. It's in line with what you just said. But there is a cover up. Okay. And I'm not saying as a cover up as if we are like they're not going to factually admit. Wes is quick to notice, and he should be if he's being honest, that clearly it's not in the earliest manuscripts. And that's what you said. But why are they adding to this gospel?
Exactly.
This is not a Joe Blow little basic thing. He'll probably play it onto it and go, well,
11 verses that have the physical resurrection of Jesus added to the oldest gospel.
Right.
So it is kind of a cover-up.
Kind of something's
my
going
thing
on.
is it's not secret to the world right now.
No. Everyone should know this.
He made it seem like I was saying that.
No.
He's lying about me.
Yeah, I think
but you're making a great point. Even though that's the case, on the other hand, the church did go out of their way to try to fix this issue in Mark.
Well, think about this too. This is why it's a bit of a conspiracy of what Christians might be doing, because if all we had in the textual traditions of the manuscripts and whatnot that we find, if all we had was a long ending or a short ending, we have multiple variations of endings too. So this is more scandalous than just one.
Right.
You have multiple. Now I understand they're going to go, you're going to take the worst interpretation and not try to explain this in some very, very gentle approach to why. If I read Mark with all the theology I see in Matthew, Luke, and John, and then church dogma and all of that, and I see creeds, and I read Mark, as James Tabor takes us through the course, I would walk away with that going, there better be more. There better be more. Because if all I had is that gospel, I got a problem, dude.
And then what's so crazy about this, like, I want the audience to wrap your head around this. We look back at the ancient world and we're like, 500 AD, it seems closer to 100 AD. Imagine now imagine how far away we are now to the 1600s,
right,
before America even existed.
Exactly.
This is how Mark gets written in 70, around there, whatever. 70.
Whenever. Could be later, but yeah, could be earlier, they say.
170, 100 years, 270, 200 years, 370, 300 years. And then in the 5th century, almost half of a millennium later, does Mark finally get fixed in the recorded manuscripts that we have.
Right.
That is profound.
You already know what they're going to do. But Justin Martyr quotes him. But Hippolytus says. But Irenaeus says. And in every example.
He's going to bring that up.
But I just want to say this for the audience, because this is important to get them ready. Every single damn time we do this with apologists, they always find a wiggle room. And if you go to every single one of those examples, they're willing to bend. They'll let something that's vague or general or something, and they'll let that connect to somehow prove the point. No, when you go and look at each one of these examples carefully, you're not walking away going, yeah, that's a definite quote directly from the ending of Mark, the long ending of
Right.
Mark or something.
Right.
It's a general thing. And
it's they're not looking at the issue at hand. They're immediately going, oh, that's a problem. Well, what can we find? We got to find something.
Right. Let me take a quick commercial break, family. This is Dr. Mayat's movie that's currently out. This is my acting debut. Check it out.
Oh, scene 1 is chaotic. I'm gonna show you a little bit. Here we go, family. Very rough. Very rough.
Something must be done. My village is being attacked and destroyed. I have to save my people. I will go to the Orishas for guidance.
Let me stop it right there. Did y'all see this? He's talking about Orishas. Your child is going to be learning about African spirituality. Look what the brother has around his neck. The Inyami, only God symbol. Do you see what your child is being exposed to? I'll go to the Orishas. He didn't say I'm going to Jesus, right? Or Jehovah Jireh. Hold on.
Ajitsu Makani Baba Fedefeyo Asheiti Oshoroshe Edu Oloja Onibojo Oba Tomoda Biewu
Iba say Arumela, Orisha of wisdom, knowledge, and divination.
What is it you seek, Omo?
My village is being destroyed. My people are being kidnapped and killed by foreigners. How can I fight them? How can I save my village?
You have to.
All right, I'm done. I'm done. I just had to get your mouths wet. I'm done. I'm done. Family, I'm not playing around. Get Meltrek for your babies. It's 50,000 people in the building right now.
Yeah, that was my acting debut, family. Check me out on Meltrex. You got to check me out. And shout out to Dr. Maya for choosing me and for the brothers and sisters that told her to pick me. You know, I won't give them their credit yet, but they know who they are. All right, back to the program. We're going to take 30 more minutes of this and we good.
Yeah.
They're immediately looking around.
Yeah, we got to keep our
instead
tower.
of just being like, wow, you're right. Good point.
Yeah.
They got to do something about it.
Because these are the same people who are making the historical agenda. They believe it's evidenced, it's provable, and anyone who doesn't believe this honestly either has sin blocking them from being able to come to the conclusion or ignorance, and they're purposely not realizing the facts are on their side. Listen, dude, the day they just go ahead and say it's faith, I'm not even able to make a serious, strong case. Right. Like I am persuaded and believe these letters. I believe these books, and I have faith. Cool. You try to make the case. I have the empirical data on my end. The facts are on me. Like that's where I'm going to start pulling out.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
The earliest copies that leave out the longer ending have an unusual feature. The copies of these earliest manuscripts leave deliberate blank sections, a feature we don't find them doing at the end of the other gospels. This is an indication that the scribes appear to have been aware of further material after verse 8, but themselves decided not to include it. Instead, they leave a space in case their decision turned out to be incorrect, and a later scribe could add it. This means that further text beyond the end of verse 8 was at least known in copies prior to these earliest surviving examples. And we know this evidence exists.
We know this evidence exists, he says. That was a Billy Carson level bull crap lie. And it's funny, the funny part about it is he's talking about the Codex Sinaiticus right now.
According to the Sinai Bible, Jesus wasn't crucified in that Bible.
Do you mind if I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
When you say the Sinai Bible, would you be referring to Codex Sinaiticus?
And
prove the point. No, when you go and look at each one of these examples carefully, you're not walking away going, yeah, that's a definite quote directly from the ending of Mark, the long ending of Mark or something.
Right.
It's a general thing. And
they're not looking at the issue at hand. They're immediately going, oh, that's a problem. Well, what can we find? We got to find something.
Yeah.
They're immediately looking around.
Yeah, we got to keep our
instead
tower.
of just being like, wow, you're right. Good point.
Yeah.
They got to do something about it.
Because these are the same people who are making the historical agenda. They believe it's evidenced, it's provable, and anyone who doesn't believe this honestly either has sin blocking them from being able to come to the conclusion, or ignorance, and they're purposely not realizing the facts are on their side. Listen, dude, the day they just go ahead and say it's faith, I'm not even able to make a serious, strong case. Right. Like I am persuaded and believe these letters. I believe these books, and I have faith. Cool. You try to make the case. I have the empirical data on my end. The facts are on me. Like that's where I'm going to start pulling out.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
The earliest copies that leave out the longer ending have an unusual feature. The copies of these earliest manuscripts leave deliberate blank sections, a feature we don't find them doing at the end of the other gospels. This is an indication that the scribes appear to have been aware of further material after verse 8, but themselves decided not to include it. Instead, they leave a space in case their decision turned out to be incorrect, and a later scribe could add it. This means that further text beyond the end of verse 8 was at least known in copies prior to these earliest surviving examples. And we know this evidence exists.
We know this evidence exists, he says. That was a Billy Carson level bull crap lie. And it's funny, the funny part about it is he's talking about the Codex Sinaiticus right now.
According to the Sinai Bible, Jesus wasn't crucified in that Bible.
Do you mind if I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
When you say the Sinai Bible, would you be referring to Codex Sinaiticus?
And
the Sinai
Bible that Billy Carson was lying about, Wes Huff is also blatantly lying about. This is not just his opinion that I disagree with. This is an objective statement that you can go and check for yourself. Here on the screen right now, here is the Codex Sinaiticus of the Acts, Luke, Matthew, Mark, John, Revelation. All the endings you just saw, all of them have a space at the end.
Where are those long endings and short endings?
Yeah, not only that, Codex Vaticanus, Mark, Matthew, John, Corinthians, Acts, Revelation. All of them have a spacing at the end. Codex Alexandrinus. As I was going through and adding the manuscripts to the video, I realized that the top manuscript Wesley Huff uses for his argument that the gaps at the end signify that Mark should have the longer ending blew my mind to find out that the top one is, in fact, the 5th century manuscript, Codex Alexandrinus, that does have the longer ending. So Wesley Huff is actually throwing on the screen the manuscript with the longer ending that has the longest gap out of all of them, not even realizing that he defeated his own argument by showing that the manuscript that does have the longer ending has an even bigger gap at the end, defeating the purpose of this argument to begin with. Codex Alexandrinus, Mark, Matthew, Luke, John, Romans, Corinthians, Acts, Revelation, all of them have a space at the end.
Do you see what I'm saying? If it wasn't such a hidden secret, if it wasn't such a conspiracy, why make up something like that blank space as if Mark has a special blank space for its purpose to have that additional ending of theology? It's still affecting us 2,000 years later in the church. They're still haunted by the lost ending of Mark, it seems to me.
This is your field. This is this field that Wes talks about. In fact, in another podcast that he did with Julian Dory, he shows them how to find manuscripts.
So there's a document called Codex Sinaiticus that's at the British Library right
what's
now.
This?
So this is one of our earliest examples of what we would consider a Bible. So before this, you had individual books, but they're independent largely. So they're specific manuscripts, and there's a categorization system for this. In fact, if you look up csntm.org.
CSN, N is in Nancy?
Yeah.
NTM?
Yeah. So that's the Center for the Study of New Testament Manuscripts. So this is done by Dan Wallace. So if you click Digital Manuscript Collection, what you can actually do is you can go over to the classification on the left-hand side, so go down, click Papyrus, and then say start in 2nd century and in 3rd century. And then you can even scroll down and be a little bit more choosy. So you can say, I just want, so you can.
Hey, remember, Sabio, we and Sanchez might not agree, but we're going to disagree without disrespect. We ain't going to call Brother Sanchez is my brother. I disagree with him on a lot of things, but that's still my brother. When I go on his channel, he show me nothing but love. I'm a moderator on his channel, so let's show Brother Sanchez some love, man. He give me nothing but love. All right, so whether we disagree with him, we ain't got to be disrespectful. Let's remember that. All right, peace. Let's continue.
Go, let's say the book of go to the second one, P66, 2nd, 3rd century. So this is a copy of the Gospel of John. Whoa. And so this is what they would have looked like. So this is one of our earliest examples of a cover to cover. I actually have a full facsimile of this in my office that I do academic work on. So in my doctoral work, in my PhD research, what I do is I study scribal habits. And I study what are called paratextual features.
You study scribal habits.
Yeah, ancient scribal habits is my area of expertise.
What does that mean?
So you can just see right there. He knows how to go on these websites. He knows how to look up these manuscripts. He even shows on the screen 3 of the manuscripts that have Mark. He shows the 3 major church Bibles. And the ones that I'm showing you right now are from those exact same Bibles. And they all have blanks at the end of every single gospel.
So that's
you just pulled a Billy Carson level lie right in front of your whole entire audience. In fact, if I was your audience, I would feel disrespected about this.
This is a big, I mean, of course they're not. They're also in with needing to keep the tower going. Most of them, unless they're actually being honest with this material. Because like you said, in these same Bibles that he's only wanting to highlight Mark, where are all those other texts with these?
Yeah, the website Centers for New Testament Studies is in the chat. Okay, Chilimbe, I got you, bro. I got you. Listen, let's watch him. He's very good at these. He knows all the answers to all these questions, but he's acting ignorant when Billy's talking. But he knows what Billy's saying. Ultimately, there's some truth behind it, but he can't admit that because he's trying to defend his religion.
By the lost ending of Mark, it seems to me.
This is your field. This is this field that Wes talks about. In fact, in another podcast that he did with Julian Dory, he shows them how to find manuscripts.
So there's a document called Codex Sinaiticus that's at the British Library right
what's
now.
This?
So this is one of our earliest examples of what we would consider a Bible. So before this, you had individual books, but they're independent largely. So they're specific manuscripts. And there's a categorization system for this. In fact, if you look up csntm.org.
CSN is in Nancy?
Yeah.
NTM?
Yeah. So that's the Center for the Study of New Testament Manuscripts. So this is done by Dan Wallace. So if you click Digital Manuscript Collection, what you can actually do is you can go over to the classification on the left-hand side, go down, click Papyrus, and then say start in 2nd century and in 3rd century. And then you can even scroll down and be a little bit more choosy. So you can say, I just want, so you go, let's say the book of, go to the second one, P66, 2nd, 3rd century. So this is a copy of the Gospel of John. Whoa. And so this is what they would have looked like. So this is one of our earliest examples of a cover to cover. I actually have a full facsimile of this in my office that I do academic work on. So in my doctoral work, in my PhD research, what I do is I study scribal habits. And I study what are called paratextual features.
You study scribal habits.
Yeah, ancient scribal habits is my area of expertise.
What does that mean?
So you can just see right there. He knows how to go on these websites. He knows how to look up these manuscripts. He even shows on the screen 3 of the manuscripts that have Mark. He shows the 3 major church Bibles. And the ones that I'm showing you right now are from those exact same Bibles. And they all have blanks at the end of every single gospel.
So that's,
You just pulled a Billy Carson level lie right in front of your whole entire audience. In fact, if I was your audience, I would feel disrespected about this.
This is a big, I mean, of course they're not. They're also in with needing to keep the tower going. Most of them, unless they're actually being honest with this material. Because like you said, in these same Bibles that he's only wanting to highlight Mark, where are all those other texts with these blank spaces at the end? Why? What kind of move
you would think if you wanted to really slam this point home, because this is how you know he's being dishonest. He went and found those images of those manuscripts from the same website that we're looking at right now. That means that he had to, when he made the claim that other gospels don't have these gaps.
Copies of these earliest manuscripts leave deliberate blank sections, a feature we don't find them doing at the end of the other gospels.
A feature we don't find them doing at the end of the other gospels.
That means he could have checked, found that they didn't, showed it on the screen, and he would have looked like a genius. Oh my God, he's right. They don't have a gap. Why didn't he do that? Because those gaps exist. And he's lying.
So let's make a reason to defend why we're missing that longer ending. Yeah. Whether it's a shorter longer ending or a longer ending, because there's various endings.
You got famous overnight for showing that Billy Carson was lying about the Sinai Bible. Here you are lying about the Sinai Bible too.
That's so freaking wild. But you know what's sad? I maybe this will blow up, and it needs to, because that's why I wanted to have conversations with him to dive deeper in his confidence. These ideas that he's putting out there, like even when I looked at Billy, I caught some crap for saying, nope, actually, I think Billy's right about that, God being a male. And why is he identified as a male? You're anachronistically pushing your philosophy onto this deity, which is just like other ancient Near Eastern deities. And like, there's things that Billy did a terrible job of even trying to represent, and then some stuff was just so wacky. I'm like, Wes, you're right. But this is a blatant lie while he's out here pointing out someone's lying.
Because the 2nd century writer, Irenaeus, quotes what appears to be part of Mark chapter 16, verses 19. Justin Martyr also seems to have quoted Mark 16:20. In the 3rd and 4th centuries, Hippolytus, Vincentius of Thebaris, Epiphanes, and Ambrose all allude to, quote, or paraphrase part of Mark 16:9-20.
The oldest one out of all of those is Justin Martyr. So let me just get this one off the bat. Justin Martyr does not cite the longer ending of Mark. He made a stretch in the evidence on this one. Here's what Justin Martyr actually says. That which he says, he shall send to thee the rod of power out of Jerusalem. There's no rod of power in Mark. Is predictive of the mighty word, which mighty logos, which is Johannine, by the way, which his apostles going forth from Jerusalem preached everywhere. So Mark 16 does say went forth. It says exultantes ekerixon pantaku. Okay, what does that say? Went forth preaching everywhere. So you found the word preached everywhere, and is in common with one little sentence, not even the whole sentence, 2 words, the 2 words, which is exultantes ekerixon. You took those 2 words and you found those 2 words happen to line up with something that Justin Martyr said, and you call that a citation? A citation looks like this. As Mark says in the gospel, and then you word for word citation.
Right.
He doesn't mention Mark in that passage. He just vaguely talks about the preaching of the apostles, which everyone is well known about. All the other gospels mention this.
Right.
Luke mentions this. How do you know he's not citing Luke here? He just wants him to be citing Mark, because that would make the long ending of Mark exist in the 2nd century, but it doesn't.
So I was digging into, and I found with you, Hitler, Homer, Bible, Christ, that was written by Dr. Richard Carrier. And Dr. Richard Carrier brings receipts as well as other academics who are arguing this case. And I recommend anyone who's actually curious in diving into every single one of these apologetic characters that they're bringing up in history, Hippolytus, Epiphanes, or what did he say?
I forgot what
he said. Something that wasn't that. I know that, but he goes in and says, that is important because there's an apologetic maneuver that goes like this. This is Dr. Carrier already recognizing this. In 2013, the famous Christian scholar Craig Evans wrote, quote, Mark 16:19 Then after speaking to them, the Lord Jesus was taken up into heaven and sat down at the right hand of God. In quote, that phrase from the gospel is quoted in, and this is still Craig Evans, is quoted in Irenaeus Against Heresies 3:10-5. But this is uncertain testimony. The original Greek text of this part of Against Heresies has not survived.
Okay, that's a big red flag.
It survives in a later Latin translation that may have incorporated this verse from much later manuscripts.
I was just talking to Nothaf yesterday about this, how it is so common for zealous Christian scribes in the medieval period to go back and fix the things they don't like.
That's
so when you find a late manuscript that's a translation of an original text,
right?
Do not ever accept this as the original, ever.
Bingo. And he says, accordingly, it is far from certain that Irenaeus, writing circa 180, was acquainted with Mark's so-called longer ending. In quote, Holman's apologetic commentary response. So Carrier agrees and then goes even a little bit further in arguing a step beyond what Craig's arguing here, because he goes deep into it, hunting down the sources. And he said that it looks to him that this longer ending of Mark may even come from a commentary by a Christian that we don't even have his book anymore, that gets left in the margin of the empty space in that text.
Right.
So what the hell?
And that brings us those are the 2 2nd century sources that Wes cited, Irenaeus, Justin Martyr. Now we knock those 2 off as either later forgeries or it's just not a citation at all, and you're just making things up. That brings us to the next section where he mentions a bunch of 3rd century authors. Do you notice how Wes carefully worded himself? He says we have a whole slew of these authors who
quote
allude to. No, he doesn't say
he
quote.
Doesn't say quote.
He does not say quote.
Okay.
He goes, they allude to or paraphrase what we find. You check every single one that he mentions. None of them quote or cite from Mark. They all say things that sound like it could be from Mark. It also could be from Luke. So he's very dishonest in how he. By the way, another thing. Why don't you show the citations? Why didn't Wes? He wants to make this point. He wants to prove me wrong.
Yeah.
Show the citations of these 3rd century.
Make your case.
Make your case. But why do we're just left to take your word for it that they paraphrased it, they alluded to it. Well, guess what? That's not enough for me. And not only that, let's grant all of these things are there. Let's grant all of them are citing the longer Mark. Then why doesn't Mark have a manuscript to provide this? Why isn't there any manuscript that backs up any of these citations from these so-called 3rd century and even 2nd century authors that are citing the longer Mark? Why is it that only until the 5th century do we get this longer? It does not make any sense. So even if we grant that these other authors in the 3rd and 2nd century are quoting from some other lost Mark that we don't find until the 5th century, the point still remains that the first time Mark was told to an audience, there is no physical, fleshly return of Jesus where he comes and talks to people. That does not exist. That was the whole point in the first place.
If I was a Christian arguing about this, I'd go, yeah, so what? I think later on, scribes and Christians saw this and were like, hold on, we already believe there was already a consistent view that they believed he came back in the flesh in some way, but it was immortalized. He'd become deified, but it's flesh and blood, or really the terms Luke uses, flesh and bone. He's in the same body. We're just working backwards. And I see them do this already with Paul. So why aren't they just going, the reason why Christians and scribes just added it in there, and they did add it in there, is because, some people were mistaken, or throughout church history, they had doubts and wondered, like, hold on, what's this? Because we had too many heresies running around and we didn't want them to get confused. So they just added it in there. But truth is, it was never in there. And we could see why they added it in there, because they had problems.
Right.
That's honesty. But instead, you're playing games 2,000 years later. The other thing is, I want to mention one thing before we move forward, is this. If you bring up Bart Ehrman, who will agree with this complex, difficult issue. Yeah. And he is a bona fide PhD in this area of textual criticism. I could probably get him on to do an actual episode discussing this very issue and see what he has to say about this. And might need to make that happen, Neil. Remind me.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, when I bring him up, as long as it's cool and it agrees with someone like Wes, the majority of
They
Christian
love
audience.
to cite Bart. They
Hey,
love to
Bart
cite
Ehrman agrees with us. Soon as a Bart Ehrman will say something they're not going to like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Bart Ehrman's wrong. Da 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 da. Well, that same kind of immediate dismissal happens with Richard Carrier, and I'm sick of it. I think if someone's right, someone's on the right track, and they contribute something good, you need to pay attention, consider the arguments, and listen to them. That's why I've always stood with trying to be as neutral as possible and try to take as much as I can from many people like Dr. Carrier. And I just want to step in front of that and say, you're going to tell me while you listen to William Lane Craig or someone else tell you about something, and you're going to tell me this guy who's literally trying his best, looking at the evidence, agree or disagree with him, that I shouldn't take this guy serious? That's the nonsense. I'm tired of that. You see what I'm saying?
Michael Jones level apologetics. Wes is just better at it than Michael Jones is. I'll give him that. Wes is better at the Michael Jones style content than he does a better job. But he's doing the same style that Michael Jones is. I'm just going to cite everything that agrees with me and discard everything that doesn't agree with me, and that's how I'm going to roll.
Now, I personally don't think that means that Mark wrote past verse 8, but to act as if this is some sort of secret and that it was added to Mark's gospel centuries after for some sort of hidden reason, or that it was completely unknown before those copies that we have that end up including it in the 5th century, is just being dishonest with the ancient data and ignores the open transparency that modern translations state.
So once again, he completely lies about my position. I never once said it was secret. And it's the funny part is all he says all that bull crap just to say, I personally grant that the oldest manuscripts of Mark don't have this.
Right.
So we agree. So you just admitted that I'm 100% correct. All the other stuff is just jargon because I didn't make those claims.
Right.
I never said it was secret or unknown or hidden or some sort of conspiracy. I was very open about it in those clips that we saw. I was and I even went out of my way. To tell Danny Jones's audience about the tropes in the 1st century about heroes that die and their bodies are missing.
Right.
So you misrepresented me, blatantly lied about what I said,
and said you were dishonest,
and said I was dishonest.
Right.
When you were the one who's dishonest,
without a doubt.
And then at the same time agreed with me and acknowledged that Mark's earliest manuscripts don't have. And so you basically acknowledged that I'm right, but just made it seem like I was dishonest just to get a video out of me.
Well, again, and remember now, he just made this case that all these other people are referencing it as if it's been floating around before the actual Gospels, and your point still stands.
Yeah.
Why aren't they in them then?
Right.
You wouldn't have people floating around quoting a non-existent.
And they're not quoting too. They're just
what I'm
saying things that are similar. And people like Wes are going around looking for ways, something that sounds like the ending of Mark and going, he cited Mark,
right?
Even though none of them are saying that,
right?
So
that's odd because
and then the Irenaeus one where he does actually says Mark's gospel, he does actually reference. That's the one that turns out to be an interpolation.
It looks
based
like
on
it's
the
Latin,
evidence.
Latin later.
Yeah,
you can't trust.
It's a classic example, like Josephus's passage. There's ways you can tell when things are forward. Wes knows this.
Yeah.
Wes knows the methodology.
Yeah.
About behind how to tell when things are added by different authors. This looks like a classic example because it's so crispy clear on saying, oh, and by the way, Mark says that the angels came and then Jesus returned and then he came back in the flesh. It's like you can tell.
Well, Dr. Carrier,
being inserted.
You remember how I told you that Craig Evans makes this position and it looks like it could be, but not high confident. Dr. Carrier points out that it looks, in his view, that it was a mistaken interpolation, but it was an interpolation that they had inserted, and he gives his cause in his book, Hitler, Homer, Bible, Christ. Point is, if anything, it's how are you going to trust this late Latin stuff to tell you what the early Greek...
It's on shaky ground if it is there.
Yeah.
So that's all.
And as you point, Christians did play a lot with these texts to shape up and clean up and...
This is not something we're making up to try to make sure to try to say, like we're just making up our own little argument to get it out of the way.
No.
This is something that's well known that scribes do these things, especially when they're translating from Greek into Latin.
I just want to say something for anyone who goes, see how resistant you guys are because we're not buying in the crap. You could grant, we could both grant all 4 Gospels. This is not even on the table. Mm-hmm. I'm going to make an absurd claim and say all 4 Gospels, including the long ending of Mark, I wouldn't care if they were written in the 1st century and we had evidence of all of them in the 1st century, some manuscript papyri, just like the Quran. If we could say the Quran goes right back to the prophet. Christians, question, Does that then make you trust the Quran and its divineness and its words? Why aren't you swayed if it is early, granting the Quran's within a decade or two from the Prophet? You're not moved by it the same way we're not moved by it. The problem is the evidence is that shoddy in terms of you got way later stuff. You've got these added things. So don't play the games with us.
That's why I said, even if we grant Irenaeus did write this, we still, as Wes admitted, it still wasn't told the first time by Mark, who's the first gospel, the first time the Christian story gets told to anybody in a wider audience outside of Paul's letters. The first time the story gets told, there is no physical return of Jesus where he comes back and talks to people and does anything on planet Earth.
They do that later, and that is the thing that scholars are highlighting was a problem.
Right.
They needed a Matthew. They needed a Luke. They needed a John version that gives you more detail, clarifies it.
And like Celsus is a prime example. We brought him up. He's pointing out these discrepancies, and they need to fix that, and they do.
Well, let me ask you a question, Neil. Are these cleverly devised myths?
Yeah.
Okay. Celsus thought so as well. Well, when we get into Peter, which really isn't Peter according to academics, right? It's forged. He says these are not cleverly devised myths, as some would suppose. Well, who thinks these are cleverly devised myths? M. David Lewis says Celsus. He thinks these are cleverly devised myths, and I imagine he's not the only guy on the block, but he has read them and thinks these are cleverly devised myths. Now, the question is, where are those voices? I want more of those voices. I'm just making the point, man. When we read this stuff, the reason that they're adding is your point. Marcianism, Valentinianism, having Celsus come in and compete and argue against this whole thing. They're trying to fix and change stuff in these later Gospels. And as he said, he admits, he goes, I agree. It ended at verse 8. I don't go to 9 through 21. I don't do all that. That's fine. But we do have early voices that echo it. We do have, like, why are you even saying that? Especially if you don't have quotes of it. And then when you say Irenaeus, why aren't you mentioning that the Latin, it's later and it's very questionable to know that this goes, be more nuanced and scholarly.
Bring the nuance to the table and then say, this is why I think this is a real text. And then we're cool.
But
as long as you're not disrespecting your audience and leaving out these nuances, that's the Michael Jones level stuff that I'm seeing in West.
Well, look at how immediately
you're just granting all these things as if they're all fact and no one disagrees. And it's really apologetic bullshit.
Well, you pointed it out. If Irenaeus does mention this, if we granted these possible voices mention it, why is it that we have the manuscripts missing it?
Right. It just doesn't.
Now you got
sense.
Another question,
and that's where common sense comes in. And you're just like, Occam's razor just says, dude, the manuscripts don't have it until the 5th, man. Stop playing all these games with these citations.
Yeah,
they're weird. Bring the evidence, man. And so, like, at the end of the day, the whole reason why I wanted to go through this video is it's not even about me disagreeing with him about these authors, but it's the point is you lied about what I said in the video. I never said it was secret. You said I said it was secret. You lied. You also told your audience that this was partially true, but mostly false.
What's
you
mostly
didn't provide
false?
anything. You didn't provide anything that I said that was false. Not one thing that I say in that video did you point out that I said that was ended up being false. So I think he owes me an apology. He needs
to show up at your door at 2:30 in the morning
or
and ask for you to remove the video. He's going to send legal document. I'm kidding.
But yeah, I didn't do that. I actually replied to him, and I was actually very, very upfront and polite with him. I still respect Wes's grind.
Yeah.
And I would love to have a debate with him, a discussion with him. Like I said, I don't think he wants that smoke. So I'm putting it out there for you that we can debate this very topic. And we could do it on Myth Vision. We could do it on Danny Jones. We can do it on Julian Dory. You can choose a Christian channel to be the host and moderator. And this very topic, I feel strong that you're wrong and I'm correct. And I think you know that I'm correct. You just wanted to make it seem like I was incorrect for whatever reason.
I'll tell you my motive. If I'm going into motives, and we're not supposed to do that because it gets us into trouble. But hey, I don't have a problem possibly psychoanalyzing. This is before he blew up in terms of getting the Billy stuff. He saw you on Danny Jones. I know he's been wanting to get on Danny Jones.
I think it's getting close to 1 million views right now.
He wants that attention. He's wanting to grow. Who doesn't want to grow? I want attention. I'm not ashamed of that. I want to grow. I want to go viral.
That was a cheap trick, though.
But it was a cheap trick. I think he saw you as someone who is clearly tight with a big YouTuber. He's trying to get into the whole Joe Rogan sphere, trying to get in tied with these guys. And he saw you and was like, let me try to like hit this guy, get Danny's attention.
Because hopefully my audience will be dumb enough to think that I'm correct and they won't check into what I'm saying. Like the manuscript thing, showing those 3 manuscripts on the screen with blank endings at the end. Anyone can go check and look and see they all have that.
Yeah, are they all doing this?
Right. Do they all have secret endings that we don't know about?
That's what I'm saying. It's absurd. And again, on that point, we know through the grapevine he was wanting that clout to go and engage with Amon Hillman. We know he was wanting that clout. He's been wanting that clout with some of these guys that have shown up on Danny Jones's thing.
And there's no gap there.
And I just, again, think your point was.
So now they move on to they're going to talk about Christmas on December 25th, which is a very important topic for all people, and they made some very good points that I have to actually agree with. But we're moving on from Westhoff, but we're still gonna talk about Westhoff. But let's look at the Christian argument and let's take a good close look at it.
What this is scandalous. Not that it's secret, not that no one knows.
Not that no one knows.
That
right.
This is a pretty big deal that Jesus doesn't show up and go, check me out. Like you can't get the mechanics, the metaphysics out of Mark.
Yeah, he lied about me. That was a lie. Like I don't know how you can, I'm trying to steal a man, like maybe he thought I was wrong or he disagrees with what I said. He lied about what I said in that video. So you can always apologize, Wes, and it could be all good. I know this. We get passionate and we like to stretch things a little bit. It happens. So, by the way, this is a Christmas video. So that was a nice little, just to get you warmed up on who Wes really is. Now let's get into his Christmas. Let's get into some of the Christmas stuff.
Time to switch gears. Yeah. We're going to Santa Claus,
Part 2
baby.
B-side.
3 years ago, I made an infographic on some reading I'd done on supposed pagan origins of Christmas. At the start of the research, I would have told you that some of these things were pagan and that Christians had co-opted a number of them, and that while their origins might have been pagan, they were now completely disassociated from their pagan beginnings. However, as I read more and dug into the literature, and specifically the original sources, I found that my preconceived notion was actually backwards. In fact, some of the things I thought had pagan inceptions were actually practiced by Christians before they were by pagans, and pagans had appropriated them from Christians, not the other way around.
All right, so this is his little introduction on Christmas. He's basically saying, I acknowledge that some of this stuff was culturally, in the cultural milieu, and Christians adopted it, which is. And then he basically points out that then I figured out that the apologetic, the move here. Now I know what to say, and I'm about to give you that.
Oh, and he came with that authority in the original sources.
Which he never cites.
Right.
In that clip right there, did he ever say, oh, this text by Seneca where he mentions Saturnalia and gift giving, actually it doesn't exist? Or how about in Catullus or Macrobius is later. Let me see. Cicero, Martial. All these are all first century authors that mentioned the Saturnalia. Did he ever bring those up? Nope. But he just tells you flat out, when I looked at the sources, they weren't there.
Right. And for me, just my walk away, this is the first time I'm seeing this, it brings this authority of a trust me, bro. Because what happens is he goes, look, I came into this, I'm a Christian, and I thought pagan origins, no sweat off my back, water off a duck. Okay.
Right.
We are good. I have no problem with that. You ladies and gentlemen watching me right now, it wouldn't bother me if that's the case. But the evidence just so happened to be on my side at the end of the day, where actually it was the other way around. And those damn pagans, man, they had to borrow from the Christians in this respect. So you can see it leading up somewhere.
And now he's going to get into his arguments, and every single one of these is bonkers.
The leading contender for this argument is the Roman festival of Sol Invictus, the festival of the unconquered sun. It's not until the middle of the 4th century that anyone makes the connection of Sol Invictus to December 25th, and earlier inscriptions are inconsistent, placing Sol Invictus throughout August, October, and early December.
Oh my God. This is so painful to watch. First of all, did you forget who Aurelian is? Aurelian dedicates a temple to Sol Invictus in 274. He just made the claim in that clip that there are no sources of anyone linking Sol Invictus to December 25th until the middle of the 4th century.
Right.
That is incorrect. Now, Hymans, he cited Hymans on the screen. Hymans acknowledges the December 25th of 274. He never says that doesn't exist.
Right.
His argument is that the Feast of Sol Invictus probably didn't start right away and came a little bit later.
Yeah.
But you're not arguing what Hymans is arguing. You're saying that there's no sources mentioning December 25th in regards to Sol Invictus to the 4th century. That is a lie.
Right.
That is just false, objectively incorrect. We know that Aurelian dedicated temple to Sol Invictus on December 25th. Also, this is before any widespread feast of Christmas is in any of the sources yet, which we will get into. But I just wanted to point out off the rip, he is completely wrong. Not only that, the solstices are December 25th, obviously, is the winter solstice, and summer solstice is June 25th. There is archaeological data that I'm showing the papers on the screen right now showing that Mithraeums, by the way, the Mithra is called, was central to Sol Invictus was central to their religion. Right. They dedicated the Mithraeums on solstices. We have an article about one of them happening on December 20th, two of them happening on December 25th, one in Syria, one in London. Then we have 3 of them on summer solstice. So the solstices were big to the pagans long before Aurelian came along.
So it's safe to say, Neil, that working backwards as they've been building this Mithraeums and they know that their summer and winter solstice dedication.
I'm going to rewind that because we need to pay attention, because this dates that the Christians are picking to say December 25th. What happened is there's a lot of protectionism when it comes to Christianity. So December 25th, even if that's the day of the birth of Jesus, is not something that people who follow Judaism, who came into Christianity, would actually celebrating birthdays. And, you know, that's not something that they would normally do. But it's Christianity now. Well, let's see how December 25th plays a role. All right. Egypt is involved, of course, because Plutarch mentions that Jesus was born around the winter solstice. He never said on the winter solstice, because the winter solstice was December 25th in the 1st century, and I think the 2nd century of the Common Era. So pay attention to this information carefully. This is very important. How nobody want to jump on the panel and discuss this? Oh, man.
It's not until the middle of the 4th century that anyone makes the connection of Sol Invictus to December 25th, and earlier inscriptions are inconsistent, placing Sol Invictus throughout August, October, and early December.
Oh my God. This is so painful to watch. First of all, did you forget who Aurelian is? Aurelian dedicates a temple to Sol Invictus in 274. He just made the claim in that clip that there are no sources of anyone linking Sol Invictus to December 25th until the middle of the 4th century.
Right.
That is incorrect. Now, Hymans, he cited Hymans on the screen. Hymans acknowledges the December 25th of 274. He never says that doesn't exist.
Right.
His argument is that the Feast of Sol Invictus probably didn't start right away and came a little bit later. Yeah. But you're not arguing what Hymans is arguing. You're saying that there's no sources mentioning December 25th in regards to Sol Invictus to the 4th century. That is a lie.
Right.
That is just false, objectively incorrect. We know that Aurelian dedicated temple to Sol Invictus on December 25th. Also, this is before any widespread feast of Christmas is in any of the sources yet, which we will get into. But I just wanted to point out off the rip, he is completely wrong. Not only that, the solstices are December 25th, obviously, is the winter solstice, and summer solstice is June 25th. There is archaeological data that I'm showing the papers on the screen right now showing that Mithraeums, by the way, the Mithra is called, was central to Sol Invictus was central to their religion. Right. They dedicated the Mithraeums on solstices. We have an article about one of them happening on December 20th, 2 of them happening on December 25th, one in Syria, one in London. Then we have 3 of them on summer solstice. So the solstices were big to the pagans,
right,
long before Aurelian came along.
So it's safe to say, Neil, that working backwards, as they've been building this Mithraeums, and they know that their summer and winter solstice dedication, celebration, it's a holy day to them. Working back to the earliest Mithraeums, you can go ahead and bank on them being associated with this special day.
Associated, yeah.
Yeah.
You can't bank that they
The
had
feast.
a feast. You can't bank that they had some sort of feast on December 25th yet, which Hymens is correct about.
Right.
But
they may, but we can't bank
that's the
on
thing.
Right.
Most, and I was talking to Nothing about this. The overwhelming scholarly consensus in classicists think that Hymens is wrong. So all these people that are going around scolding people, Hymens says that the feast wasn't until later. That's unpopular.
Right.
He makes that argument. Most classicists are like, no, December 25th probably started in 274. Let me just finish this point.
Yeah.
When Aurelian dedicated the temple on December 25th, it's likely, because we see this in other places, when a temple is dedicated on a day, it becomes a feast right away. And we have multiple examples.
Right.
A temple of Isis gets dedicated, and I think it was on April 25th.
Okay.
And then they started Serapia on that day. This particular case, Aurelian dedicates the temple to Sol Invictus on December 25th. Then, not even a century later, let's say 60, 70 years later, there is evidence of a feast of Sol Invictus on the same day.
Right.
So you can make the case easily that the festival started on the day Aurelian instituted the temple to Sol Invictus on December 25th. Otherwise, you have a weird coincidence on your hand. A festival of Sol Invictus just pops up out of nowhere in the 4th century on the same day that Aurelian dedicated a temple. So most scholars are like, Hymens, what are you talking about? You're wrong, dude. This festival of Sol Invictus started in 274.
It's like
3rd century, not the 4th century.
Right. This is the same kind of faulty thinking or reasoning, in my view, of asserting, the earliest attestation we have is that they're celebrating on, is it not Easter, or is this the summer solstice, the Easter date?
Easter, which is March equinox, spring equinox.
Right. So you have this equinox celebration, which is very, very early.
Yeah.
But we don't have a December 25th that early.
No.
But you can see they're celebrating on solstices and they're celebrating on equinoxes.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, is it unreasonable to see how they are actually putting their special days pertaining to the celestial observations? That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, and you can work backwards like that and recognize that's what's happening.
We only know what the evidence tells us. The way the evidence falls down on us, 274 is the date that we get for any explicit mention of anything being related to December 25th for any god.
Yes. And as you of course say, obviously the winter solstice is part of the background that leads to this date being chosen, and there's a general trend towards cosmological symbolism and imagery in the 3rd century, which becomes just more noticeable in the sources, and more attention is paid to astrological connotations and so on. You have to be very careful. Again, the chronograph of 354 is a difficult source because the manuscripts are extremely late. There's always this danger of interpolation. Some of the dating issues are not very obvious. So I always say the earliest really secure reference that we have are these sermons by presumably Optatus of Miletus.
Anathema, peace and love, and welcome back. You just made a guaguan with this Jesus thing. It has caused a real crisis. So if Jesus is proved, that means the rest of the stupid claims are real. Is this the point? No. We're actually talking about a manuscript claim earlier, but right now we're talking about Christmas and where the origins of December 25th comes from. All right. But we're gonna talk about it. Mika, we're gonna work on that. I want to do a money debate. That's what I want. Then people will shut up. December 25th, Jabari claims it comes from Egypt because of the Plutarch statement, right? And Macrobius. But I don't think December 25th comes from that side, because the claim of Plutarch, he doesn't say December 25th. He says around or about winter solstice, which was December 25th, but it doesn't clear cut says December 25th. So that would prove he's not correct. But the issue with even including Egypt, which Neil is going to mention in a minute, is that in the Egyptian records, there's nothing about the winter solstice and the birth of Heru. So it's kind of hard to hear a Greek writer writing about it and saying, hey, and this is Isis's second child, which is called Harpocrates or whatever in Plutarch's works. I don't think that's definitive. You know what I'm saying? But let's listen some more to what Neil is saying here.
It was a North African bishop. So that takes us to the early 360s, around the same time. And Julian the Apostate talks about the 25th of December being a feast for Helios, the sun god. We have the earliest secure reference to Christmas. But
so they're kind of tied. They're kind of tied with the evidence.
It's a bit of a tie. I mean,
what you just heard there from the leading expert and authority on this subject, that's Notheth. He's the authority on this subject right now. One of the big three. Hymans is one. Notheth is the other one. And Notheth points out Hymans is wrong about some of the stuff he says too.
Right.
And then Schmidt, who also brings forth some possible calculations. All three, or Notheth and Schmidt.
I'm going to rewind a little bit, but I want you to pay attention to something. Now, let me just answer to my brother right here. Big in the TV. There is no winter solstice is not on December 25th. That only applies to the Roman calendar. Let's be clear, because winter solstice normally starts December 21st in the Gregorian calendar. But what happened is they would celebrate winter solstice on December 25th, only in the Roman calendar. All right, let's be clear. The winter solstice is not on December 25th. Now, if you want to say on the winter solstice, they celebrated Heru's birthday, just show me a primary source in Egypt from the Egyptians themselves. Don't show me from a Greek writer in the 2nd century, years later. All right, Israel Bone, you want to say something, beloved?
Yeah, no, I was coming in. What's up with you, Garfield?
Nothing much, bro. Peace and love to you and the family, man. Hope y'all doing good. I know you don't celebrate Christmas, but happy Hanukkah. If you celebrate Hanukkah, happy Kwanzaa. If you celebrate that also. But go ahead.
Same to you, brother. Same to you. Appreciate it. Hey, so my question is, because you said that we was talking about Christmas, right?
Mm-hmm.
December 20th. Yeah. My question would be, now, is the question being posed, is Christmas pagan?
No, we're just trying to find the origin of what the celebration of December 25th as attached to Christmas.
Okay, because Christmas is not related to the Bible.
Okay.
Right. So that's why I'm saying, like, the whole thing is just kind of tying two things that don't go together. Because if it's pagan to the Bible, then what's the point? You know what I'm saying? It's a pagan religion that, or a pagan practice that should not be in the same discussion as Christ, the Bible, etc. So no matter its origin, it's just like, you know, going and finding the origin of any other pagan practice, you know.
Oh, okay, I got you. I think I don't think the average Christian would celebrate, but I think if you're attracting people, you would try to merge December 25th because it's pagan in a sense with some of the celebrations that's attached to it. Like with the tree stuff is later on. I don't want nobody telling me that in the 3rd century they had trees.
Let's remove the tree.
Yeah, let's remove the tree. Right. I think you can do it December 25th as the day if you're saying that you're doing that as a remembrance of your Savior, but not a celebration like how pagans would celebrate. And I think that's where it stems from. I'm actually going to do a project on it because there's a lot of truth in that it comes from. I don't think it comes from Nimrod. It doesn't come from Egypt. It doesn't come from anything. Come on, God. Hold on. Let me deal with this guy. Hey, Kwame, why don't you jump on? Because I want to understand. Sometimes when you write stuff, I don't understand what you're saying. Jump on so I could get the feel. And if you're going to talk like you're right, don't jump on. Because we all here trying to learn. I'm not trying to up you and debunk you and all that foolishness. I just want to get everybody's input so that we could get the right information. That's all. I'm just here for the truth. Truth ain't got no friends. I celebrate everything. I celebrate every religion. I celebrate every God. I celebrate every quote-unquote pagan holiday, whatever y'all want to call it. I'm down. I'm down with Christmas. I'm down with Thanksgiving. I'm down with everything. I don't care. I'm down with whatever you're down with. So if you believe in whatever, I believe in whatever too. I'm down with every God. I'm reaping all the benefits. I'm like the guy in the book, in the show, the mummy. When the mummy came to him and he just started doing all type of stuff, he started worshiping different gods, and then he started worshiping. He started talking about Yahweh and showed that Yahweh signed the David. And oh, I know this. Oh, you that's the slave God. I recognize you, dude. You a slave. That's me. I'm with all. I ain't getting nothing wrong. I'm celebrating all the gods. Get out of here. Come on, Garfield. You, the Egyptian month coincide with December and winter solstice.
Yeah, I can't make that out. I can't see what he's saying.
If I think what he said he's saying, that is dumb as you know what. But anyway, let me go back to the video. You want to add something else, brother?
No, you go ahead.
Anybody wants to jump on, family. Let's jump on. All right. Let me go back to the video, and then you could tell me if you want me to stop it, Joe Bound. All right.
All right.
Who bring forth these calculations up out of nowhere in the 4th century on the same day that Aurelian dedicated a temple? So most scholars are like, "Hi, man, what are you talking about? You're wrong, dude. This festival of Sol Invictus started in 274.
It's like
3rd century, not the 4th century."
Right. This is the same kind of faulty thinking or reasoning, in my view, of asserting, oh, well, the earliest attestation we have is that they're celebrating on, is it not Easter, or is this the summer solstice, the Easter date?
Easter, which is March equinox, spring equinox.
Right. So you have this equinox celebration, which is very, very early.
Yeah.
But we don't have a December 25th that early.
No.
But you can see they're celebrating on solstices and they're celebrating on equinoxes.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, is it unreasonable to see how they are actually putting their special days pertaining to the celestial observations? That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, and you can work backwards like that and recognize that's what's happening.
We only know what the evidence tells us. The way the evidence falls down on us, 274 is the date that we get for any explicit mention of anything being related to December 25th for any god.
Yes. And as you of course say, obviously the winter solstice is part of the background that leads to this date being chosen. And there's a general trend towards cosmological symbolism and imagery in the 3rd century, which becomes just more noticeable in the sources, and more attention is paid to astrological connotations and so on. You have to be very careful. Again, the chronograph of 354 is a difficult source because the manuscripts are extremely late. There's always this danger of interpolation. Some of the dating issues are not very obvious. So I always say the earliest really secure reference that we have are these sermons by presumably Optatus of Miletus, who was a North African bishop. So that takes us to the early 360s, around the same time when Julian the Apostate talks about the 25th of December being a feast for Helios, the sun god. We have the earliest secure reference to Christmas. But
so they're kind of tied. They're kind of tied with the evidence.
It's a bit of a tie.
You wanted me to pause, bro?
Go. You asked what was you gonna say?
Okay. All right. Hold on one second.
I mean,
what you just heard there from the leading expert and authority on this subject, that's Notheth. He's the authority on this subject right now. One of the big three. Hymans is one. Notheth is the other one. And Notheth points out Hymans is wrong about some of the stuff he says too.
Right.
And then Schmidt, who also brings forth some possible calculations. All three, or Notheth and Schmidt, who bring forth these calculations that could have happened, are very clear to be cautious that we don't know for sure if these actually happened. They think it's likely that they happened. And not only that, the biggest thing that you just heard there is even if there was calculations being made by Christians, let's say 222, Julius Africanus, 235, Hippolytus, they made calculations in their text. They think there was some sort of cosmic balance between the solstice and the equinox, and they write that down and it just goes away.
Right.
There are other Christians in this time period who have different calculations.
Right.
Which means there were competing calculations happening.
There's no standard view.
There's no standard view. There's no feast. There's no liturgical calendar day until the 4th century. And as he points out, the most secure,
360.
The first secure reference.
So I stand corrected because I used to push that the Christians started December 25th. But look at it this way. they're calculating based off a calendar equinox, or a special solstice dates. That's the dates. Why would they choose March 25th? And Neil's gonna get into that. But the issue is there's no festivals when they talked about it. They literally talked about it, whether it's Hippolytus or Julius Africanus or whatever, saying March 25th is when Jesus was conceived. So they're saying 9 months later with December 25th, but there's no festival behind it. There's no festival until the 4th century.
But see, according to the text, though, we know that the shepherds were keeping the sheep at the time of birth at night in the winter. That wouldn't be happening. That don't even, you know what I'm saying? That don't make sense. December 25th, there would be no shepherds in the field and all of that stuff. Hold on 1 second, Warfield.
All right, cool.
If we're going to compare Sol Invictus 274 for secure reference, for Christmas 360s, almost a century later.
Right.
Now, someone might point this out. What about the chronograph of 354? Chronograph 354 has both the birthday of the invincible god, Sol Invictus, Mithras, whoever it is. It doesn't say Sol. It says the birthday of it says Natale Invicti, because it could be some sort of godhead. Then in that same text, it mentions Christmas. Nothaf thinks this is an interpolation.
Right.
Nothaf says that the manuscript evidence is shoddy there. We shouldn't accept this. But he also thinks that the Invictus thing was there. So if we're going with the evidence on what we can stand strong on, you have Sol Invictus being dedicated as a holiday, as a feast, probably around 274, and then Christmas somewhere in the middle of the 4th century.
Yeah.
Between 350 and 360 is when Christmas becomes a feast, a liturgical day.
Okay, and just so our viewers understand, we're only right now talking about the winter solstice of December 25th.
Yeah.
We haven't even barked down any of the nones of Janus. We haven't even gone down plenty yet.
Right.
And that's a whole different, we've already nailed it in other videos, but I just want to mention that.
And we like I said, you could watch our.
What's up, Kwame? You said two things. You said the festivals of Quark isn't about resurrection. I think we're talking about December 25th. I don't know why you're talking about that. And he said, come on, Garfield, the Egyptian month coincide with December and winter solstice. Okay, what is your point, though?
Yeah, I was talking about the festival of Tiamat.
Is that the festival of Quark? It depends on which calendar you use, but it doesn't connect to December 25th though. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, if you connect it to December 25th, then you're making a point. You see, this is what you do, Kwame. You already have your presuppositions, so you're trying to make your presuppositions facts. You got to get out of that hat, bro. I'm just trying to tell you. You see, this is why I'm balanced. I'm balanced out. I don't deny Egyptian influence. I don't deny anything. But what I'm saying is you want everything to be all about Egypt. Nobody's denying Egypt's influence over the region. Nobody's denying the Persian influence, the Assyrian influence, the Babylonian influence, the Greek influence. Nobody is. You just want everything to be primarily from Egypt. And I think that is pseudo. That's just my opinion.
Not at all.
Now,
not at all.
Hold on. Do you have a date, December 25th, in the Egyptian or the Kemetic records that show a connection with Heru or Osiris?
Go
ahead.
The death and burial and resurrection. Yeah, I put the source in the back chat.
The death and burial of who?
Let me tell you right now.
Oh boy. You know, I read this. I have this in my slides for the debate with oh boy, I tell you. What are you saying, brother? All right, just to show, I'm going to show on the screen what you're talking about so everybody is aware. So I'm not hiding anything from anybody. You said this is the source and this connected to the 25th. Now, look at this. On the column on the left gives the day of the month in the 4th month of the year, season floor. So this is day 12 of the month, day 25th of the month, day 26th, day 30. Now, what I want to ask you is, if you look at the Quark festival, it don't start at the same time regular months like we have in the Gregorian calendar starts. Would you agree? So the beginning of the month is probably like the 18th of November or even December 10th. So I don't know how you're calculating as to do with the 26th. I think what you're doing is you're looking at on the days 18 to 26, what is being done, and you're mimicking it like it's December 25th here or December 26th, and you're looking at it wrong. Okay, so you're actually looking at the information incorrect. All right, let me go back to my video and you could come back in a few minutes. All right, I hope that was clear. Nobody's hiding anything. You are incorrect. All right.
If I'm incorrect, I'm incorrect.
Okay.
That we did where we blow open the whole idea of January 6th, which the Epiphany, which I'm going to mention in a second.
Okay.
Is the first official holiday of Christians celebrating the coming of Christ is the Epiphany on January 6th. December 25th sort of comes later, and they sort of tie those together in some traditions, especially in the West. December 25th becomes more popular than January 6th, but in the East, January 6th stays the way it is.
Exactly.
But the point I'm trying to make here is that even so, you can have Christians calculating the birth of Jesus, and two of them can say December 25th. 10 of them also could say different dates.
Yeah.
The origin in 245. This is the end. This is the game over, game set match. Origin in 245, middle of the 3rd century, has a passage I'm showing on the screen right now, and he says in this passage that we do not celebrate birthdays. That people who celebrate birthdays are morons.
Yeah.
That there are no righteous men whose birthdays we should keep. That's in 245. Do you think that Origin would write that if Christmas was a celebration?
That's a very odd passage.
It's a very odd passage. Tertullian also writes about being horrified. Tertullian, in the middle of the 3rd century, writes about how horrified he is seeing his fellow Christians celebrating Saturnalia, the calends of January, and Brumalia, and giving gifts. He even says, gift giving. I can't believe they're doing this.
Why would you think about this? Just period, socially. If you can't get your people to stop doing something, then how do you get them to stop doing it in a way that is wrong?
Right.
Adopt it, make it yours.
Yes. And one more thing.
It's
on
obvious.
That. So let's grant the calculations happen. And I think they did.
Let me stop again for Kwame. Kwame put this on the street. He put this right here. I don't know why we're still talking about this. The festival of Quark, celebrated in the ancient Egyptian month of Quark, roughly corresponding to December on the modern calendar, is a major festival. What is your point?
From what I'm seeing on Google when I research, it's saying that the festival coincide with December with around December 25th and around that time.
Okay. All right. So can you show us how it if you're looking at the wiki article, right?
No, I just put it on Google. I just put a festival TR and
so let me ask you a simple question, right? On the Quark festival, when is day 20? Hold on 1 second. Mike, give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna call you right back.
All right, cool.
All right. The 30th day is the raising of the dead. According to what you just said, that's the 8th of January. So let's count back. The 8th of January, the 7th, the 6th, the 5th, the 4th, the 3rd, the 2nd, the 1st of January, the 31st, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24. So this is 25 would be the watering of the mouth. How is that coin figure with? I'm like, are you just trying to be right on purpose, or you can't just listen and just say, you know what, I stand corrected?
No, I'm actually listening to you because you are right that the
Doesn't if it doesn't
month
match
don't-
December 1st, bro, it's not gonna match with the 25th. Because if you're saying on the 25th day, this is what's happening. The 25th day wouldn't match up with the 25th.
I wouldn't say it corresponds exactly with the 25th, but it definitely.
So what is the purpose of you bringing this up if we're talking about the topic is December 25th, Kwame? Why are you bringing this up? This is what's puzzling to me. Why, if it doesn't match December 1st, obviously it's not the same right there off the bat. The articles you're going to see, some of them are going to say it start December 10th, which I said earlier.
Are you looking for a one-to-one correlation?
No, it's not about a one-to-one correlation. We're talking about the winter solstice. Is it in the Egyptian records as the birthday of Heru or Osiris? This is an easy question. This is not rocket science. This is not about a one-to-one. We're talking. Are you saying that the hold on. What is the topic that they're talking about on the video right now?
The winter solstice. The winter solstice
is December 25th, right?
Yeah.
All right. Do you have a conversation that's connected to December 25th or the winter solstice?
The winter the festival of Tariq is centered around the winter solstice.
All right. What happens on the day of the winter solstice?
If I'm not mistaken, reading from the source, it states that the people celebrate the embodiment of Osiris, putting the body back, resurrecting Osiris.
All right, where's that on this?
Isn't that a part of the chart when it break down the days from day 12 all the way to day 31? It break down the festival days.
So you're saying they're finding they're finding the arm Horus sons raising the digit pillow.
Yeah,
so
they're resurrecting
they're putting the body parts together, right?
Yeah.
All right, show me what coincides with winter solstice, because remember the winter solstice would be December 21st. So this even goes farther than December 25th. So show me, because at the end on the day 30, that's when everything is actually put together. So this would be the 8th of January.
Doesn't Jesus have 2 birthdays?
I'm not. Jesus has like 5 different birthdays. May 20th.
The January 1 and December 1.
January 6th and December 25th. May 20th is the earliest one by Clement of Alexandria. So there's early dates in April, there's May, there's another date, and there's
January 25th and when December 25th and January 6th coincide with the winter solstice too?
No, the January 6th, December 25th, right, is connected to the winter solstice only because the Romans, so if it's connected to a culture, more than likely it's connected to a Roman culture, because they said the winter solstice was on December 25th.
What about the January 6th? Where does that birthday?
The January 6th one has to do with later on. You're gonna hear Neil talk about it. But at the end of the day, we know Osiris. There's something with Osiris on January 6th. I'm not denying that. But even with this, you're making a mistake, because you just put up a calendar that says January 8th. So the 8th would be the last day, the 30th, and the 6th would be the finding of the phallus arm of Osiris, according to what you're putting forward.
I listen to Neil, and then we can discuss the rest.
Oh boy.
Understand, we're right now only talking about the winter solstice of December 25th.
Yeah.
We haven't even barked down any of the knowns of Janus. We haven't even gone down plenty yet.
Right.
And that's a whole different, we've already nailed it in other videos, but I just want to mention that.
And we like I said, you can watch our previous video that we did where we blow open the whole idea of January 6th, which is the Epiphany, which I'm going to mention in a second.
Okay.
Is the first official holiday
of Christians celebrating the coming of Christ is the Epiphany on January 6th. December 25th sort of comes later, and they sort of tie those together in some traditions, especially in the West. December 25th becomes more popular than January 6th, but in the East, January 6th stays the way it is.
Exactly.
But the point I'm trying to make here is that even so, you can have Christians calculating the birth of Jesus, and two of them can say December 25th. 10 of them also could say different dates.
Yeah.
The origin in 245. This is the end. This is the game over, game set match. Origin in 245, middle of the 3rd century, has a passage I'm showing on the screen right now, and he says in this passage that we do not celebrate birthdays. That people who celebrate birthdays are morons.
Yeah.
That there are no righteous men whose birthdays we should keep. That's in 245. Do you think that Origin would write that if Christmas was a celebration?
That's a very odd passage.
It's a very odd passage. Tertullian also writes about being horrified. Tertullian, in the middle of the 3rd century, writes about how horrified he is seeing his fellow Christians celebrating Saturnalia, the calends of January, and Brumalia, and giving gifts. He even says, gift giving. I can't believe they're doing this.
Why would you think about this? Just period, socially. If you can't get your people to stop doing something, then how do you get them to stop doing it in a way that is wrong?
Right.
Adopt it, make it yours.
Yes. And one more thing.
It's
on that.
obvious.
So let's grant the calculations happen, and I think they did.
Mm-hmm.
So Julius Africanus and Hippolytus, they calculate, they think December 25th, and there's competing dates. There's also January 6th. Don't forget about January 6th.
Yeah.
Then Sol Invictus gets a birthday on December 25th in 274, and that festival gets more and more popular towards the end of the 3rd century. In the middle of the 4th century, Sol Invictus festival becomes very popular.
Right.
Now you have Christians sitting around in the middle of the 4th century going, well, which date do we go with?
Right.
Do we go with this April 2nd? Do we go with the May 20th? These are all dates that were proposed.
Right.
Do we go with the there was birth dates in September that some proposed. There was birth dates in there was tons of birth dates.
Right.
Why do they choose the one that coincides with Sol Invictus's feast?
Right.
I'll let the audience answer that question.
I'd like to ask you, why would Jesus turn water into wine in Cana? Why would he choose a miracle
on January 6th?
On January 6th,
you have the wedding at Cana, you have the baptism, and you have the Epiphany.
But like seriously,
and then for Dionysius is Theodosia, the night of January 5th, wine miracle, Epiphany.
This is a powerful point, and that's my point, right? Like, why do you have your dude do a miracle, and your Christian community literally attributes that exact same day to something that a deity that is before your dude was doing this already?
So here's how I think this all played out. This is a great point.
Yeah,
this is how if you had to ask me how I think this all played out. January 6th is the earliest tradition for a coming of some sort of, maybe not a birthday yet. They're the Epiphany at the very least. There's an Epiphany holiday on January 6th, and that's there from early on. Then you get all these different proposals of his flesh birth.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, there's dozens of them.
Right.
2 of them are December 25th. Then, after Sol Invictus becomes a feast, you sort of go, well, we already have the Epiphany on January 6th. And we have 2 proposals that he died on March 25th.
9 months.
And we give him we know the tradition says, by the way, there's a tradition. It's not common.
Yeah.
Moses for sure, and maybe Isaac is what Nothaf told me. The tradition is that they died on the day they were born.
Right.
Not conceived on the day they were born. So at Jesus, they take this tradition as an apologetic and go, but we're not going to say that he died on the day he was born. We're going to say he was conceived on the day he was born.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll bring us on the same day as the winter solstice, the day that everyone's celebrating as this feast of Sol Invictus, and we'll make our day on the same day.
Right.
That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Like you already have a calculation there. I'm not saying the calculation didn't happen. I'm saying that because the calculation was there and you have these competing dates, you go with the one that is more popular. You go with the solstice one. It was a theme of the 3rd century in all cults, not just Sol Invictus, but it seems to be that solstices were very important for births. Plutarch in this second century, early second century, says that Harpocrates was born around the winter solstice.
Right. So you got a
it's
long tradition.
It's becoming a trend that gods are born when the sun is at its lowest point.
And that's why, like, you don't need it. Just so happens they land on the same day, and we aren't even factoring in the competitive nature between Mithraism and the Sol Invictus and Christianity. That is a factor that needs to be weighed in as well. But like, if it's shoddy in terms of knowing exactly how much influence on the ground in the real world it had, you can't imagine it didn't have some. So factoring calculation.
I wouldn't be surprised if Constantine had something to do with this.
Right.
Because
could
the festival of Christmas appears post Constantine. Constantine, who was a devoted to Sol Invictus, wouldn't that make sense if you're Constantine and you're trying to make all this fit? How do I get my Sol Invictus devotees and my Christian devotees to sort of come together? What's better than putting a holiday on the same day?
Right.
And then, like I said, I'm still acknowledging
that its calculations are real. Right.
But I'm saying, if you're Constantine and Eusebius and whoever else, Bishop, maybe St. Nicholas is around. This is the early third century. And you're sitting there and you're going, well, by the way, I think St. Hippolytus also calculated that Christ was born on the solstices and died on the equinox. He did. There we go. That's what we're going to go with.
Right.
That's what happened. If I had to guess how it played out, that's how I think it played out.
So you're saying Plutarch's kind of starting this trend, maybe even encouraged by a previous trend of some sort, but he is really popularizing
it definitely is encouraged by a previous trend, because Haloa and Linnea are midwinter Dionysian festivals that celebrate his coming.
Right. His appearance, his manifestation.
So I think
Epiphany.
Plutarch is applying his own Greek Dionysian stuff to the Osiris Horus tradition.
Of course. And that
becomes a trend in the 2nd century. And then by the end of the 3rd century, it's everyone's doing it.
Right. If Jesus didn't end up landing on that day, it would have been odd.
It would have been odd.
It would have been odd that he wasn't born on this day or January 6th. One of those two major days. And so this is why calculation is a serious thing, because we have examples of them landing on odd days that make no sense. And someone's doing some math to come to this.
Right.
But then you have them landing on the most gravitation, like the black hole days, which are going to suck in any deity, because the natural phenomena of the world itself is observing things. And why not have your cosmic deity match?
And then they start to
cosmos.
This is even crazier too. They start depicting Jesus in art after the 4th century. You start seeing Jesus with sun halos around him, looking like Helios. He becomes a solar Christ.
Mithras has the if I'm not mistaken.
I'm showing on the screen right now. Here's Christ on the left. Here's Sol Invictus on the right. They both have 7 rays. And guess what else? And so that you might go, that's a coincidence, Neil. No, because Julian in the 360s calls his God the God of the 7 rays. So somebody who made this mosaic knowingly gave Jesus the same 7 rays as the God of Julian the Apostate.
So this is, I mean, whether or not you even, if you want to play hypothetical, go, well, they didn't knowingly, someone was influenced and this caused the influence later for them to possibly echo this. Because when I read, for example, this is going way back into Yahwism, but Yahweh echoes the 7 thunders or some phrase that's in the Psalms. It's verbatim almost what you find in the Ugaritic Baal cycle.
Right. Not only that, Macrobius in the 5th century, early 5th century, 400s, early 400s, he writes the book called Saturnalia, and he talks about this god called Yao, who was born at the winter solstice.
Right.
So Macrobius is the kicker at the end of the day. Macrobius highlights how this was a trend. He says Dionysus was born at the winter solstice, Apollo, Attis, Adonis, Mithras, and even Pan.
He goes a step further than Epiphanius.
He says that all of these gods are part of a godhead, the supreme god, Yao, which is Yahweh of the Greek scriptures.
Right.
He says Yao is this godhead who is depicted on calendars as a newborn child at the winter solstice. If that doesn't show you that the trends of winter solstice births was popular in the 3rd and 4th and then 5th century, I don't know what to tell you.
And the only reason someone might go, why'd you jump down there to Baal and Yahweh? I wanted to make a point. They're culturally the proximity is culturally close. I mean, they're literally practically the same people. And I would say they are. They're Canaanites. You have the same mythology, same deities that are showing up. And I'm saying the same thing in the Roman Empire with the Christians that are converting to Christianity. They are kissing and breathing the same air as these Mithraists, as the Sol Invictus cult. And it's competing with it, along with calculations, along with their own observations of the equinoxes and the solstices. So
Christians, on the other hand, had already pinpointed December 25th as the date they thought Jesus was born, decades before any of this. I'll go into more detail in a little bit as to the reasons behind all of that, but Sextus Julius Africanus in the late 2nd and early 3rd century had already made that conclusion, and we have some early evidence that Christians were acknowledging it as such.
As I already pointed out, notice how he uses the term Christians have already pinpointed the date of his birthday. Yeah. This is a misleading, if not a lie, because we only have two possible calculations. None of them are explicit. The first one we have is from, well, I'll say three, okay? Actually, four total. Let me go through them all. The first one is from 205 AD, and it's the commentary on Daniel, and that one explicitly says Christ was born 8 days before the calends, December 25th.
Right.
That one turns out to be a complete forgery.
Everyone agrees.
Everyone agrees, except for like very few people are like, well, maybe. But even those people acknowledge how shoddy these manuscript evidence. The first manuscript that we have comes in the 10th century, 7 centuries later, way after Christmas was already.
It's only 700 years now.
And there's zealous scribes trying to fix everything, and then some of the manuscripts don't even have it.
Right.
So it shows that why would they forget to put that in there?
Yeah, that's kind of a big deal.
Note that was like, this one's completely forged.
What about the commentary on Daniel? That's it explicitly says 8 days before the calends. That's December 25th. It says it right there. That's written in 205. What would you say to that?
Well, that's a tragically complicated case. The earliest manuscript we have is from the 10th century. It's a Greek text, obviously, and then we have a couple of other manuscripts that are later, and most of them have that December 25th date in them. But there are chronological contradictions between the way the text describes the birth of Jesus and his death and the way they relate to each other in terms of the number of years that Jesus lived, and the day of the week doesn't particularly match, and so on. It's all a bit dodgy, but the worst part is that the earliest manuscript, right before December 25th is mentioned, there is the word April there. And it makes no sense. And there is a reasonable argument to be made that maybe that's the remnant of the original date, and December 25th was interpolated.
Got it. This is like a 9 out of 10 chance it's not there.
Got it.
Like a very small chance that somehow a scribe forgot to write it 7 centuries later.
Exactly.
Anyways, that one, we can just cross that one off the list. People still cite that one, by the way.
Got it.
You'll see Christian apologists on Twitter citing that passage. It's so annoying.
Yeah.
He doesn't do it. He doesn't do that. He might. I don't know if he does in this video. We'll see. But the two that are most likely to be real are Julius Africanus in 222 and the Hippolytus one around the same time. There's two for Hippolytus. One of them is 235. But those ones are not explicitly writing Christ was born on December 25th.
Yeah.
Those ones give us the date of his death on March 25th. And then you have to sort of do some wiggling. You have to assume that this cosmic birth cycle is legit, that he was conceived on the day he was dead. Not born.
Not born.
Like the tradition of Moses says he was born the day he died.
Right.
You have to change the tradition.
Conceived.
Then apply a 9 months.
Does he say he was conceived?
No.
Okay, so you have to assume
you
were conceived, which meant then you can add 9 months to that.
You have to assume all this stuff. And then on top of that, you have to assume that 9 months was exactly 9 months.
Right.
Which is fine, because if we're going with cosmic stuff, they're not going to say 9 months in one day. However, it's not, there are no explicit sources in the 3rd century at all that say Christ was born on December 25th, which means for him to say that Christians already pinpointed this day decades before, that's very misleading, because other Christians in the 3rd century are giving other dates.
Right.
So it's not agreed upon. It's just a couple of possible dates.
Right.
That's it.
Now, is there a single date in that century where they are throwing the word 25th of December?
No.
So you have to
only for Sol Invictus. That's it.
Okay. So we have to assume, March 25th, add 9 months, but it doesn't say that in the text.
No.
We're doing our own
And
calculation.
by the way, the Julius Africanus text that we're doing that with is a lost text anyway. So we lost that text. We put it back together through fragments, and then we're doing all this stuff.
Okay.
So we don't even. It's the Julius Africanus one is very. It's possible that it happened. The data shows that he probably did do this calculation, but it's not. And Nothath is the one who wrote the article on Julius Africanus, and he's like, it tells people to be very cautious on citing this as a fact.
Even though there's indications that there are calculations happening, don't you think it's fair to say that we don't have any explicit mentions of a festival of Christmas until later?
Yes. No, you have to be very careful. Again, the chronograph of 354 is a difficult source because the manuscripts are extremely late. There's always this danger of interpolation. Some of the dating issues are not very obvious. So I always say the earliest really secure reference that we have are these sermons by presumably Optatus of Miletus, who was a North African bishop. So that takes us to the early 360s, around the same time when Julian the Apostate talks about the 25th of December being a feast for Helios, the sun god. We have the earliest secure reference to Christmas.
Is it safe to say that Julius Africanus, according to Nothath, is actually calculating 9 months from that, or is he just mentioning the March 25th and the day he was conceived was the day he died, and that's it? It doesn't mention he's also born on that day.
He doesn't explicitly say that. You have to do some
yeah. So you have to do
some mental gymnastics to get there.
And maybe later Christians did, your point is.
Yes.
Okay. But was it really going to take that hard? Is it really that hard for them to like end up doing that calculation that lands on December 25th? You've already brought that up.
And another reason I want to bring this forth, another reason why Nothath and others think this did happen is because they also have John the Baptist being born at the summer solstice.
Okay.
So people are they're doing some sort of cosmic, and this is the trend of the 3rd century.
Right.
So they're following the trends that pagans are doing.
That's
the bottom line.
What,
the bottom line is that they're following trends that are not in the Bible.
Isn't that funny? Like, wouldn't that be the position you go to? Let's look, December 25th. Christians are just following in the well-known trends of the Roman Empire and what they did in terms of gravitating toward winter and well, not just winter, but solstices and equinoxes, because they think their God is a cosmic deity. Like, that would have been the easy go-to for me.
Right. And
I'd be like, yeah, they're calculating based on that. They saw the trend from others. The Bible doesn't explicitly say when he was born exactly, when he died exact year. I mean, you can say under Pontius Pilate, we got a window here, right? Because we don't know exactly when he was born. We don't know exactly what year he died. And we also don't know exactly where. I mean, there's so many details that we don't have the exact to.
And then on top of all this, March 25th happens to be the day of rejoicing for Attis. So
now you have that.
That's another thing Nothath says. They chose March 25th sort of arbitrarily.
Right.
There is no, so let me show you this real quick. There is no calculation that you can do to get March 25th from looking at 29 AD, 30 AD, 31 AD, or 33 AD. Let's say you thought he died in any of those 4 years.
Any of those.
None, if you find the Passover in those days, it's either April or March 30th.
At best.
For those days. So he didn't die on March 25th. They had to start with, their starting point is already cosmic.
It's already
on the March equinox, the same day that Attis, the rejoicing of Attis. They're already, the way they're doing their math is it's rigged from the beginning.
Yeah. It's
rigged
matching
from the get-go
with the cosmic, which the Romans were already doing.
Right. So you're already starting with March 25th. The 9 months thing is very easy after that.
Right.
The thing is, how do we get to March 25th to begin with? Mm-hmm. That should be the real question. And I think they chose that date because of its significance.
So you're kind of doing what we did with Pliny and saying, all right, we see this Epiphany, we see this backwards January 6th, we work back here.
All right. So my brother Tone 76, peace and love to you, bro. As far as Mark and the resurrection, he's risen, empty tomb is just the resurrection story and the appearances to the people that's missing from Mark. As far as resurrection, it could be anything. It could be he's missing. We don't know what happened to him. We know he's from an empty tomb. He is risen. So he's risen as far as what? Spiritually, physically. It's not specific. But at the end of the day, there's no resurrection and appearance. It's missing from Mark. That's the point. As far as debating West Huff, I have sent out emails. I did get a response, which was kind of crazy. But also, Neil and Derek put it out for a debate on their channel or a Christian channel. So nobody's scared of West Huff. All right. And people can disagree without being disrespectful. Of course, that's my motto. So let's debate. Just because you hold to a belief, that's fine. That don't mean your belief is factual. All right. So let's move on to Kwame. Did you want to add something before I move to the next topic? Because I'm going into the FBA with Fat Joe stuff right now. Kwame.
Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm doing something real quick.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'm doing that right now. I'm going to get into that right now. So let me start off. And anybody wants to jump on again, we can have a dialogue. We can disagree, but we don't need the disrespect. We got to grow up, man. We got to learn to talk to each other. We don't know each other from nowhere. There's a few people here I exchange numbers with. Sister Monica knows me very well. And shout out to Monica, by the way, y'all. It was her birthday yesterday. Shout out to her. She turned 16 yesterday. You know, she's a teenager at heart and how she looks. And shout out to Mika, another person who I actually know outside of YouTube. So, but remember, we are strangers, but let's keep it respectful. All right. Because I know people get personal and get, you know, I mean, come on, let's deal with it. I love this conversation that from what I saw, and I saw Sister Mika posted some of it. That's how I found out about it, because her YouTube brought it up. But it was on her YouTube, and this was a great dialogue. Doggie Diamond is like the coolest dude in the world. What I mean coolest, he don't get rattled. More Science Simple is more of an aggressive guy or more animated, but he doesn't get rattled either. Very well under control, but it was a beautiful dialogue that I thought I would share on my show. You know, so shout out to these two powerful brothers who have their own channel. Of course, you have Doggie Diamonds TV. You could subscribe to that. And you have Moorish World TV with Taharka Bay. All right, check it out.
Certified boogeyman. Certified boogeyman.
He in the building. He in the
Certified boogeyman. Certified boogeyman.
He in the building, family. I'm the certified boogeyman. You hear what I say? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. You feel me? You feel me? Chill, fam. We here to see DDTV smoke you right quick. Hey, fam, let's go ahead and get Ralph out of here. Ralph wants stupidity. Hey, go ahead, block Ralph. You ain't allowed here. Get out of here. Get out of here. You don't come in and tell nobody chill. Get out of here. Hey, let me block him. Let me block him. Let me block him. No, don't nobody block him. Let me block this fool. Let me block this fool. Who you talking about, boy? Get out of here. Yeah, block him real good. Yeah, block him real good. OG Ralph B. Because he ain't going to do nothing but distract the whole stream. Get him up out of here. Get him out of here. Get him up out of here. We don't mind difference of opinion, but don't talk tough, guy. You on the internet. You on the internet. Don't talk tough, guy. Ain't nobody trying to hear that. We're going to have difference of opinion. This might get heated up in here, but all that tough talk, you can leave it somewhere else. Real talk. Now, with that being said, I don't want to get too worked up too fast and dispel my energy. You know what I'm saying? I want to dispel my energy because I'm here with a hard hitter tonight. You know what I'm talking about? I'm here with a hard hitter tonight. My big bro is in the building. So, family, I ain't gonna hold you. Don't let me hold you. Let me just drop the intro and let's get it popping, man. And I'm gonna bring my brother in. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go, Doggie. Doggie Diamonds in the building. Come on. Come on.
I be that more you.
There you go. There you go. Where my engineer at? Listen to me. Now, you know, sometime I be winging it. But let me tell you something. We got the legend in here, Doggie Diamonds in the building, and he don't wing it. He's a perfectionist with his thing. But you know what? It is what it is. Hey, and then, believe it or not, Doggie Diamonds has been instrumental in the development of Moorish World TV because I watch the way that he does things. His content is different, but I watch the way that he does things. I watch how he's always upgrading. I watch how he always manipulate the visuals. And so, yeah. So I ain't too much man to say that that's one of my inspirations for Moorish World TV in the developmental stages. But tonight, on this very platform, I say Doggie Diamonds is cap. I call cap on my big bro Doggie Diamonds. But with that being said, I don't have to introduce him because he needs no introduction. He's a legend in the game of journalism for hip hop and for consciousness and for the conversation, whatever conversation that involves our people. But anyway, family, let's bring him on with a beautiful round of applause. Our brother Doggie Diamonds. You follow me?
What up? What up? What up?
Now, Doggie Diamonds.
Let me say one thing.
Come on.
Before this night is over, they gonna be the more you gonna remember, but they gonna remember.
Doggie Diamonds did this.
I'm telling you. I hope you ready.
I'm ready. I'm ready. Now, okay. Doggie Diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
I want to really get let me lay out.
Before I get to this conversation, because everybody's going to be very emotional, I want to play a clip of Big Daddy Kane on Revolt on them dudes channel talking about the origins of hip-hop. Let's take a look at it. Let's take a listen.
See, me as a student of hip-hop, one thing I've always understood is that hip-hop musically has no origin. Right. Grandmaster Caz said it best. Hip-hop didn't invent anything, it reinvented everything. Musically, it has no origin because what Herc was doing was taking other people's music and bringing the breakbeat part back, playing that, other people's music. And that's what rappers rhyme to. That's what B-boys dance to, right? Even human beatbox. When they started out, they was doing beatboxing, the breaks from records. Yeah. Right. There was other people's music. Right. Right. And those records were what? Impeach the President by Royal C. Soul song, soul music. Not hip hop, soul music. Good Times by Chic. Disco.
James Brown.
James Brown. Funk. Rocket in the Pocket by Cerrone. Techno. Or electronic, or whichever one you want to use. Right. Big Beat by Billy Squire. Rock and roll. You see what I'm saying? Nautilus by Bob James. Jazz. So all of those elements always been a part of hip hop. Right. And that's all I was doing was incorporating elements that already been a part of hip hop.
Right.
You know?
Do you think that because like you said, there's so many hooks, like if you look at Ja Rule, there's so many things that do you think that was the invention of like people thinking that this is the way to go, like the commercial route? Matter of fact, let me rephrase that question. Was that more of a record label thing, or was that a Kane thing when you were saying, let me go that route?
That was a Kane thing when I was doing it. Okay. I wanted to explore different things and try to open the mind frame of my fan base, you know, to see a bigger picture. That's what I was really trying to do.
Right.
I just was a little too early with it.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Had I waited till like 1994 and did it on Bad Boy Records, I'd have been a bad motherfucker.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? No, because I mean, Puff saw the vision. Puff, you know, you know, I love and respect Puff for that. Like he, like clearly he must have told Big, like, don't know, go ahead, kick all your gangster shit, but do it on this beat right here.
Right.
you
Yo,
know what I'm saying?
That's what's the crazy thing about the Notorious Big. If you look at all of his lyrics, some shit is hard as hell.
Yeah.
But he, like you said, Puff kind of like put soft beats under it, and you kind of like don't see it.
Well, I mean, I'm not even gonna call it soft beats because I mean, shit, we used to lose.
Samples.
Hear me out. We used to lose our mind in the club when Juicy Fruit came on.
Yeah.
Right.
You can't call it a soft song because that shit used to bang in the club.
Right.
Juicy Fruit, you know?
Right.
Used to bang in the club.
And your era too, on the other side, you had Hammer pushing that envelope of going commercial and catching a lot of flack as well.
But I mean, he was a commercial artist. But I mean, I don't see what I honestly don't see what the problem is. Like, I don't have a problem with Hammer music. I didn't have a problem with Fresh Prince music. I mean, because it was hip hop from a commercial standpoint.
Mhm.
You know, everything don't need to be thugged out.
Right.
We got artists, you know, like, okay, for example, what if Will Smith would have put out some gangster stuff in the 80s and some real live street dudes would have tried him.
Right.
It would have been summertime.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, he did what was right for him. And the bars was right. Like lyrically, he was spitting. I thought it was dope.
Right.
It was commercial, but it was dope. And he was coming from a different perspective. I don't see what the problem was.
Right.
You know, but I mean, you know, it's like, you know, people just love to find something wrong with everything, man.
Right.
Everything.
How about Vanilla Ice? How you feel about him?
Same thing with Vanilla Ice. I don't think that, you know, that the music was bad. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a problem with him making commercial hip hop. You know, I think that some of the things that he said in interviews was bad.
Okay.
You know, it's like you know,
where he was from, discrepancies where he was from.
Yeah, all types of stuff. And he invented the yup and all this other stuff. And it was like, you know, just be this successful hip hop artist, you know, that's winning in the commercial market. Just be him, you know. I think that would have worked so much better for him, you know. It's just the backlash, I think, got the better of him. Because, I mean, you look at like Eminem.
Right.
He never tried to be black. He never tried to be black. And he talking hood shit, but it's his hood, Trailer Park. You know what I'm saying? But even though there was a lot of people that, you know, wanted to hate on him, you couldn't.
Because he was himself.
Because it's like there's nothing that's backing what you're saying.
Right.
Because he's not trying to be black. In fact, he's employing a whole bunch of black people, you know, on the label and working for the label. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, it's like he didn't go through what Vanilla Ice went through.
Right. And he was lyrically respected through underground. Remember?
Well, that played a heavy part too.
I mean, he paid his dues.
What's
like
the people in New Jersey? I forgot. The Outsiders?
Yeah, the Outsiders.
The Outsiders.
Young Steve,
being nice as fuck on the mic too played a major part too.
But it boils down to authenticity is what you're saying. Like, I think that's one of the pillars of hip hop that is important. Like, if you're truly authentically who you are, that'll shine through and get you through a lot of shit.
What's Everlast? What was their group? I thought that they was called
Everlast.
House of Pain.
House of Pain.
Everlast. He was down with Rhyme Syndicate with Ice-T and them.
Right.
And then he did House of Pain.
I would think Insane Clown Posse is authentic
to what they do and to where they're from.
Yeah, for real.
Like even Beastie Boys.
Absolutely.
You know, because these is punk rockers turned hip hop, and I mean, it's like their songs are more punk rock vibe.
Right.
You know, I mean, the way they spitting and stuff, you know. So, I mean.
And coming out of a...
And they got no sleep till Brooklyn.
No, but coming out of an era where punk rock and hip hop were kind of together.
Yeah, absolutely. Like 77 to 79 was really like where punk rock and hip hop came into the forefront.
Let's Walk This Way.
No, that's rock.
Okay.
Nah, I'm talking like Deborah Harry, the Ramones.
The Ramones from Queens.
Yeah, Deborah Harry. Like they like, you know, like that whole punk, because what was happening was like you had people like Fab Five Freddy.
Right. He was going to the white parties.
Russell Simmons, Andre
Harrell. At the time. Basquiat and all that whole
but they're hanging out at CBGB's for the punk rock parties, and then they're taking all these here punk rock cats uptown to Harlem World for a hip hop party.
Right.
So it's like this, they're meshing because they're
That's where the spikes come from, right? The spikes.
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, no, it's a possibility. I mean, then again, you know, that could have just been some. I don't know. That could have been some Bronx shit. I don't know. I don't know.
I think it came from the disco. Yeah. Who told us that? I think
we've heard different things. I know Africa Bambaataa and all them were the first adopters of that look.
Yeah. That's who you need to ask, like Bambaataa. DJs like Grandmaster Flowers, Pete DJ Jones, DJ Plummer, Disco King Mario. That was DJing before Cool Herc. You know what I'm saying? But in 1973, Herc took all these elements. MCing is only one element.
Right.
DJing is only one element. In 1973, Herc took all these elements. MCing,
graffiti,
DJing, graffiti, B-boys, because he had the nigga twins, Dancing Doug in them, you know.
You learned about the nigga twins the other day,
Yeah.
I was trying to tell Peter Rosenberg, can you pronounce their name, Peter Rosenberg? He's like, no.
Well, but yeah, you know, Herc took all of these elements and combined them into one. And that's what hip hop is. Hip hop is not just MCing. Hip hop is not just DJing. Hip hop is all these elements, and Herc is the one that combined these. He's the one. He's Thanos. He got all the Infinity Stones. You understand me? So yeah, I give her credit for inventing hip hop in 1973.
And that's it, Cedric. What is it? What's the Bronx, right? In the building, what is it?
Yes. Yeah.
I was trying to tell Peter Rosenberg, can you pronounce their name, Peter Rosenberg? He's like, no.
Herc took all these elements. MCing is only one element. DJing is only one element. In 1973, Herc took all these elements. MCing,
graffiti,
DJing, graffiti, B-boys, because he had the nigga twins, Dancing Doug in them, you know.
You learned about the nigga twins the other day,
Yeah.
I was trying to tell Peter Rosenberg, can you pronounce their name?
And before Cool Herc. That was DJing before Cool Herc. DJ Plummer, Disco King Mario. That was DJing before Cool Herc. You know what I'm saying? But in 1973, Herc took all these elements. MCing is only one element. DJing is only one element. In 1973, Herc took all these elements. MCing,
graffiti,
DJing, graffiti, B-boys, because he had the nigga twins, Dancing Doug in them, you know.
You learned about the nigga twins the other day,
Yeah.
I was trying to tell Peter Rosenberg, can you pronounce their name, Peter Rosenberg? He's like, no.
Well, but yeah, you know, Herc took all of these elements and combined them into one. And that's what hip hop is. Hip hop is not just MCing. Hip hop is not just DJing. Hip hop is all these elements, and Herc is the one that combined these. He's the one. He's Thanos. He got all the Infinity Stones. You understand me? So yeah, I give her credit for inventing hip hop in 1973.
And that's it, Cedric. What is it? What's the Bronx, right? In the building,
what is
right?
Sedgwick Ave, yeah.
Okay. And his sister has something to do with it too, right?
Well, I believe in the MC important. Thank you. Because you know, when hip hop began with her, it was about the DJ. You know, it was about Herc, not the Herculoids. It was about Flash, not the 3 MCs. You know, it was always about the DJ. That was the most important person. Until Melly Mel started spitting real lyrics that made people say, yo, what the hell did he just say? Hold on, yo, and that's when the MC became important. He's the one that built the platform that's created for us.
Because if you look at Eric B. and Rakim, Eric B. name comes first.
Yeah, that was the thing back then. DJ Jazzy Jeff and Fresh Prince.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let's make some noise for that.
Garfield.
Yeah, I wanted to start like that. He said that. Yep, it's clear as day. Nobody's denying musical influence. Nobody's denying MCing. Nobody's denying. What he's saying is Cool Herc was the one that launched it in a way like nobody else before. where he combined all the elements.
He cooked the gumbo.
He did it, and that's from an African American. That's from an FBA guy saying that. Cain ain't got no roots in no Caribbean.
No. You're saying it wrong. That's from Big Daddy Kane.
Talk about it. The best rapper of all time, the GOAT. You're right about
And
it.
I want anybody who just come up yesterday and said that they know more than Big Daddy Kane, who Big Daddy Kane went all the way back, and then he brought it to 1973. But these dudes now is going to tell you that Tariq is going to tell you that he knows more than Big Daddy Kane because he rapped a couple of pimp songs.
I think the issue is just crazy. I look at it as Brother Reggie would, that these are all Africans, right? And they said,
all black people. All black people.
FBA rhetoric is so xenophobic at times, not all the time, and it's a minor. I don't know. Let me play this video right here. Let me get into this.
No. Let me just say something. I dare anybody who born in the 1980s to twist their mouth and say that they know more than Big Daddy Kane. Big Daddy Kane is a primary. You know more than a primary. This is coming from Big Daddy Kane. This is not coming from an 80s rapper. This is not coming from, and this is coming from Big Daddy Kane, who was there at that time. One of the greatest rapper ever, who giving the person flowers, who deserve the flowers. It don't take anything away from it. Hip hop has evolved considerably since 1973. But the foundation is with Cool Herc.
Yeah, let me get to this video real quick. All right, so I can get out of here. All right, hold on.
The premise. I seen your platform where you had mentioned, and I always watch. Very rarely do I comment. You notice when I comment on people's stuff, even yours, the crowd will go a little bit, or you might say something, and it kind of throw the rhythm off. And so I like to hear. But the other day I was watching, and I couldn't help myself when you were going in on Fat Joe, and I said to myself, "Hold up, this brother's a journalist. He has to know that what he is saying is not accurate as he's presented." I said he has to know, and I'm going to go into why I say that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm going to go in why I say that. But now, what is your position on Fat Joe?
My position on Fat Joe is that he's a known liar in the hip hop community. He's known, aka Cap Joe. He lied and said that he has an album with Biggie, and that's not true. Biggie's main producer, who I know, and I'm not going to put nobody on blast because they have nothing to do with this, and I don't want to involve nobody, but Biggie's main producer DM'd me and said, "What album?" He said, "I produced it." What album? So he lied about that. He also lied to Big Pun's family, who was in the shelter, and said that Big Pun didn't recoup and was found in court to have hid and be liable, allegedly, for $2 million, which was recovered and a settlement was made with the host of many other lies. So you can't really believe anything that comes out of his mouth because the story changes. Now, when he did what he did on Math Show via this clip, I broke down a clip and he said some erroneous things because he put in his opinion and was making it a fact when it was just an opinion, and he offended some people. So that's my thing. I feel like he offended me.
Okay, so let's break down the clip. I want you to break it down, and then I'm going to break it down. Here we go.
Okay.
Tell me when to stop if you want to do it in pieces.
Perfect.
These rumors were made by radical black racists.
Stop.
Let's just.
So you know and I know, how could a black man be a racist? Because racist means that I can.
Go ahead, Stupid. You can respond to that.
Yeah.
let me
But it's a radical.
let me rewrite it a little bit more. Let me just rewrite it a little bit. He's saying that black people can't be racist. But let me just
made by radical black racist.
Stop.
Let's just
So you know and I know, how could a black man be a racist? Because racist means that I can, based off your skin color, stop anything social or economic. I have the power to do that. So we see undertones of racism in banking loans, home loans, personal loans, moving in certain areas. That will happen to you based off your perceived nationality and skin color. We don't have the power to do that. Now we could say, I don't like you, but what can we do about it? So that's why I think a black man or woman can't be racist. We could say we don't like somebody, but so what?
All right, go ahead, Stupies.
I agree with Doggy Diamonds on that talking point. That's something I learned from an early age from the Rastas. That racism is the power to affect or afflict people in a particular way. We may voice our disapproval of you, but we don't even have the power of the LGBTQ or the small hats. We don't have that power. Even though when people say the N-word, when
Let's
white people
hold on 1 second. Let's look at racist as an adjective, right? It says it's characterized by or showing prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, right? Then it says as a noun, a person who is prejudiced against people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group. I think in the conscious community definition, we like to say somebody who has power. That's really not in the definition. If you are prejudiced against, if I'm prejudiced against you, I can be racist against white people. I think people are not going by the definition. I can be a racist guy. Can say I don't like this guy. This guy, get off my stage because you're white. I'm being racist. I can be racist. I don't know. Prejudice plus power. That's what Khalid Abdul Muhammad always say. But I have evolved from that definition because if you go by the dictionary definition, if you are prejudiced against someone because of their color, you are racist.
But Garfield, let's be honest. The definition that we're reading now is a relatively new definition. If we go back 30 years and look at how it was defined, it wasn't defined as it is defined today. Because it is defined today in keeping with the social construct of the society. That racism now today is totally different than how it was defined 30 years ago.
All right. Doggy Diamond, listen, today is 2024.
Right.
Doggy, just like the word black didn't mean black 700 years ago. It had different meanings. Just like the word complexion. This is a beautiful example. The word complexion has to do with someone's temperament and their health. But when we see the word black complexion, we think it has to do with our skin tone. But we see a different definition. So I understand where you're coming from. But let me ask you this. We're living in a world today where racism, I'm telling you, I used to go to the slave theater. I used to listen to Bobby Hemming and all these guys. They say racism means prejudice plus power. I've never seen that in the dictionary. Never. Unless you could show me a dictionary we could put it in etymology that online. We believe that I can't be racist against a white person. Remember, to be prejudiced against somebody because of their skin tone, that's being a racist. That's the textbook definition.
That's being prejudiced. Prejudice and racism is two total different things.
I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it again. You're not hearing me. Hold on. You see what you just said? To be racist, you got to be prejudiced against someone because of their skin color. So if I see a white person and I discriminate against it, or I go to them and I mistreat them, if somebody come on my panel and say, "Hey, ain't no white people allowed out here. Get off here, white boy." That's being racist. That is racism.
No, you're being racist because you're in a position of power to dictate whether or not they're on your program. But if you see a white person and you just don't like them, but you can't treat them in any way, you're not racist. You only could be racist because you have a show and they want it to be honest.
All right, stupid. Do you have a definition that says you have to have power? I'm just telling you what I heard when I came to this community. That racism is prejudice plus power.
I do, Garfield.
You saying you have a definition from way back then?
I got a definition where they say racism entails power. The concept of race was created as a classification of human beings with
Hold on. Stop. Pause. Give me a definition of racist. That's all I want to talk about.
Oh, I thought you was talking about. I thought you was talking about with power, because that's what I was reading.
Listen, the term racist. All right, let me go to the Cambridge Dictionary.
Can I read this? What I was reading, because this is coming from a paper that I got on this, and this is something that I study extensively.
Hold on. Is it a definition of racist? That's what we're talking
about. Of racism,
not racism. We're talking about racist. He said that Fat Joe is we can't be racist because we are black. Now let me just show y'all this right here. Let's do this. Let's stop for a minute. Let's take a step back. And this is what we have to do, because I don't have a problem being wrong on this, but I'm just saying I'm going by the definition right here. It says right here, someone who believes that their race makes them better, more intelligent, more moral, etc., than people of other races, and who does or says unfair, harmful things as a result. The white man is the devil. That's a racist statement. You see, you got to go by the definition. When you talk about Esau is the white man, that's racist. That is racist. I don't think people go by the definition. We go by personal feelings. I'm going by the definition in the Cambridge Dictionary. Racist as an adjective, coming from or having the belief that people who belong to other races are not as good or intelligent or moral. Jesus is black. He has to be black. The ancient Israelites are black. They can't be white. They can't be nothing else, because we are the people. We are the chosen people. You have to put one race being better than the other race. I was taught that straight since I've been in this country. Black people are better than white people. We're racist. And if you're saying it's because we ain't got no power to do nothing, that's a whole different conversation. But that's not in the definition. I don't see no more power here. Unless you're saying that Cambridge is tricking. So hold on. So with the definition that I read, does it say anything about power?
No, and that's because there's different definitions.
Oh, that's because I'm saying the one that I'm reading.
No. So again,
which one do you want me to pull up? Hold on. So we're not doing do you want me to pull up a specific definition of racist?
There's different definitions, and I have one right here.
Which one do you want me to pull up? I'll put it up on the screen.
So this is coming from this paper. I will post it in the back chat if I can for you. This is a history.
I don't know what happened to you. You're committing a fallacy, Garfield.
Oh, my bad. Oh, I was. Let me try to post this in the back real quick.
Thank you, Cedric. Discrimination requires power. Everybody can be racist. Everybody. I'm not emotional. I think black folk, for some reason, we feel that we can't be racist because we are at the corner lower of the totem pole and this white supremacy. No, that's the problem. This is the problem I have with Christians. They start saying this black person helped the Bible and it's not a white man's religion or whatever. Like we didn't get it from white folks over here in the West. I mean, we got to be consistent when it comes to definition and be specific. This is why I asked.
Can I interrupt you? Because this is what I found. This is what I found in the lexicon and change of the language over the last 20 years. Primarily, when you look at like down south 1960s, when they have the civil rights war, the word racism was used. It was primarily used. Now we have words like racist, prejudice, discrimination. Those are thrown in the lexicon. It is no longer a simple language because it is thrown in to mix up and to remove the core of what it is. So now you start saying people are no longer racist or prejudiced or people are no longer racist, they're discriminating. People are no longer racist. We're throwing other words into the lexicon, and we lose the core value of what a racist is and what racism is at its core, because we start using other terminology to decipher and to minimize what racism actually is. Racism is about power. It always has been. Redlining, white tone, sundown tone, the other side of the track. It was always about power to put people in their place. Now all of a sudden people come and say, no, he's not racist. He's just discriminating. He's just prejudiced. He's just this.
Let me go back to the video, please. All right, I'm gonna go back to the video. Again, everybody can be racist. Everybody. I'm going by the definition. Look at the comment CLC says, as Black people, we will call Hispanics racist, Asians racist, and other minority groups racist, but we can't be racist. Ridiculous foolishness. Laugh out loud. All right, let me stop right there and let me play the video.
So when he says these radical Black races, I don't agree with that. Coming from somebody who's been accused of being a racist himself. So that's my first point. You could rebut on that.
All right. So first of all, when he's speaking about radical Black races, when we hear the whole clip, which we will, and I don't want to break it apart, we'll love to do the whole thing at one time because it's all one thought.
Right.
But nevertheless, when he's speaking about radical Black races, he's actually not speaking, and I don't want to, it's hard to say I don't want to speak for Fat Joe, but I know the whole thought. And you would have to be on Twitter to understand his perspective. What he's speaking to is that there's a group of people on Twitter that follow Tariq Nasheed. And what they do is they attack anyone who seems to be from the island of the Caribbean islands, anyone that's from Africa, Haiti, and things of that nature. So when he says they're Black races, he's speaking to this group on Twitter that zero in on Haitians, they zero in on Africans, and they get real disrespectful on Twitter. This is what he's talking about. And when you hear the whole thought, he actually even says on Twitter. He's talking about a group of people on Twitter.
Okay, so what we can do, let's play the whole thing.
Right.
So they could get it in its entirety, so nothing gets taken out of context.
Absolutely.
And we can restart it. So do that. You can start it from the beginning and just play it. I'm gonna mute up.
These rumors were made by radical Black racists. Let's just say that. Okay. It's a group of these guys that don't want to hear Jamaican, don't want to hear Guyanese, they don't want to hear a Black guy that ain't down with them.
Right.
Right? So their job is to criticize anybody who don't look like them or who ain't Black American.
Who are these guys?
You want me to say a name? We're going to give them too much clout.
I mean,
the FBA, Foundational Black Authority, whoever the fuck these broke niggas is. I'm just keeping it a buck. And that shit is to attack everybody on Twitter. You see this nigga who run them? Like, your leader? Yo, man, you got to be fucking kidding me, man. And so they trying to change the narrative. They're not from New York.
Right.
So they telling a whole nother story. This was whoopity doop what this.
All right.
So that's the whole clip.
That's the whole clip.
All right. So we could start with, because I don't even really need you to replay it.
Okay.
So first of all, he started with the rumors were started because we didn't have the full context of the clip. We don't know what rumors he's talking about. What?
No. Hold up. When he says that, I just want to do the context of the clip, because to make an assessment, you made an assessment.
No, but he said the rumors were started. So I assume after he said these rumors, after the fact, I was like, what rumors? So I'm assuming when he said these rumors were started, he was talking about Puerto Ricans not being a part of the foundation of Puerto Ricans and Jamaicans not being a part of the foundation of hip hop.
Right.
That's what I took it for.
But what I'm saying is, once you make an assessment and you say that Joe is wrong, now we're here examining the whole thought that you said he was wrong. Ain't no assumptions here right now.
So
this is
we could go off of what he we could go off of what he said. So first of all, I started with the racist thing. I want you to rebut to that.
Okay. First of all, I don't see Joe as using the term races as the literal sense or dictionary book meaning of races as you're implying. I think that's disingenuous on your part.
So
because I don't think Fat Joe is in an interview. Let me finish though. I don't think Fat Joe is in an interview with Math Hoffa and using the dictionary definition or the Black Law's dictionary definition of races. I think what Fat Joe is doing is he's implying that these people that are attacking Haitians, that are attacking Africans, that are attacking anybody who wasn't born in America is racist. And when one says that he's using the dictionary or Black Law's dictionary's meaning of races, and you being a journalist, you're being very disingenuous because you know he doesn't mean that. Because he says these people on Twitter, they attack anybody that don't look like them. They don't want to, he says it. So you know what he's implying. So now everybody is being disingenuous, acting like they don't know what he's implying.
But you're making an assumption though.
No, this is a fact. This is how we talk. Because he tells you, let me show you. He tells you who he's talking about. Listen.
But he used the word racist.
Listen.
How? Racist.
But listen, but we know, bro. We know that he's not using the dictionary meaning of racist. Listen what he's saying.
Okay, it's a group of these guys that don't want to hear Jamaican, don't want to hear Guyanese, they don't want to hear a black guy that ain't down with them.
Now, if you're on Twitter, you know exactly who he's talking about. You would have to be on Twitter to have full context. You know what I mean? You have to be on Twitter to have full context. Someone say I'm defending Joe. I'm not defending Joe. I understand what's going on Twitter.
So could I ask you a question? So why would he use the term racist and say anybody that's not down with them? If somebody's not down with you, how does that make you racist? If I'm in the rap group and you're not down with me, am I racist towards you?
No, bro. What I'm telling you, listen. He's misusing the word.
So
you as a journalist know he's misusing the word.
No, but I don't.
He's not using the dictionary meaning. I just broke it down what he means. He's misusing the word.
Taharka,
you know he's misusing the word.
No, Taharka, I cannot say what he's misusing. It came out of his mouth.
Exactly, but we know once he follow up, bro, it gives us full context of what he's talking about.
No, it does not, because that means you would be making this assumption because he cannot say that's not down with him. How does that have to do with racism?
Hey, bro, let me say this, bro. You are a journalist. Let me show you something. Let me show you something real quick. Let me show you. You're a journalist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, let me show you something from your own mouth. Let me show you something from your own mouth, brother. You're a journalist and you know how to decipher stuff. Let me see if I can find this right quick. Where Joe at? 1 second. I'm gonna show you something and show you that, brother, you can decipher and you know. Let me see. Let me see real quick.
But it's not my job to decipher.
No. I'm gonna show you though. No, it's not your job to. Brother, it's not your.
Listen, it's not my job to say what he could be saying. I gotta go for what he said.
Listen, it's not your job to decipher, but as a journalist, it is your job in a sense to decipher.
No, because
now, as a regular person, I get it.
No,
I get it.
But I'm not supposed to give him an out. If he uses a word, that's like if he uses a derogatory word.
Watch this. Watch this, brother.
In Jersey, he used to always pull up in Jersey. I used to meet him every time he hit the town. He hit me, yo, I'm in Brooklyn. I gotta come fuck with the Brooklyn nigga. So we used to go to Jersey. We used to go across the water to see him, and he was hit. That's Brooklyn Cipher.
Just off the book. Period.
Off the book.
In this interview that you having with our brother Drink Champs, you're explaining that brother Nori said something on a tape. Nori wasn't aware of it. You was able to decipher that it wasn't good for Nori. But now you're saying you don't decipher. Let's listen.
I was getting up with him on my camera, and he said some things on the camera, and I called him the next day. And I said, "Yo, Nori, I ain't using none of that footage." He said,
"You talking about his footage?"
Yeah, what he said.
Oh, okay.
He said, "I said, Nori, I ain't using none of that footage," and he was like, "Why?" I said, "Yo, you said some shit that I don't think you should say."
Honorable man.
And I.
So what I'm saying is you can decipher what people would take Nori as saying.
Hold up. Did he try to put my man Doggie Diamond? I didn't watch this part. Did he try to put my man on the spot like that? Oh man, I can't mess with Taharka, man. Oh man, but damn, how you just pull that out like that? Yo, Taharka, man, is a crazy researcher, yo. How you gonna pull that out and say that? That is crazy. All right, let me go back to the video. Wow.
But now you're saying that you can't decipher.
Oh, that was a bad analogy. You know why? Because what he said on there was criminal. That would
I get it, and you can decipher it.
No. What he said on there was criminal, blatant. It ain't had to be deciphered. It was blatant.
What I'm saying is, but you knew that you wasn't going to play it on the thing, right?
What does that have to do with him saying?
That's critical thinking.
Listen.
So we know that. So we know that. I want to go to the next thought though. So we know that we know. I know that knowing on Twitter that Joe was not using the term racist correctly, and when he follow up, when he say they attack Haitians, they attack anybody who's not like them. You follow me? That shows he's using the terminology wrong. And if we understand that he's using the terminology wrong, what does he mean?
It's not my job to give him an out. It's not my job to give him an out.
No, I'm not giving him an out. I'm just saying as a journalist, integrity as a journalist.
Listen, if he says, like if he uses...
You want him to be a racist. That's what it is.
But I don't want him to be anything. He said, we're racist.
No, he didn't say we. He said people on Twitter.
He said it's a group of black radical.
Listen,
Right.
let's say it again.
So their job is to criticize anybody who don't look like them or who ain't Black American.
Who are these guys?
You want me to say a name? We're gonna give them too much clout.
Watch it.
The FBA, Foundational Black Authority, whoever the fuck these broke niggas is.
Okay. Listen.
I'm just keeping it a buck, and their shit is to attack everybody on Twitter. You see this nigga who run them? Like,
you see this N-word who runs them? Who is he talking about?
I would assume that he's talking about. I don't know, because
he's talking about Tariq Nasheed. Cut it out, Doggie Diamonds.
Okay, so let me.
You know he's.
I can't believe Doggie ain't. You see, this is what happens, right? Joe is talking directly to them dudes on Twitter in them houses, and you know, you got your Lord Abbas, you got your Tariq Nasheeds, you got all these people with us talking. We get this, we don't get this. Jamaicans this, Jamaicans. Y'all remember the interview Lord Abba did on Sarnetta? And he said, yeah, you got them Caribbean Jamaicans come over here, and even Garfield driving the Range Rover, and I ain't got no Range Rover. I was like, hold up. So you pre-in Garfield's Range Rover? So that makes you mad as an FBA? That was nuts. This is the type of argument. This is what Joe is talking about. He's referring to the Twitter people on Twitter. Y'all, any y'all in the audience remember when Lord Abba said that about me? He's like, Garfield driving a Range Rover, and I'm here and I ain't got none, and he got all this. I'm like, yo, this dude is really preying me like that. That was crazy. But Doggie Diamonds know he's talking about Tariq Nasheed. But remember though, Doggie said he's not giving Joe an out. He's trying to say he's racist and trying to stick with the racist stuff. Yeah, that's crazy. Lord Abba crazy, yo. He's like, yeah, man. And Garfield got, and I'm like, I wasn't even on the show. The dude was talking about me till started that to like text me like, yo, you heard what Abba just said? I'm like, hold up. So you hate me for my success because you're not successful. That shit is crazy. Not saying that having a Range Rover means success, but I'm just saying, come on now. I remember on 125th when he was there, I did pull up at that time I think I had a green Range Rover at the time. And I pulled up at the time. I'm like, whoa, Lord, I was feeling very on Range Rover that day. Somebody block Lion's time. Block him. Yo, that's crazy. But let's go back to the
I have to agree with you. Doggie Diamonds right there was lying. He was being disingenuous.
No. We're not going to call nobody no liar. We're not going. Only person calling a liar today is West Huff. That's for West Huff only. Only West Huff is.
He was
Everybody
being
else,
disingenuous. He was being disingenuous. We agree
misinterpreted
with
the
him on that.
information. And I like Doggy Diamonds. I would never call him a liar. But I just think he
He
might
was
be disingenuous by not saying Tariq's name, because if he calls Tariq's name, he's pulling in a whole other conversation. But I will say this though, it is clear on the tape, in all fairness, that he's referring to the people on Twitter, the FBA people on Twitter. That is clear as day. What do you say, Stupies?
And then he made it clear. He talked about the leader. He was talking about one person in general, right? So when he used a group of people, he was basically saying Tariq, Nasheed, and his followers. That's what he was saying.
All right, thank you. I just want to be balanced. I don't want this to act like it's me alone saying it. So when people rewatch the video, they're like, "Golf, you said this about you." I mean, Taharka is my dude. I could get Taharka on the phone anytime I'm ready. Doggy Diamonds has been a fair dude towards me in all situations, so I don't have nothing against Doggy. I think he's one of the greatest interviewers I've ever seen since I came to this country. He's the interview king. He is. It fits him. But in this situation right here, Taharka did try a gotcha moment a while ago. Yo, I can't do no interview Taharka, man. He be on some gotcha shit, yo. I tell you, boy. I tell you, that boy is dangerous. But check this part out.
So what I'm saying is you can decipher what people would take Nori as saying, but now you're saying that you can't decipher.
Oh, that was a bad analogy. You know why? Because what he said on there was criminal. That would
I get it, and you can decipher it.
No. What he said on there was criminal, blatant. It ain't had to be deciphered. It was blatant.
What I'm saying is, but you knew that you wasn't going to play it on the thing, right?
What does that have to do with him saying?
That's critical thinking.
Listen.
So we know that. So we know that. I want to go to the next thought though. So we know that I know that, knowing on Twitter that Joe was not using the term racist correctly, and when he follow up, when he say they attack Haitians, they attack anybody who's not like them. You follow me? That shows he's using the terminology wrong. And if we understand that he's using the terminology wrong, what does he mean?
It's not my job to give him an out. It's not my job to give him an out.
No, I'm not giving him an out. I'm just saying, as a journalist, integrity as a journalist.
Listen, if he says, like, if he uses,
you want him to be a racist. That's what it is.
But I don't want him to be anything. He said we're racist.
No, he didn't say we. He said people on Twitter.
He said it's a group of black radical.
Listen,
Right.
let's say it again.
So their job is to criticize anybody who don't look like them or who ain't Black American.
Who are these guys?
You want me to say their name? We're gonna give them too much clout.
Watch it.
The FBA, Foundational Black Authority, whoever the fuck these broke niggas is.
Okay.
Listen.
I'm just keeping it a buck, and their shit is to attack everybody on Twitter. You see this nigga who run them? Like,
you see this N-word who runs them? Who is he talking about?
I would assume that he's talking about. I don't know, because
he's talking about Tariq Nasheed. Cut it out, Doggy Diamonds.
Okay, so let me.
You know he's talking about Tariq Nasheed.
So
you're being disingenuous, brother.
All right, so now it's okay to make assumptions.
No, you know, because
Ain't go front, man. Hey, what up? Off the clock in the building, man. You late for your job, man. You late. You can't get paid today, man. You late.
Man, look, man. I was up studying last night, man.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's what we do, though. We don't get paid. We ain't on nobody's payroll, so we look for the information and try to find it ourselves.
Yeah,
that's what we do.
Yeah, that's real, man. That's a great conversation. As soon as you finish your podcast, and I'm gonna go live. I got a lot to say about it, man. I think, it's the Black Egypt conversation all over again, bro.
Oh man. Hey, Mika, it's Foundational Black Americans, not authority. Foundational Black Americans. He made a mistake. But Doggie is, if you notice how Doggie's like the smoothest cat on YouTube, man. You can't rattle him at all, man. You can't rattle Doggie at all, yo.
He's standing on this thing. Big up the Doggy Diamonds, man.
Big up the Doggy Diamonds.
Big up the Doggy, man. Yeah, so when I say it's the Black Egyptian conversation again, man, like I always felt like, we was on the cutting edge, right, of science literacy. So this is actually a conversation, you know, at this point in juncture for science literacy. You know what I'm saying? That's why, you know, we fight against pseudoscientific ideas, because the whole conversation is intertwined in pseudoscientific ideas. And so, you know, words, we understand as intellectuals that words change meanings, right? A word can change a meaning just based off of regional differences in the word, right? That's why some words, if it's that deafening to the community, should not be used at all, right? So we know what the hell Fat Joe was saying. And I'll just be the bad guy. He was saying, he didn't, let me translate. He was basically saying that a bunch of wild pseudos is attacking. That's what he was basically saying. Having nothing to do with African Americans. So I'm never calling myself an FBA because it's shrouded in misinformation. Simple as that. Are there good points to it? Of course. Right? There's a problem in the United States when it comes to African Americans or Black Americans. That's a real issue there with different points that we fight for, right? But knowing what I know about people like Malachi York, Umar Johnson, and them, dude, we gotta stop this. Like I'm never going to be part of something that doesn't call themselves an organization, one, but is an idea. But the foundation of the idea is pseudoisms. Now, if I'm wrong, say I'm wrong. So what Fat Joe was saying was, what we all know, but we scared to say it, right? That although there may be things that are right in what you're saying, the foundation of what you're saying is pseudo. All you gotta do is look through the Hidden Color movies. That's the foundation of the rhetoric that Tariq puts out, formulating his FBA, Foundational Black Americans. Ivan Van Sertima, the books of Ivan Van Sertima, Leo Wayne, all those books is the foundation of misinformation. Now it's not only misinformation, it's now disinformation. And there's a difference between misinformation and disinformation. So I'm gonna get into all that. So I know what the hell Fat Joe was saying. In New York City, amongst the Puerto Ricans and other descendants of Puerto Rico or wherever they at, that term nigga doesn't have the same value that it may have in the South. In Baltimore, Maryland, you call a white person a nigga all the time, because there's certain neighborhoods and certain community where they lend themselves more towards African Americans. But in the South, it ain't that. It's a different thing. In the South and the Black community, you can call each other niggas. So elders told us a long time ago, you know, be wary of that word because words can change meanings. Like the word cat. It means to lie. Like how? How they make that together? I don't know. Like the word bundle or faggot. How did that change from sticks to people who are homosexual? Then that changed. Words change meanings all the time. So the conversation, man, takes a person that understands literate, at least a little literacy in anthropology, understanding evolution. There go again. Understanding that there is no race, first of all. Understanding there's cultural problems. Understanding, although there is not race, there was something that really happened under the banner of race, and disrespect and wholesale slavery of people that ended up in America and formed a unique culture called the African Americans. There's a conversation to be had for real. But the concept playing this game with misinformation is really disinformation at this point, gonna have y'all running in circles the same way with the Egyptian conversation. So you can have an intelligent conversation around the word nigga, then we just shouldn't use it at all because there's regional differences in it, right? You can have the conversation around who is black, right? We know that nobody's actually black based off of what the color look like. We know that there's no land called the black land, but people lie and deceive you and say it is, right? We understand that racialization was a tool of colonialism, and now we mockingbird the shit back. So yeah, man, I'm never expecting people to get it. I'm never expecting people to get that. So I don't know. So do you got to have 20% African DNA? Male lineage, that's how the Puerto Ricans, they got 20%, what you would call sub-Saharan African DNA.
That is a very, very good, yo.
So I don't know, bro. So I'm getting into it. That's how I do it. I don't know what everybody else.
Let me throw something on the table that I've said over the last 8 years, right? We have some people that we call swallow migrants. I'm going to ask a question to the audience. Does anybody in the audience know who the swallow migrants were? Anybody in the audience? Swallow migrants. swallow migrants were Jamaicans. And a matter of fact, I'm not even going to say Jamaicans. These were people from an island that we call Jamaica today that were hired by the U.S. Well, I won't say the U.S. government, because what would you call it at that time? 1865 would be the United States of America. What would we call it? We call it in 1865. It would be the United States of America. All right, fine. All right. So the United States of America decided after slavery was abolished to hire a group of people to work on the cotton fields called the swallow migrants. They happened to be from the island where I'm from. That's called Jamaica today. Now you got to ask yourself, why would this country and government bring Jamaicans, or the people that became Jamaicans after 1965 or 62? Why would they bring those people all the way from that country to come and work in the cotton fields? Because allegedly, nobody who was what we call Black Americans or African Americans or the free people who became free did not want to work on the cotton fields. That's what's one of the claims that they made. It's just like the Panama Canal. My grandfather worked on the Panama Canal. And you know, if you work on the Panama Canal, they worked out a deal that says, "What's up, Christian Corey? Nobody block him, please. That's my dude." They had people working on the Panama Canal, again, from Jamaica and other islands. That's why there's a lot of Jamaican ancestry in Panama. But guess what happened now? They had a deal that they had worked out originally. I don't know if they followed through with it. I mean, stupids can correct me. Those people are now United States citizens. So how do you differentiate the people who were Jamaicans that came here and had sex? They had sex because all of them were males. It wasn't females. So how did those women and these, look at what James Corver's right. And these swallow migrants marry African-American women and had kids with them. And that knowledge probably didn't pass down through the generation. But the point is, though, how do you determine an FBA? Even in the late 18th century, majority of the slaves came from Barbados and Jamaica through the intercontinental slave trade. So that's why the population grew so fast in a short period of time. They wasn't all coming from Africa. They were coming from intercontinental, from Jamaica or Barbados to Virginia, South Carolina. So how do you determine who is an FBA? How do you determine it?
Say it again, Garfield.
How do you determine who is an FBA? How do you determine this? I'm trying to figure that out before I even, because I'm not debating that African Americans deserve what they have or whatever they're. I'm not debating none of
you know, man, you vehemently disagree on this subject.
All right, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
How do you determine? Come on, bro. We ain't get that.
How you determine? Because you have people
saying they swapped them out, right? Life expectancy.
A lot of people
like
are
3 years,
mixed,
right?
I'm just saying they're mixed. There's a lot of mixing going on. There's a lot of mixing going on.
Yeah. Well, that's part of the issue, though. That's part of the issue, right? That's part of the intelligent conversation we gotta have, right? How do you determine that? But you can't determine it through pseudoisms, though. That's the point. That's the point. You can come to no reasonable understanding based off of the wild hidden color. Hey, bro, listen, man. I'm doing a whole series on the hidden color thing, man. And maybe we'll get enough money to make. I've been wanting to make this movie.
Remember, we wanted to do this, and Asar told us don't say nothing. Call it a whole different name. Nah, we need to call it.
I'm going all the way, bro. So I'm saying y'all can sit around and act like Hasepchek had a cousin that sat on the throne of Somalia if y'all want to. Y'all can act like y'all can play this fake game. Y'all can act like that Black Americans are indigenous to the Americas. Y'all can act like that. Y'all can play this game, right? Y'all can play around with Umar Johnson. He mad at me now. Why, bro? The model, Umar Johnson, the model he got is not sustainable.
So hold on. But I just saw a flyer saying that he's opening up his school. What happened?
Listen, bro. Listen, bro. We gotta stay on being intelligent, bro. Right? So the idea of wanting to have a school is not new and unique to African Americans. We've started schools. That's not unique, right? The unique aspect of it is that there's one person that's going to be on the board. There's one person controlling everything. It's like the Adolf Hitler program. It's one guy. That's unique with funding coming straight through him. That I'm saying that model is not sustainable. And then the anti-scientific claims made on his behalf, right? Talking about African Americans and what they have, what they don't have, based off of good science on the issue. Like it's almost like, yo, listen, man, in 2025, bro, if you're not scientific literate, you're gonna get picked apart by these types of conversations. Simple as that. And they're gonna run circles around you. They're going to call you derogatory terms like Hotepa and Afrocentric. And now these things have become derogatory because it's based off of misinformation, which now it has been weaponized, and now it's disinformation because they do it on purpose. You're not going to tell me if you can garner millions of dollars, right, to do a movie that you can't get a professor or a scientist in said field to give you the proper answers, bro.
Facts.
So it's disinformation right now. They playing with y'all. Yep, they playing with your intellectual real estate. They scamming. Tariq is pimping you. All right, Umar is scamming. See, I don't need their friendship. It's just people around me catch that weight. They all know the pseudo killers. They all know the community skeptic. They hide in the weeds. Why is he gonna say it? I hope he don't get me. Because we causing people to think, bro. So listen, bro. Listen, I'm strong African American, bro. And I feel like strong African Americans are among some of the most intelligent people on planet Earth, man. We know exactly who we are, how we got here. We understand DNA. We understand its value. We understand how not to overvalue it. We understand our history. We understand Africa, right? We understand the history of Egypt, all aspects of it. We understand the history of Russia, of the Roman Empire. We understand the history of Christianity, and you prove that to a T. So we understand the Arab slave trade prior to colonialism. We understand how racism didn't just pop up out of nowhere. Okay. So we understand all that, bro. A real African American is serious. Go back in the history of African Americans and how intelligent they have completely been on said subjects. Talking about Egypt before it was even popularized, you got some serious African Americans saying that Egypt was an African civilization. Right. So no, I'm not the guy. Right? I'm not the guy. You're not the guy. They're not playing us like that, bro. I'm not a hater. I'm a damn participator. And they try to bully us. Like we got to rub elbows with them. I don't never got to sit down with them dudes at all.
We don't have to acquiesce to faulty premises.
You know what? I couldn't even say. You know what? Damn, I wanted to say, yo, that you was definitely a key person. And it was you, right? And then it was Sosa. You was first. Then Sosa followed up, right? Basically showing us how racism didn't just pop up out of nowhere. So I won't give you your credit, bro. Like it just didn't pop up with colonialism. Like it started to foster and move towards that because nothing. You got proto. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
everything
got
just
proto.
Like hip hop. It's a proto. It's chronology, and that's how you get there. So big up to you, bro. Big up to you, bro.
Looking out.
My point is, yo, and I'm gonna finish. This is my point. Listen, they're gonna try to bully us, dog. They try to bully Garfield, right? They always do. They know not to bully me. They just stay away from me. He don't know how to act. I actually do know how to act. I just don't take well to what they would consider bullying today. What do I mean? It's a tactic. You have sway, right? You on these giant platforms, right? You want me to agree with you. And if I don't, well, you're not gonna mess with me. You're going to make it seem like I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm the enemy. I'm a free agent. I'm all these things. That's the game. They want us to act like we don't understand history and its historical value because they all promote history, but they promote pseudo-scientific history, pseudo-historical information, claiming it to be our thing. So if it's all about our thing, then why not just get the reality of what our thing is and understand what our thing is? Wouldn't that be more helpful than misinformation that's now being weaponized and is disinformation? They anti-vaxxers, right? How are both of them between Tariq and Umar? They anti-vaxxers, but claim to understand the situation, bro. So we're not supposed to listen to Neil to them, Peter Hotaz and them because of the color of his skin. We can't listen to them now. We can't understand how Africans were some of the first people to understand that situation about inoculation. One of, not the, but one of. So what are we doing, Nick? What are we doing? So I'm glad that this road I've been on for the last 20 years, yo, was ahead of the damn curve. Now we thoroughly armed and ready for them, Garfield. Ain't nothing they can do with us now. It's too late, bro. As soon as they go mainstream, we follow right behind them, bro. Simple as that. So yeah, yo, I'm up for the challenge, yo. I'm not cussing nobody out. I'm having a high-level, serious conversation. That goes for all of them. They better get their thing right, yo. Seriously, shit, they better dot their I's. How to say dot their I's and cross their damn T's, because the world they are competing against has dotted their I's and crossed their T's and will lie and will cheat and will do all the above. But if you don't got that foundation of literacy, scientific literacy, yo, you're done. You're done.
Let me get some more clip from this video here.
He created the term.
You just said earlier, you started it, that I can't make assumptions.
No, as a journalist, I didn't say that. I didn't say that, brother.
What did you say?
I said, as a journalist, you can decipher what's being said.
Okay, let me tell you what you said, because I got a great memory. I said in the beginning, he said these rumors started. I said, I would have liked to hear what he said prior to that. And you said, no, we going off what we got. We can't make assumptions. Now,
No. Let me put that in context. What I'm saying is, we're going off the footage that we have. Let's not add footage to it. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying let's decipher what we have. Let's not make more footage that doesn't exist.
All right, so let's not do that. So one of the first
let's use what we have.
So using what we have, one of the first things he said was this radical group of black racists.
Okay.
Why am I not going to speak to that point? Why am I saying he probably don't mean racist?
No. Because the reason why, let me chop in. The reason why, because when he says that, there's an added thought that goes to that. That is not one thought. That's a part of the thought. The next part of the thought is that they attack anybody who's not like them on Twitter. So now that's specific. That's not painting FBI with a wide brush.
So they're not racist no more.
No. That's not painting. No. I'm not saying Fat Joe is not racist. I could care less. I'm saying people are being disingenuous.
Taharka, listen to me. I'm not saying he's racist or not. You're moving the goalpost. He calls somebody else a racist. So what?
Bro, let me show you. Let me show you exactly what he means, brother.
Listen.
Go ahead. I'm listening. I'm gonna show you exactly what he means.
What I did was I broke down the fact that how could black men be racist?
I feel you.
Call them black racists. So you trying to say that a black man going to look at another black man, whether they're from the continent, whether they're West Indian, and be racist towards another black man?
Let me show you what he meant.
How could you be a racist towards another black man?
Let me show you what he meant, brother. I'm gonna show you exactly what he meant.
You're assuming again.
No. I'm gonna show you what he meant. I'm gonna show you what, because he said Twitter. So once he says Twitter, it gives me a reference point.
But you're still
no. Once he says Twitter, he gives me a reference point. So let's go to hold up 1 second. So now I'm going to show you the actual reference point that we're talking about. This is the reference point where he's talking about, where Tariq would have post somebody like this. You see this? You see this?
Did he reply Fat Joe that?
No. Listen what I'm saying. Listen to me. Let me just finish. This is what he's talking about on Twitter. Monkey stuff like this.
Okay.
And let me finish. Let me finish my statement.
Okay.
So when he says on Twitter, the reference point becomes Twitter. Okay. Now the connecting dots would be who is being attacked on Twitter. Now, secondly, he said them guys. Here is the guys he's talking about right here. All of them got FBA in the little icons. These are the guys he's talking about. He's not talking about FBA in the general sense. He's speaking of FBA, the group on Twitter that move like a cult. That's who he's talking about. And you would have to be on Twitter to understand. If you speak on it and you haven't been on Twitter, then you're ill qualified to speak on it. You can only, these type of things. You follow me?
Okay, so
you would have to, like he said, like this guy, the first time I said something about FBA, he came attacking me. You understand what I'm saying?
Did he attack your race?
Yeah.
What did he say about your race?
Man, they talk about, and let me say this to your point. Check this out. To your point. You know what they attack? Their misunderstanding of Moorish. You understand? So it may not be race per se, but it's still the identity attack. He a Moor. Somebody in the comment section just said that. You're talking to a Moor.
Okay.
You understand? So the point that I'm making is I don't have no problem with that though, Doggy Diamonds, because I can stand on my own too and represent what Moor is to the fullest. But the point that I'm making is when he used the reference point, somebody say GS just lied. I didn't lie about anything. When he used the reference point, we need to go to Twitter and see what he's talking about. That's my point. If you don't go to Twitter, then you're not going to understand what he's talking about.
I'm active on Twitter. I'm active on Twitter. And
yeah. Well, you know what he's talking about then.
No, I do not know what he's talking about, because at least if he never replied that monkey stuff, then what is he talking about? And that has nothing to do with him. And that's that's why I said we need to know. He said these rumors are started by what rumors?
The rumors that I don't know. I didn't get that context because I'm only speaking on this part. Listen,
these rumors were made by radical black racists.
Now, when he says that part right there, the connecting part is the Twitter comment. So now you would have to be familiar with the Twitter community to have full context of what Joe is talking about. If you don't have the context of the Twitter community, then you won't know what he's talking about. And you will paint it with a wide brush like everybody's been doing to get some crazy views and sensational attention.
Okay, so if you walked out the room and cut that off after he said that, radical black racist, and you was offended by him calling black people racist because Fat Joe is not a black man, and you left, you got to see the whole full context?
No. You know why I wouldn't be offended? And you know why I wouldn't be offended?
You don't call
yourself black. Let me tell you why I wouldn't be offended.
You don't call yourself
because listen to me. No. I wouldn't be offended because Fat Joe I've been following Fat Joe since digging in the crates. I've been following Fat Joe since he's been accused of these things for the longest time. I've been following Fat Joe and let me tell you something. Not only was I following Fat Joe, I was following all the years that he used the N-word. And you as a journalist never said a thing.
What does the N-word have to do with what we're talking about?
No. Let me say this. When you said that he's a racist,
that has nothing to do. Listen, this is what you're doing, Taharka.
No, come on.
No,
come on.
This is what you're doing. You're trying to use 2 points at once. And
you saying that he disrespect a foundation of Black Americans. Okay, I'm saying you're being disingenuous.
Okay, so but let me tell you how you're using 2 points at once.
Come on.
First thing that we addressed was he called us racist. Then you're saying Fat Joe is a racist. What did that got to do with me addressing him saying we're racist?
No, listen what I'm saying. No, okay, can we agree on this? Let's see if we can agree on this.
Let me ask you a question.
Right.
Why do you keep using 2 things at one time if we didn't address the first thing?
I'm gonna address the first thing. My apology. Let's address the first thing. Fat Joe was very specific about who he was talking about. When he said these are by black racists, he goes on to say, to give you the point of entry or the connecting commentary when he speaks of Twitter. So he's specifically speaking about Twitter. He's not painting it with a wide brush of FBA in a general sense of the whole foundation of Black Americans, those who are descended from slaves. On the video, he points that out. He says these guys on Twitter.
So let me ask you something. Do you think a black man could be racist?
Do I think a black man can be racist? Dictionary, no. But I do understand. Let me say dictionary, no. But I do understand if one don't understand the dictionary meaning, why they would say that. I do understand that. And let me tell you something. I wouldn't hold it against them. It's just like this. It's just like you say, oh, you like that because you are Moor. And you're implying that I'm a Moor and I'm not black. And you think that
because I know how y'all feel about the word black.
No, you're saying y'all, you don't know me though. Not in that sense, because you're wrong.
Doesn't it come from your prophet?
But you're wrong though. You have a misunderstanding.
Okay,
you want me to break that down to you?
Before we get into that, no.
You want me to break that down? Because I never said that.
Okay, I never, and I apologize for that.
I never said anything. I do not demonize the term black. You got me twisted with them Moors on side netta.
Okay, so before we go there, hold that thought. Somebody write that down. So this is what you did. You said a black man could be racist.
No. I did not say that. I say according to dictionary meaning.
So
let me finish. I say according to dictionary meaning, no. But I understand if one doesn't understand the dictionary meaning, why they would say that.
Okay, so
that's what I said.
Okay, so you saying he doesn't understand the dictionary meaning. That's what you said, right?
I have to assume that because I know without a doubt a contradiction.
Assumption again.
Absolutely.
That I can't make.
No. I'm making assumption on the body of work that we're working with. I'm not bringing other stuff in.
Okay, so
you was trying to bring something else in.
No,
I'm saying the body of the comment that we played is the only thing we're working with.
Okay, so you said that according to the dictionary that a black man can't be racist.
Let me say this. Let me get this super chat. Somebody say from P Vet, anyone can be racist by definition. Check the definition. Hey, I might learn something today now.
Yeah, but per definition, anybody could be anything. But what I broke down, anybody could be a racist per definition, just like anybody could be a man per definition. You know what I'm saying? Like
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is,
but I want to make my point. I got to make this point. This point is very, very important. So you said per definition, and we'll go with them per definition you could, but you said you can't per definition.
Right. I said per definition you can't. I could be wrong with that though. Okay. Don't get it twisted. I don't mind being wrong.
All right.
But I'm saying that maybe he misused the word because the reason why I can say that is because what he said after that indicates that he's talking about somebody specific.
Now let me tell you why you can't.
Because you
said that you can't, but then you went to show an illustration of racism.
No. Listen what I'm saying. I'm saying I showed you the picture as to why he would say that.
So is he using racist right or wrong?
What you say? From my understanding, listen to what I'm saying. No, hold up. I don't want to get stuck there. From my understanding, he is not using racist in the term that I'm used to the understanding of it, which means you have the power to control the economics, et cetera, et cetera. So in that understanding, no. How?
See, that's the definition I grew up on in America. You see what he's saying?
What's that?
About you got to have power to be racist. I don't believe that anymore. I'm going by the definition of what.
You're going to mess it up. You messing it up too, Garfield. Everybody, that's why it's just hard, yo. It's hard, bro.
What do you think blacks can be racist, Unc?
Yes, and it's based off of how you define the term. So you got individual racism, prejudice, and discrimination, yo. Mm-hmm. And the way you would actually define that is on an individual level, refers to harboring prejudice or discrimination against individuals based on their race. Let me finish. Right? And under the definition, it's simple, yo. Anyone, including African Americans, can hold prejudice, beliefs, or act in a discriminatory manner towards people of other races. Now, there's another part of it. There's systematic or structural racism, right? This is another form, right? Defined as prejudice combined with power, where systematic power structures disadvantages certain racial groups and privileges.
But that's racism.
No, bro. What? Bro,
we're talking about racist.
Okay, so you cut me off so you wouldn't know.
I'm cutting you off to tell you.
Let's debate that then. We don't got to argue. Let's have a gentleman debate. I'm telling it's two different definitions. One is systematic or structural racism, and one is individual racism. That's what I'm telling you.
Hold on.
I said it.
The word is racist, though. We're talking about racist. We're not talking about racist.
Man, racism.
We're talking about racist by itself.
Bro, listen.
Right.
A person is practicing racism is considered a racist.
Okay.
Now, based off what definition are we talking about? Systematic structural racism, okay, which is combined with prejudice with power, where systematic power structures disadvantage certain racial groups. Okay. Under this framework, racism is about upholding and benefiting from systematic inequalities, bro. African Americans as a group typically do not hold systematic power in a society, okay, where white supremacy has historically dominated. So therefore, based off that definition, they cannot be racist in the systematic sense, but can still exhibit prejudice and bias. Come on, dude. Then we can go to the academic standard of it, bro. Right? And so I know what the hell I'm talking about. So no, based off the systematic racism, we can't be that. We don't hold enough power, right? But based off the individual thing, which they do in the FBA, yes, you can.
Okay.
Come on, bro. That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying the intelligent conversation understands both aspects of it. It's not just one or the other. The thing is, what category do they fit into? That's the intelligent conversation, bro. We don't fight that. Oh no, they can't be. Wait a minute. There is a form of racism. That's all I'm saying.
In the context of hold on a second. In the context of what Fat Joe is saying,
he's saying individual racism.
Individual racism.
Yeah,
so
he don't know that neither.
So
he don't do what we do.
Yeah, but he is correct though in a sense that being racist. So
right.
I don't agree. But the definition of racist is I agree with what you said originally.
It's two of them.
Looking at systematic racism. I'm saying though, in the context of Fat Joe as an individual of what he's referring to,
right?
He's saying that the FBA on Twitter, they are being racist. That's what I got from the video.
But not in a systematic way because they don't hold power, bro. You get that?
No, but he's not talking about systematic. He's talking about them being racist against non-FBA people.
Right.
So that's what it is.
They're being prejudiced.
And
they're being
bro.
prejudiced.
And it's called individual racism. Yo, come on, man.
So I'm glad you just said what you said, though, because I was trying to read a definition. Garfield wouldn't let me read it, where it actually said that one of the key elements of racism is the power. There's an element of power that goes with, and I can read it again. It's actually coming from a history of racism, and it has three definitions. It has a political definition. It has a so-called biological, where they say it's not science, it's not biology, and then it goes into the third one where it says it entails power. And African Americans were removed from that, or used, or hold on, let me actually get it. I don't want to misquote what the scholar wrote, the person who wrote this paper. So let me get this.
I mean, it's just we all learning, man. But I know that's what it is, yo. You can't run around. Come on, man. Come on, dog. I can actually convict you as a black person for being racist. So if you said if you run up at a say a Korean spot or something, or a Chinese spot, and deface their property and call them all kind of derogatory names, yo, and they catch you doing it, they're not gonna lock you up, yo, Garfield, and charge you with that hate crime, yo. Or am I just delusional?
No, you're not delusional. What I do think though, with and then you see, that's the confusion with the conversation right here, because I think they're talking about individual racism.
Yes, that's what Fat Joe was talking about. Yes,
but they are referring to systematic racism.
Why would you say?
No, that's what Doggie and him is doing, because they're talking about power, and it's not necessarily as far as power.
Yeah, but they don't know that they don't. That's why we got these shows, bro. Right, right. Like you calling a human a monkey.
Hold on a second. Look at this comment right here. These immigrants are helping white folks muffle black descent by changing the definition of racism.
Well, that's the point. See,
the immigrants are changing the definition. Who is he talking about? Me?
Talking about you.
Oh my God! I got power, baby. I'll put my racism on you, buddy. I got the power. You know, I got the power. I could block you, so I do have power. I could block you.
That's hilarious. Don't
man. Give 5 more minutes, man. Let's see if they resolve this part right here, because this conversation was over from 10 minutes ago, man.
Whatever. Let me say it again. Let me say it again. Let me say it again. Listen. No. I say according to my understanding, brother.
Let me ask you a question.
Let me finish.
No, how is he using it? How is he? You said he was using it wrong, right?
Because I think he's more leaning towards prejudice.
And then you went and showed the president's picture.
Yeah, I think he's moved, and I think Joe would mean prejudice, but he's using racist.
But one of the first,
because of the next comments that he make.
One of the first answers, if you look up racist, is prejudice. Look it up.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
So
that's fine.
So he's using it right or wrong.
If that's what you say, that's fine. But what I'm telling you, yes, let's say, okay. Let's say yes. I don't have no problem with being wrong. But he's pointing it to a group of people on Twitter and not FBA and the general sense of the general public, brother. That's the point I'm making. So whether he's right or wrong with it, he's only talking about a group of people on Twitter. He's not talking about all black people, descendants of slaves, brother. And you know it.
So your whole argument is that he's only talking about Twitter.
That's what he said.
Listen,
that's what he said.
This is because where else do they reside,
bro? This is what he said.
Let's just
on it. That Doggie, that doesn't make sense right there, sir. He said, where else do they reside? So he's referring, so all FBAs is on Twitter?
No, that's not what he. Yeah, he just don't. He because he don't understand the term, so he think he got to fight that way. Yo, you know how niggas do on YouTube. Excuse my language. You get it, like you got to defend your position. You got to fight it. But the actuality is in the definition of it. Like we just understand there's systematic racism, right? And there's individual racism. So properly applied, right? With Fat Joe meant without even understanding, because he don't understand anthropology neither. You wouldn't expect none of them to, right? He's a rapper. You wouldn't expect him to, he could, but you wouldn't expect him to. He was talking about the individual racism. Now, Taharka is kind of mixing it up, but trying to say something. He all over the place with it. Yeah. Right. He want to use Twitter as the banner of the definition, which is crazy. Only thing he had to say was he's talking about individual racism. That a group, not the whole African American contingent, you know what I'm saying, is talking derogatory amongst other people. And then we know groups of people that do that. Come on, Garfield. We know that the black, yo, they have that individual racism thing going, bro. Like the white man science. How is that not an individual? How is that not participating in individual racism by calling something the white man science? How is that not? Or white people come in the caves, right? That's all on Hidden Colors. How is that not individual race? That has no power behind that. Now that media and social media is in effect, now they do have a certain amount of power to control African Americans' minds, because now they reach around the world with one wild word. So words change definitions over time, yo. Right? So all of them, right? It's mixing and matching. That's why I'm so confused. That's why I say it's Black Egypt all over again, bro. It's if you don't have foundation and understanding words and sources and academic critique on it, bro. If you're just sitting around thinking you gotta have power to mistreat a different person, you know what I'm saying, from a different ethnic group, if you think you just need power to do that, yo, then that means you can say and do anything. You can deface the daggone a temple, a Buddha temple, and talk crazy about them, yo. Man, you just do that because I just don't like them. Nah, man, come on, yo.
Hey,
come on, bro.
Lorenzo says y'all can't see that Doggie don't like Fat Joe. You know it's funny, right?
I don't know about what he like. He never said that.
Fat Joe has been given a pass for the last 20 years.
For the word?
And yeah, he did some funny stuff all these years. And I'm always, this dude has been giving the quote unquote black card. You remember he's on BET hosting the hip hop awards and all that stuff. They're giving him the black card. So he has gotten the pass so he could use the N-word as he feels like. And he's a Puerto Rican. So
does his genes allow him to get the pass? Just having 20%. What's the number? You get my point now, right? What's the number?
All I know is he got the black pass.
What's the number, Garfield?
He got the black pass for years, bro.
Can I say this, Garfield?
20%. He got 2%.
You ready? Hold on. You ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
So you know when we go into a lot of genetic studies of the ancient Egyptians, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they be having that 20%. Niggas will kill you if you don't say they black. Am I tripping? Am I making this up?
No, you're not.
Garfield, I'm gonna say this real slow. Since everybody think they understand genes and genetics, I'm making a point. When you look at the Egyptian DNA, they don't have an overwhelming amount of what you want to call sub-Saharan African DNA, do they?
Nope.
And you will fight and cuss somebody out. Friendships will fall because you ain't black. Now, Fat Joe, we can show you through scientific studies, National Geographic Genome Project, right? We can show that. It say they got 20%. What we doing? See what I'm saying, bro? That's why if you don't stay within the halls of science with these types of conversations, bro, you know what I'm saying? Then you're gonna find yourself on both sides When you arguing Egyptians, you on this side. When you arguing the FBA, you on that side. Am I making this up? I mean,
I got the Hebrew Israelites on the other side.
That's my point. So what's going on here? That's why in science, 20 inches is 20 inches in Australia. 20 inches is 20 inches in Baltimore, Maryland, on Hilltop. Y'all know where that's at. Wrightstown and Rogers. Big up the Wrightstown and Rogers, right? 20 inches is 20 inches in Europe. In the Caucasus Mountains is 20 inches. 20 inches is 20 inches in Sudan. That's why science is important, because it brings us together so we can have a real serious conversation. Right now, bro, you tell me the Egyptian maniacs about what they were talking about should be on Fat Joe's side. Right? Come on, bro. Yeah. Whatever, man. I ain't, you know what I'm saying, bro? Look, whatever. I'm armed and dangerous for this conversation, bro. They playing. Come on, yo. Look. He said, Unc need a hug. He's always against anything black. See that? No, what I said was, what I said was,
you need an interpreter.
You're a black Egyptian guy. You got to be on Fat Joe's side.
Don't talk about that Egypt, man. Leave that Egypt alone. That's their Egypt. Let me play 5 more minutes of this so we get out of here. This, man.
Say that. Okay. It's a group of these guys that don't want to hear Jamaican, don't want to hear Guyanese, don't want to hear, they don't want.
He's talking about people on, that is specific. He's not talking about somebody that's walking into the 7-Eleven. He's not talking to somebody that's walking in Brooklyn. He's talking about somebody specific on social media platform somewhere. Listen,
a black guy that ain't down with them.
Right.
Right. So their job is to criticize anybody who don't look like them or who ain't black American.
Who are these guys?
These, you want me to say their name? We're gonna give them too much clout. The FBA, Foundational Black Authority, whoever the fuck these broke niggas is.
Now what?
I'm just keeping it a buck, and that shit is to attack everybody on Twitter. You see this nigga who?
That is to attack everybody on Twitter.
No, their shit is to attack
everybody on Twitter.
Because
on Twitter, and then he follows up and says this. He follows up and says
this nigga who run them. Like,
you see this N-word who runs them.
Okay, so let me state this.
He's talking to people on Twitter, brother.
I'm on Twitter too.
You can be on Twitter, so you should know. So if you're on Twitter, then you're being disingenuous.
No, because you're saying that they attack everybody. How does he know who they attack?
He said on Twitter, because I've been on Twitter and you see it all the time.
But it has nothing to do with what you're saying. You're going, how does he
run them? Like, you know, your leader, you see this nigga who run them? Like, I'm just keeping it a buck. And that shit is to attack everybody on Twitter.
He said to attack everybody on Twitter. That's specific.
So, okay. So
that's specific, brother.
Okay, so let me tell you why you being disingenuous really quick. Because when you deal with FBA, right? Tariq Nasheed has because y'all want to say he's the leader. He's not my leader.
He is your leader. You're FBA. He created it. He's your leader. So if you identify as FBA, he's your leader.
Because he coined the phrase.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, pause that, bro.
Hold on, let me pause for a second, yo.
Yeah.
How you gonna tell the man that that's it? You see, that's the confusion. I think FBA got so much people hyped up, and they said that, well, I don't agree with everything that Tariq says. Okay, but you're still using the terminology. Again, it goes back to the whole African American thing. If you want to use black, if you want to use ADOS, we go back to all of that. FBA is the small group. They're less than probably 50,000 people who even connect themselves to Tariq. But what happened is everybody likes to talk. You know, let's free up the black folks here, the FBA, because we need our reparations, we need our check and all that talk. Get everybody hyped up, right? He don't have a plan. He don't have a lobbyist, nothing. Just to hype you up. Remember when I said about ADOS, everybody started hating on me, and I told y'all ADOS is a front. They do little works here and there, but they have no lobbyists, no power, no money, so they can't affect no change. But nobody listened to me, and everybody say I'm hating. I'm not hating. I'm just telling you what it is.
You hating. It's the only thing I've ever seen you hate on. I've never seen. That's the only thing. That's the only thing. But hold on, wait, hey Garfield. So I want everybody to know, if you say you are a Nawabian, and I just don't agree with everything Malachi York says, you're actually following Malachi York. It's not hard. If you say
Mhm.
you FBA, then you're actually following the teachings of quote unquote Tariq.
Mhm.
So if you say I'm a FBA, that means that even though you might not agree with all the points, you got to know that the misinformation is based around the indigenous of black people in America prior to colonialism. It's based around all kind of flim-flammery, based off of hidden colors. It's based off of that. You can't take yourself away from that. You can't. It's impossible to do. So it doesn't make sense. It doesn't. Right. And he says it's not an organization. Right. What it is a funnel, right, for people to purchase his work, which is okay. So he's created an environment to produce movies and stuff like that. Museum, I call it the pseudo museum. You know, it's a pseudo museum, right? He's done that where people can purchase or go to the museum and have parties. All that is in the game, not a problem, bro. But it's based around a set of information, yo. It's based around a certain type of rhetoric. That's it. And I'm saying it's not that I deem it as pseudoscientific, is that the academic standards and rigor is not there in this information, which qualifies it as pseudoscientific. That's it. It's not authentic, historically sound African American and African history. It's not. No one can get around that. I'll bludgeon you half to death in that type of conversation. Nobody's getting around that. So when you say you FBA, then you agreeing to all that craziness. Well, I don't agree with this part. Well, I'm a new white, but I don't agree with that. And I don't agree with the fact that the mess with woman. Yeah, all that's fine, yo. But it's the stigma that comes along with that. Once you really pull a cover off of it and really look at what's going on, bro. Come on, man. Come on, I'm FBA. Are you really? So you really think that African Americans was in America too, huh? You really think that?
Hey, you know what's dangerous right here, Unc? That I know you're probably gonna say it, and I cut you off.
No, you could. You didn't cut me off.
Remember, he teaches. He's on that whole Native American thing too. That you're not really from Africa. So at one point, he was on that like 7 months ago. He kind of flip flopping right now to say, "Oh, he come from Africa." So with Tariq, you're not even sure what you're getting. You're either getting a pseudo connection. The homie Steph, and by the way, the homie Steph, you said Garfield talking. I'm not offended. I'm not offended by you saying that because I may be speaking out my ass. You might be right.
Hey, put that comment up there with black.
Which one? The Tariq one?
Yes.
Which one? This one?
Tariq is more about African American history than right. So listen. There's a situation going on now. African Americans or quote unquote Black Americans are starting to get familiar with what we're doing. Okay, so there's an easy way to answer the question, right? This guy icon got an unk on his hat. What you done? 22 months.
Who that? Which one?
Right
there. His name is Black to Egypt. What do you expect, bro? He got to represent.
So we can safely say that Black to Egypt agrees with Fat Joe.
We could say Black to Egypt is an African American. We could say that he's an Egyptomaniac. We could draw many conclusions.
Yeah, he agrees. He agrees with Fat Joe, right? Because Fat Joe, right? He has 20% of sub-Saharan African DNA in him, approximately. That's what the people in Puerto Rico have, right? Approximate, maybe, right? And Egyptians carry that type of DNA markers, right? Since you want to play with the word Black, so he would have to agree with Fat Joe. The point I want to finish here is that how is it that Tariq, who has put together a pseudo package of information that's been falsified in the halls of science and in the rigors of academia, how can he be more for Black people on this than it's on this panel? When I am clear that I love Africa and I love African American history, my whole thing has been to give you the history that can be backed up by science and anthropology, where you can hold a conversation with a person that owns a Fortune 500 company, and you don't come in there and sound like a quack. You can hold a conversation with a person that's homeless, right? And you don't sound like a nut, right? So tell me where you think that Hatshepsut's cousin, was on the throne in Somalia. Where's that verifiable at? How's that verifiable? How can you make that something of worth? How? You would have to explain that, bro. You feel me? You just have to put that together and make it make some kind of sense right there. You know what I'm saying? How is it that the Asians made all the Nile Valley? The Asian gods is a copy of the Nile Valley gods. How is it that the Vatican, you know what I'm saying, gave rise to Egyptology without understanding that? You know what I'm saying? How is it the African serpent navigated the globe first? How is it the great large Luxor, which is no such thing, has a direct relationship to the great Zimbabwe? How is that? You know what I'm saying? How is it that Africans made the wheel first? How is that possible? How is Africa named after Scipio Africanus? How is that? You can't even get through the first 5 minutes of the daggone Hidden Colors without killing half to death. How is that? Whatever, man. Yeah, we'll see. We see what this pan out. Yeah, yep. And I don't support nobody who's practicing racism against African Americans. I don't support nobody who would do that. But y'all just need to stop using the word nigga then. Because it definitely has certain cultural shifts, bro. In New York, it's a little bit different than down south. Right? If I say Garfield, you're a nigga. Hate you, nigga. See the tonality in that? That would become derogatory, right? If I say, yo, you my nigga. Now I've changed the tonality, that's something different, right? So look, you're in New York, yo. Is it very diverse ethnicity right there, yo?
Of course.
Huh. That's why that whole hip hop conversation. Look, if you got say you want to get technical, right? And start putting up different rappers, right? And then look at their background, right? You end up in the Caribbean. So obviously, that's not the measure of what hip hop is, right? The measure of what hip hop is should be culture, right? And culture transcends the people, yo. Culture gonna be there long after the people, right? As long as people still practice the culture, yo. So within the culture of America, you got African Americans, you got German Americans, you got Russian Americans, you got Korean Americans, Chinese Americans, but nobody would say that that's Chinese culture or that's African culture. That's America. You wouldn't say that. You would have to give the credit to America. It's American culture. The same way with Walt Disney, right? They have like Stephen A. Smith works for Walt Disney. Walt Disney don't get mad at Stephen A. Smith, right? For having millions of views and being the #1 show for the last 15 years. They don't get mad at that because they understand a position. So African Americans should clearly understand a position, right? And how the culture gave rise, you know what I'm saying, to hip hop. You wouldn't even be, why would I be mad? Because within African American culture, the genre was set called hip hop. But within that, you got people from Puerto Rico, you got people from the Caribbean, you know what I'm saying, that took part in that. Why would I be mad with that? We just don't know how to act. We're not used to being at the very top of something. We don't know how to act. We just simply tell our history and keep it moving. The Jewish community don't get mad at the Black Hebrew Israelites, do they? Not like that. Right? They simply know their history. They state it. It's in the books. It's there. It has historical understanding to it and context, yo, and they walk away. Same with hip hop. We don't got to have that fight. But guess who would actually make a big deal out of it? A pseudo named Tariq. He would actually make a big deal out of it. Think about what I'm saying, bro. The very fabric of rap and hip hop is African American culture. You don't got to make that big deal out of that like that, yo. You just simply kick out the history, name all the pieces, whether it's Puerto Rican, whether it's Caribbean, whether it's Jamaican. Them pieces all fit in safely within African American culture to form what you're saying is hip hop. Why would we have an issue with that, bro? I don't know. I don't know.
Homie, what's up?
Garfield, what's good with you, black man?
I'm good, my brother. Call me Jamaican today on the FBA talk. Let's make sure you're specified. I'm Jamaican. Let's specify because that's where I pull out my Jamaican card in these conversations.
Yeah, ain't no wrong with that.
Hey, go ahead, brother. It's all good. Man.
Hey, look, when I posted that, I wasn't attacking you. So don't
keep making up shit, man. You gotta get me sometimes, man.
Don't let me find out you're sensitive now, Garfield.
No. I told you I wasn't offended. But what's up?
I fuck with you. But honestly, I wanted to know where exactly where y'all was coming from with this, because I think most of the time when I hear people talk about Tariq, and I'm a fan of Tariq's, But I'm a fan of Tariq's, like I'm a fan of y'all's as well. Like I'm not a fan to the point where I agree with everything or disagree with everything. But in terms of Tariq, I can and I do respect the works that I've seen come out of come from that brother. And so when his name is brought up, I think a lot of people like myself who have been paying attention and listening to him for some years now, we kind of feel a certain type of way about it when it's not, because it's not the critique of the brother. I think it's it almost, from my opinion, it's very old or dated or just pointless marks or jabs used against the brother and not the works that the brother then put out here into the world, into the game for foundational Black Americans. So I'll be kind of wondering, when is the last time y'all have actually listened to the brother speak, paid attention to anything he's done,
Brother, I don't
anything,
mean to
because it
interrupt
be
you.
What
sounding
has
like
he
Can you
old
done?
stuff.
enlighten me on some of these works?
Nah,
Can you
man. Come
enlighten
on,
me?
man. Slow down, yo. Just ask him what's the great works he put out. I'm listening, bro. I just want to hear so I know
That's
how.
what I
How
want
you
to know.
doing, Mr. Stephen?
What's good with you, Black man? How you doing, OG?
What are you judging as a great work for African Americans? I'm listening. Just curious. I got my pen too. I want to make sure that I'm not a hater.
Okay.
I don't want to be a
Well,
hater, bro. I want to
well,
participate. Go ahead. What's the great work?
right.
What's the first one? What's the first great work he did for us? Go ahead.
Well, so the great works is
Uh-huh.
he actually produced
A movie.
movies,
Oh my
the
God.
document. Now, whether or not you agree with all
No,
the
no, no. Go ahead.
information,
Finish. What's the name of the
well,
movie?
yeah, you gotta let me finish. So, whether or not you agree with all the information or not, he's doing something. He's built a museum that's doing something. He's paid for countless people, Black protesters, to get out of jail. He's paid for funerals of highly regarded Black people in the community. I mean, if you pay attention to the brother here, I mean, he didn't went down the list of things he didn't did a million times. But I think if you just off the rip, because you disagree or you dislike the brother character, like personality wise or whatever, then it doesn't matter what I say to you.
No, it's not that, bro.
You just gonna brush it off regardless.
It's not
Can I
So
that.
can I ask a
You
question?
know my position though, right, the homie?
to back up what I'm saying, if
Mm-hmm.
you don't have comparable works
Mm-hmm.
to compete with the brother, then yeah, you just hating. You just
Yeah.
talking shit on the
Yeah.
internet.
Right. So
And that's that.
let's include myself. I like to include myself in that. So no, I don't got 6 pseudo documentaries. So that doesn't count for me. So that's not a comparable work. What I do have is for the last 15, 20 years promoted scientific literacy, and I'm a science advocate. Just look me up. So that's my work, right? I also work alongside Dr. Mayat. Okay. I'm also have published works, okay, in real authentic journals. Okay, so I don't look, so I would never compare what he do with what I do. We occupy 2 different spaces. So I'm a participator. So I think the getting people out of jail, paying for funerals and helping protesters, I think that might be some of his greatest works. The misinformation, disinformation films he make that destroys the African American community with misinformation. Okay, so and that's not nothing to do with my personal. So the homie, do you think that Queen Hatshepsut had a cousin, you know what I'm saying, that simultaneously ran the Somali Empire? Do you think that's real? Is that legitimate?
I know
Do you
nothing
think that,
about
hold
that,
on, do you
brother.
think that Africans first circumnavigated the globe? Can you verify and prove that? Max, you said that's one of his greatest works. I'm asking you, bro. Do you think humans just popped up out of the middle of nowhere, bro? Do you think that? Just popped up? In Africa, do you think the vaccines have destroyed the African American community? Do you think the vaccines are unsafe in the African American community? Do you think that, the homie? I'm just asking you, brother, on some real brother to brother having a serious conversation. Do you think any of that is valid, bro? Do you think that?
That's what he said.
I think.
No, don't jump in this. I want to hear what he got to say. Then y'all can have it.
I ain't jumping in. I'm just getting comfortable.
Yeah, I definitely said what I said. What I said was he has great works. Now, if you want to, right?
Is that my opinion?
No, I'm not making it about you. That's what you
No,
just
it
did.
is
You
about
made
me.
it
Because
about you.
it's about me because I personally go against that. You know, the homie. I'm the serial killer. You know me, God killer, bro. That's my thing. That's my avenue.
Like I've been following you for about as long as I've been following him.
Right,
That's why I rock with you.
Right, hold on. So you know what I stand for, right? Is like mixing oil and water for what he stands for. You do know this though, right?
Yeah.
Right. So I'm not hating. I'm just doing my job, yo. So I understand the value in making people feel good, bro, because I did it before.
Right.
Right. There's a value in those movies that it made everybody feel good. You felt good about all of a sudden you got history, bro. But that's not the standard.
But listen, I don't want to get stuck on the movies because that's the easy shit to like argue down and beat up. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to get stuck on that because I don't even agree with the movies like that.
So if you don't agree with the movie, then you don't agree with FBA. So then you don't agree with FBA. You get that?
I'm not saying. What are you talking about?
You get that though? Listen, if you don't agree
crazy.
with the movie,
How
which
you
is
get
the
that? How you put that
foundation.
together? That was great.
No, because the movies. Wait, hold on, bro. You know, I think different because being around Malachi Yoke and them, I understand something a little bit different, right? And I'm simply saying that to really get people moving, yo, you have a foundation in information. Hitler did the same daggone thing. I'm not mixing Hitler with Tariq. I'm not saying that. I'm simply saying it's called propaganda. You can have negative propaganda and positive propaganda. And I'm saying the propaganda that he's promoting, okay, is the foundation of how he came up with the FBA. That's part of it, bro. You cannot separate that.
Right, but listen, have you ever heard
Museum
him actually?
too.
Have you ever heard him actually explain what a foundation of Black American is?
You don't even understand it. It's so all over the place.
But have you actually heard him explain it?
Yes, I could play the video. I played the video.
So what is it? What is it, huh?
Watch this. What it is he does not disagree with African Americans being enslaved and being brought to America, right? And then he agrees that the foundation of Black Americans are indigenous to America, right? And that they was here first, right? And then they circumnavigated the globe and all that, bro. He agrees with all that, bro. Are you saying? Wait, am I wrong?
Yeah, you wrong,
Okay, I'm done.
I think you mix because you mixing stuff.
What?
You mixing stuff from the documentaries and
So
all
the
that.
documentary doesn't represent him.
But listen,
I'm saying does the documentary represent him? I'm not saying he has to agree with everything, but so I'm gonna be quiet. So are you trying to convince me right now, me you talking to, bro, that the hidden colors, right? I don't want to deal with the first one, right? That's not the foundation of his talking points of FBA. Are you trying to separate that?
Yeah.
He uses the same rhetoric from the movies. Yo, I sit there and watch them.
I think you would have to because he didn't come up with the term until after that. Now the ideology, the rhetoric, all that I think that's what you're conflating with it. And
you said the what? Say it again. Say it again.
What I'm saying is, I think you're conflating a lot of the rhetoric and maybe a prior ideology that he had during
Hidden Colors.
Hidden Colors 1 to what he came up with as what a foundation of Black American is present time.
So that's changed. Because I can play the video right now of him saying it the other day. Do you want me to do that?
No, listen. What I'm saying is all people do reserve the right to grow in ideology, right?
I agree with you.
No, but listen. You gotta hear me out, G. Listen.
No, I just said I agree. Go ahead.
Right. So if one day I'm saying we native, we Indians, right?
Like I did.
Right,
Hold on, like I did.
right. And I was
I'm not a
I
hypocrite.
was
Keep
there
going.
10 years ago. I was man, listen.
Keep going.
You know?
Keep
So
going.
but then 10 years down the road, I done been reading XYZ, blah, blah, and I ain't beating that same drum no more, dog. But I am saying,
10 years.
that the African slaves that were brought here co-mixed and mingled with the dark-skinned natives that were here.
Why you gotta say the dark skinned natives? Because all of them one dark skin.
Huh?
You
They
can't
wasn't all-
say that.
It helps his argument, Unc. And that's why.
What you mean?
You gotta say dark skin so it can make it sound good. All
right, well, I mean, all right. I don't even have to say that. I'm just saying part of what. But why y'all sitting up here acting like what doesn't make us the indigenous that were here and the Africans?
They didn't come. They didn't come. They didn't come with color. They didn't come with color. The natives were. They had made it with natives. It don't really matter what they were dark or light.
Yeah, they were just all Native
They didn't pick. They didn't choose to pick. Oh, I'm gonna make with him because he's dark. Nah, bro. It didn't happen like that.
I didn't
Hold
say
on,
it
back to
happened
you,
like
homie. Back to you. I agree with you that
I didn't say it happened like that. But what I did, say
I agree.
is,
Hold on. I agree with you that people can actually change their positions. But when you change a position, you have to let it be known. And I'm saying once he let that be known, he's gonna lose half his goddamn following, bro. I'm saying I let mine be known, bro. I say I come from pseudo beginnings. I'm outright with it. I say I made mistakes, the same mistakes. If he made that information, I say it. I don't, but you know that I don't do that no more. What I'm saying is we have not heard that from Tariq, so it's not fair for you to bring that up in this conversation because he has not denounced the misinformation in his daggone movie show. He has not done that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, all right. I ain't mad at that. I ain't mad at that. But what I'm saying, ultimately what I'm saying is I think you're just conflating old rhetoric with 2024, G. That's all, or 2025.
Okay, now I got to bring out the video on you now.
Oh man.
Now you made me do it. I wasn't trying to do it. I said I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it.
I'm sorry. Before you play that video, can we get Keon in here real quick?
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, go ahead. I'm cool. Yeah.
No, you're gonna show the video. I want you to show the video, but let's get Keon in here for a minute.
And I did miss a lot of what y'all been saying because I just got on like literally. So if y'all probably already hashed it out and all that, then my bad.
Nah, that's fine. That's fine, bro. Go ahead, Keon.
Oh, I can go ahead because okay. I was just wanting to come up, like he said. I came in late. I was looking at y'all was talking about Fat Joe and stuff like that. I wanted to ask Uncle a question, so he can go ahead and play his video and stuff because I just wanted him because he said something about that Fat Joe FBA thing that kind of made my eyebrow kind of rise. But go ahead, Uncle. You can go ahead and play your video.
What did I say though?
You said I was going to ask you, right? So do you think that is it okay? And maybe it was my misunderstanding. Do you think that it's okay for Fat Joe to basically have this position that Puerto Ricans had something to do with hip hop?
So maybe I'm not qualified to say it right.
Yeah.
If I say to you, who created African American culture, what would you say?
African Americans.
Correct. Now, is it possible for African Americans to create something that other people participate in? Is that a possibility?
Okay, I get what you're saying now. Okay, so like hip hop as a culture
is
was involving. Okay.
But within the culture, it's so serious. Why? Let me show you how serious hip hop is. Right now, bro, you can go to Africa. We know some of the first griots started off in Africa, which is a proto form of rap. Okay, right now you can go to Africa. You still got the griots, but now you got indigenous Africans kicking hip hop, which is not African culture, but it's African American culture. And now indigenous Africans participate in African American culture the same way African Americans try to participate in indigenous African spiritual systems. But we never say the traditional African spiritual systems, you know what I'm saying, is African American, right? We understand it to be indigenous, like E5 and all that, right? So African American culture is serious and it's gone around the world, bro. That different ethnic groups participate and practice African American culture. You got to learn, you got to know how to live at the top, baby. When you at the top, you at the top.
I feel like this kind of hold on, wait a minute.
Everybody pause. Everybody pause. Let's take 1 minute for this video right here.
DJs like Grandmaster Flowers, Pete DJ Jones, DJ Plumber, Disco King Mario, that was DJing before Cool Herc. You know what I'm saying? But in 1973, Herc took all these elements. MCing is only one element. Right. DJing is only one element. In 1973, Herc took all these elements. MCing, graffiti, DJing, graffiti, B-boys, because he had the nigga twins, Dancing Doug in them, you know.
You were talking about the nigga twins the other day,
Yeah.
I was trying to can you pronounce their name, Peter Rosenberg? He's like, no.
Well, but yeah, you know, Herc took all of these elements and combined them into one. And that's what hip hop is. Hip hop is not just MCing. Hip hop is not just DJing. Hip hop is all these elements, and Herc is the one that combined these. He's the one. He's Thanos. He got all the Infinity Stones. You understand me? So yeah, I give Herc credit for inventing hip hop in 1973.
And that's his Cedric. What is it? What is it?
Cedric Ave, yeah.
Okay. And his sister has something to do with it too, right?
Well, I believe in the MC important. Thank you. Because you know, when hip hop began with Herc, it was about the DJ. You know, it was about Herc, not the Herculoids. It was about Flash, not the 3 MCs. You know, it was always about the DJ. That was the most important person until Melly Mel started spitting real lyrics that made people say, yo, what the hell did he just say? Hold on, yo, and that's when the MC became important. He's the one that built the platform that's created for us.
See, if you look at Eric B. and Rakim, Eric B. name comes first.
Yeah, that was the thing back then. DJ Jazzy Jeff and Fresh Prince.
Wow.
Yeah.
Anybody on the panel disputing Big Daddy Kane? Who on the panel disputing Big Daddy Kane?
That's just proof, like, you can do anything.
I'm saying,
that's real. That's real.
Yeah, I wouldn't care how you took African American culture and did what you want to do with it.
Facts.
That's your right. It's
all African American culture. It just happened this big-headed, quote unquote, big-headed pause Jamaican that actually put all of it together and did that. And I think when I'm listening to Big Daddy Kane, of course he's my favorite rapper, and he does something.
But I don't think he did all that though. I think everybody.
I think Jamaican culture is still African American culture to me.
Yeah,
it's all American, all African American culture, and he just the one that did the stuff. And
no, I don't think he's the one. I think he's the one that they make popularized. But you just got to go to the scholarly articles on it, and it's clear, right? We don't gotta fight that. Y'all ain't gonna make me sit up here and listen to people like Lord Jamal. Y'all tripping right now.
Lord Jamal, isn't his family from Guyana or something?
Y'all see microphone check though?
Is he like half
Indian? He's an Indian. Listen to his last name. He's Guyanese or something like that. Listen to what's Lord Jamal last name.
His father's not even.
My Afro-Cuban lady friend, right? She a doctor. She showed me a picture of her family. I was like, your people look like my people's, like people, people in my family. You know what I'm saying? She was like, so yeah, she said, yeah, because we Afro-American too. We Afro-American.
Mm-hmm.
Because they Africans in the diaspora, you know what I'm saying?
Cuba is in the Americans.
Exactly.
Well, we just don't speak. We don't. There's chronology in history, yo. So
yeah. I'm just saying. I'm saying you got different you got different branches of it. You know what I'm saying? Some people speak English, some people Spanish.
You got to talk about the proto to make it legitimized, yo. It has to be to make it a serious history, yo. You got to talk about the proto, right?
Oh yeah, you got to talk about the proto. Yeah.
If you don't, right? If you don't, then you don't actually got hip hop and rap no more. You don't got rap no more. You got something.
Yeah, this is like rock and roll. You don't get rock and roll without the blues and country.
Yeah. You got, if you don't, then you playing. You're not having it right. So we can clearly see stages of rap and hip hop where there is nobody with a Caribbean nothing. Simple as that.
Okay. I'm getting mixed emotions from you on this situation. I'm gonna be real with you, but
because you don't understand African American culture, you don't actually care. Yeah, just say, nigga, I don't care, and I ain't mad at you.
I don't think nobody
gotta be all that. I gotta be all that. No, I don't know. It just feels like
because you don't
feel like you're going back and forth on the fence.
I'm not. So when I say humans don't come from monkeys, watch this. When I say humans don't come from monkeys, but at 40,000 years, they're all monkeys, right? Then what? Am I back and forth on the fence? It's based off your understanding.
Well, no,
If
the
I say
reason why
we,
I'm saying
if I
you
say
back and
we
forth,
fish,
hold on. The reason why I'm saying you back and forth on the fence is because it seems like you're trying to give credit to the creation of rap and hip hop to black people or African Americans, while also saying that Puerto Ricans was there. Like
so
it seemed like that's what it
so
seems like.
okay, so how does it seem when I say that Asiatics are in Egypt before it was called Egypt at 15,000 years ago? Am I
I'm not
on the
sure.
fence?
Go ahead.
When I
Do your
say
thing.
that Egypt is an indigenous African civilization, but you got
Yeah, Puerto Rico.
Afro-Asiatics in Egypt before Indo-European stock in Egypt before it was called Egypt.
Hey yo,
Am I
Puerto
hold
Rico.
on for a minute? Hold on for a minute. So am I on the fence? Does it sound like I'm on the fence? If I say humans don't come from monkeys, but in 47,000 years we come from monkeys, am I on the fence? Or is it that you just don't understand the field of study? Which one is it? You heard my
I don't
statement,
know.
right?
Those
Did
are
you hear
some
me?
very elaborate
because
examples.
the
No,
Puerto Rico,
no.
I'm gonna just
It's
move
not.
on.
No, did you hear my point though?
the
Answer
Puerto
the
Ricans,
point.
No,
the Puerto
I
Ricans,
don't.
Hold on
That's why I
for
was
one
saying that
second,
kind of.
dollar. One
Why?
second, dollar.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why we keep getting interruptions? No, I don't get the point. That's why I'm saying those are kind of elaborate.
Okay, so if I say humans don't come from monkeys, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
And then I say, but at 40 million years ago, right? We came from monkeys. Am I messing that up, yo?
I would.
Am I on the
say
fence?
so. Yeah.
Am I on the fence though? 1 minute I'm saying they not. 1 minute I'm saying they are. You can say, well, you ride the fence. Which one is it, sir?
Well, no, and in that example, I just think that you're just kind of using the wrong wording for what you're trying to say. That's what it sounds like. We descend from monkeys 40 million years ago or however many million years ago, but we don't come from monkeys. That's what that would be. It would be misleading.
I like the way you said that. So then hip hop descends from African American culture.
descend and come, descend and
Exactly.
come,
Yo, we the
descend and come
originators.
is the same damn thing. That mean the same damn thing, yo. Descending and coming mean the same shit.
You get my point, yo. So am I saying
do,
that
yeah.
African American culture didn't start hip hop because you got some people with other ethnicities that are there when it starts to form? It's like pre-dynastic and dynastic Egypt, yo. Like without the pre-dynastic, you don't get to the dynastic times, yo. People just miss all that. You can't even have Egypt without the proto-dynastic periods, yo. There's a long history coming out of the Sahara, yo.
So let me ask you this then, what do you think started hip hop originally? Do you think it was like DJing?
African American culture.
No.
Bro.
I mean on like the technical aspect though. I get that. We get
African
that.
American culture, yo.
You gotta come on, you gotta converse with me now. I'm not talking.
trying
I
to
get
converse
that.
with
We
you.
get that. We get the African American culture part, but I'm saying like on the technical aspect, like was it rap? Was it DJing? Was it graffiti art? Was it you know what I mean? Like, because I think personally it was DJing is what I think. Like, would you agree with that as well? Like
No, you
DJ.
gotta have, if you ain't got nobody talking, then nobody care to hear that. That didn't take
Yeah,
off.
but nah, because look, the DJs was still at the parties playing hip hop kind of tunes. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like they were
like
still
her,
mixing stuff.
not like her.
DJs at the party will play music.
I want to listen to her. I
Garfield,
believe her.
Jamaicans are black. And come on, like we're not even about to
I don't
do
care
that.
if Kirk is Jamaican. If you heard what the greatest hip hop artist ever just said, Big Daddy Kane, he basically said that the dude is the one that put all five, the main specters or the main sources of hip hop. He said hip hop is not just MCing alone. So in 1973, it wasn't about just MCing. It wasn't about the DJ just DJing. It's other elements to it. The graffiti, the dancing, the other elements. That's all he's saying. Kool Herc was the guy that originally did that.
But so it don't matter.
And the youth,
It don't matter what all that was no study being had.
Hold on. Let me say something, man. And the youth in the streets was diverse, yo. You know what I'm saying? Like when you had them Bronx street gangs back in the day, they wasn't just black African American, they were mixed. They were Afro Caribbean, Cuban, Puerto Ricans, and African American in them gangs, like the Black Spade and all of the gangs that all them dudes is mixed up. And them was the people. Them the people that created this shit.
Okay.
They don't want to give Kool Herc his flowers because Kool Herc he just happens to be Jamaican. But remember,
Kool Herc said he couldn't go to the parties in Jamaica. He wasn't old enough. He said it was African.
Yeah, he's too young. Yeah, he's too young. Yeah, they emerged. They emerged into well, the culture.
I'm listening to Kool Herc.
The culture to the culture that it was mixing on. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
So
just saying, I think you should take Herc at his
whether you
word,
was
yo.
Afro Caribbean, whether you was Afro Puerto Rican, you still acclimated into African American culture, because that's the land and the areas and the zone you was at.
Facts. That's what
Yeah, I'm just gonna take Cool Herc at his word, yo. I'm not listening to you, Garfield. I'm listening to
Just
Cool
like, no, I'm agreeing with you. You're not hearing what I'm saying. I'm
No, I'm
saying,
talking about Garfield.
I'm saying, I'm saying it stands.
Time out. Let's just be clear. Cool Herc is living in an African American environment. He is living within the culture. So he uses his smarts from being in the culture. So nobody, when we say Cool Herc is the guy that put all the pieces together, that doesn't minimize the efforts of a James Brown or way before him, or the people who was dancing and doing break dancing in the 50s or 60s. Nobody's denying that. People get sensitive when we say Cool Herc is a Jamaican. That's the problem. I can't help that.
Nah, that's
but
not
that's not he's operating. Hold on, guys. He's operating within the environment of an African American culture. Or if you
I don't got no problem with that, Garfield. I don't got no problem with that, Garfield, at all.
Hold on, Gola. He's borrowing elements within a culture. It's not his culture. He lived in the Bronx. He couldn't do it in Jamaica. He was too young. So his parents brought him up here, and he grew up in America and adapted to the culture. What's wrong with that? He just happens to be
not a damn thing.
But Black
In the midst, Garfield, even in the midst of slavery, you had slaves being traded from Caribbean regions into U.S. British colonial region. So whoever them Afro Caribbean slaves would have had to adjust to, what I'm saying, the plantation that they came to.
And by the way, hold on 1 second. Let's be clear. Look at this comment my brother just made. Anybody who have Polite in the documentary, and you know what, Garfield was supposed to be in the documentary, and when I was supposed to meet up with Polite and him, I refused to go. I didn't want to go.
Yep, I remember.
I made the right decision thanks to Unc. But another thing is, look at this. For you guys that don't know this, hold on, listen to this. This is fact. Remember when he kept the first FBA conference? Do you notice you see Jabari there, who's not an FBA, and you see Divine Prospect? Did you know Garfield was supposed to be in Divine Prospect position, but I didn't answer the phone? So he would have had a Jamaican there and a Guyanese / Jamaican and Jabari represent FBA and promoting towards FBAs. A lot of people don't know that. But
That's ridiculous.
It was supposed to be me. It was supposed to be me and Jabari and the rest of the people that you see there. Just for the record. I was supposed to be there, but I missed that phone call. I was supposed to.
The documentaries ain't just solely about
money on here. Top flight. That's ridiculous. Get it. Let's go.
I want to read what Cool Herc says, and I'm gonna end it with what the guy says. Cool Herc says Herc has repeatedly denied any direct connection between Jamaican musical traditions and early hip hop, stating that his own biggest influence was James Brown, from whom he says rap originated. It says even before moving to the U.S., Herc says his biggest influences came from American music. I listened to American music in Jamaica, and my favorite artist was James Brown. That's what inspired me. A lot of the records I played were by James Brown. Herc also says that he was not influenced by Jamaican sound system as he was too young to experience them when he was in Jamaica. It says in 2020 interview, DJ Kool Herc's sister, Cindy Campbell, said that she wanted Jamaica to reclaim hip hop because, as she put it, we are the ones who brought the style and the technique to America. That's his sister saying that. I'm not listening to his damn sister on the sideline leading him. I get it.
Shout out to his sister, by the way. Shout out.
Big up to his sister. Don't get it. Big up to his sister. But once I say, yo, that I don't believe in God, don't come behind me, sis, and say, well, you know, he was just really don't do me like that. Listen to my words and take me at that, unless I change.
How does, and you know what, Uncle Red don't disagree with what I'm saying. I'm saying that the dude lived in an American culture and used elements of that culture to do what he did. I don't see what's the big deal. What's the controversy? He just happened to be born in Jamaica. That's it.
And to take that away ain't right. Because you're supposed to be able to self-identify, yo.
I think the
I mean,
problem is saying he
Jamaican music.
created hip hop.
Hold on,
One person can't create hip hop.
Hold on one
Correct.
second.
That's a great statement, bro.
Get Top Flight in here because he just came on and we've been yapping the whole time. What's up, Top Flight? How you been, bro?
What's up, homie? How everybody doing?
We good.
Yeah. I just got a couple questions, man. This has already been debunked. This is over. It's over, man. It's over. Now my first question is, and maybe I came late so I didn't see it. Why isn't the microphone check documentary being sold?
Top Flight, you got muted, bro.
Hold up. Now?
Yeah, I think you're getting a phone call or something.
Nah, my fault. Yeah, so why I want to know why isn't the microphone check documentary being sourced? I know you don't like Tariq. We know that. We know everybody hate the nigga. We already got that.
No.
It's cool. No. Let me finish. No. Y'all need to just admit it. Y'all need to admit it, dog. Y'all need to admit it. Y'all just need to admit it.
Hey, Type Flight, can I just admit that I don't like pseudoscientific information?
Okay, but let me say it differently. We already know y'all
foundational white people, like white people made that information that is
no problem.
Am I wrong? Hold on, am I wrong?
No. I'll answer that when I'm done. Hold up.
Okay, bro.
All right,
make sure you answer. I'm writing that down too.
I want to rephrase this. We know y'all discredit that man at every turn.
No, no problem.
No problem.
Pseudoscientific information from white people.
All right,
it sounds like you defend that man at every turn.
How can you take credit for somebody that don't have credentials, bro?
It's not fair to interrupt him. Just let him finish. It's crazy.
Yeah, it ain't fine. I got the bug. My fault. I went crazy like y'all.
Let my man rock out, bro.
This is how much y'all hate that man. I say one word and they go crazy. Anyway, okay, so I'm gonna try to get this out again. All right, so we take Tariq out the equation.
Mm-hmm.
Why isn't Cokeler Rock and the other people from New York that were there that gave you their testimony? Why aren't they being sourced, and why is nobody paying attention to what they said? That's my first question.
Do you want us to answer?
Yes, please.
Everybody's being sourced. I think what happened is a lot of people saying stuff, and we pick and choose who we want information from. Now look at this here. The reason why Kool Herc gets all the credit. This is me answering your question, by the way, too. I don't know if it's a conspiracy to avoid other people that were involved, but he's clear as day saying that, hey, he got influence from James Brown. He's clear that he's getting influence from African American culture. He says what happened in the parties and what he was doing differently and what he united as far as the b-boys, the graffiti people and all that stuff. He was a part of pushing hip hop to the forefront. I don't have a problem with Scott LaRock or all those other people.
Cokeler Rock.
I'm sorry, and even Latinos in the projects who was doing things. There's a lot of people that helped to popularize hip hop. They didn't protect it. So I think what we're doing is everybody wants to lead. It's just like African Bambaataa gets credit, and he's another non-FBA, but he gets a lot of credit. I don't know why, because there's people before him. But I want to play. You see, people are playing on influence. I think Kool Herc and Bambaataa have a bigger influence than the other brothers that you mentioned. That's all it is. A popularity contest. That's
no doubt. But the
like Mesopotamia, the influence don't mean you started. I don't know why y'all get that off.
Yeah, it absolutely means definitely. So listen.
What you say actually means what?
No, you right. I agree with you. So we're not talking about who influenced. You know what I'm saying? Later on, we talking about the creation. We talking about the first MCs. We talking about the first to do this. The people that created this thing, they already gave their testimony. Until Fat Joe, until Busta Rhymes come with their documentary to debunk this, because all I see online is the Latinos and some of the Caribbeans. They just talking. They need to get together, and they need to put together the information like Brother Tariq did, right? And just put it out there. And let's see. And even Lord Jamar, and I don't know why he getting disrespected, dog, because that's a pillar in the hip hop community.
No, he's a flat earther, yo. A pillar.
Okay, cool. Look, no problem. Look,
pillar
no
where? In
problem.
whose world is he a pillar?
No, I said in the hip hop community.
Okay, so the hip hop community has been infected with
let me finish. Let me finish.
No,
See. Let me say this, dog. I told you this the other night on your show, man. Just because you got one discrepancy or one issue that you disagree with somebody, you don't gotta throw the whole. All right. Anyway, whatever. All right. So look,
dinosaurs ain't real humans. And dinosaurs live together. The earth is flat.
All right.
Really, what you want me to do with that, though, yo? What else?
Man, you set that to the side and
really?
deal with. Listen and deal with each situation at hand. You feel me? Anyway,
yo, say so. You say that got nothing to do with music, but hip hop is dealing with messaging, bro. Maybe I'm just tripping, yo. Maybe I don't know what hip hop. I thought hip hop was created for a message to the black community because brothers that was you know what I'm saying, marginalized community, African American community was having problems, dog, and they want to get the message out, bro. So in that messaging, they teach history. They teach about fighting against the violence and fighting against oppression, bro. So hip hop is the message of the black community. Supposed to have been, bro. Am I just tripping or something?
You tripping.
I bet.
You're going too deep. You're going too deep with it.
Oh,
anyway, let me finish.
That's what I learned my black algae at was in hip hop. But go ahead.
All right, let me finish. Let me finish, though. All right, so look, so like I said, man, I'm gonna be real brief. I ain't gonna be long. So the Latinos and the Caribbeans, they talking, they telling us what's what. But Lord Jamar called everybody out. Pete Rock, Busta Rhymes, Fat Joe. He said, listen, let's get together. You dig? Let's compare notes. Let's see and nobody came to the table. All people can we just have hip hop, dog? Can y'all just say FBA created hip hop? But what's the problem with that?
Because FBA didn't create hip hop.
No, we did.
FBA don't even exist, yo. FBA don't even fucking exist.
Oh God! Oh no! See.
He tried to slide in the pseudo. He tried to slide in the pseudo reality, yo. He tried to slide in the pseudo reality.
Time out. All right. So
niggas is having a hard time understanding FBA what's going on.
I'm having a hard time listening to a documentary by a person that made 10 documentaries was already pseudo. I'm having a hard time.
Hold on. Top Flight, are you saying ultimately that you want FBAs to get the credit for hip hop?
No, I don't want anything. FBA already have the credit. We already know. Hold on, let me finish, cuz. Let me finish.
All right.
We know, the majority know. The pioneers told us, and they claim FBA. And I know you don't like the term. Fuck it. If you want to call it Black American, cool. You want to call it African American, cool. I don't want to be my fault. My fault. I don't mean to be cussing. If whatever, forget about FBA for a minute, because that just drives people crazy.
Don't drive me crazy.
I know.
It drives me crazy.
I know it do. That means
let him finish. I want to.
Let me finish, and I'm gonna go. All I'm saying is, it's very well established, dog, that it's Black American creation is a derivative of funk.
Oh, you went out.
I'm here. Okay. Funk, blues. All the stuff that we've been doing, we've been making all kind of music genres. You dig? It's not even an argument at this point. So all I'm saying is why can't people just say, you know what? Shout out to the Black Americans. It's the only really fucking thing we got. You know what I'm saying?
That's a lie.
Fat Joe was talking about.
That's not all we got, bro.
Fat Joe was talking about 50-50. Fat Joe said 50-50. It was created
about the people, not the culture, yo.
No. He said it was created 50. He said it was created 50. He said it was.
Let him let it out. I want it all out.
He said it was. Fat Joe said it was created 50-50. I got a video. On my Instagram where Crazy Leg says, breakdancing. They was calling it Moreno style, and it was other Puerto Ricans, and they're saying it was a black. This I have it on. This is straight out their mouth. And then my last thing.
Bro, you act like Puerto Rican don't got black people, bro. Puerto Rican ain't just light skinned niggas.
Oh my God, man, come on,
Puerto Rico, bro.
Only black people were saying that, not Puerto Ricans. You did?
Not true. They got a certain
Man,
amount of Puerto Ricans that
Hey,
they
y'all gotta let him
self-identify as
finish.
black.
My last thing, and y'all can talk. My
Everything
last
up.
thing, and y'all can
Get
talk.
everything up. Go ahead.
Big pun. Big pun.
Yeah, he don't know the Puerto Ricans I know.
Hold up, man. Bold equal, forever. Did y'all hear what Big Pun said? Why he put that last part in the song? He said he wanted to thank the Black Americans for accepting them into hip hop. I will leave off with that note. Shout out to everybody, man. Appreciate
The top flight. Who disagrees with that though?
Who disagree with that?
I'm not talking to you. We know you. We know you know. We know you know everything, my nigga. We already
don't
know.
know everything. We know I don't disagree with what you just said.
Video. Yo, let me say this before goes, right? So if you're correct, what is the gripe though?
Who's gripe?
What is your gripe? If you're
my
correct,
my gripe is I go online and people try and tell us that it's not a Black American creation. That's one of my gripes.
It's black all the way around.
Disrespectful. It's so disrespectful, dog.
I don't think they understand. It's black all the way around. Even when you look at, you know what I'm saying, the origins of hip hop, when you do a quick wiki search, it say Afro-American, Afro-Caribbean, and Afro-Latin. It don't say just Latin, it say Afro-Latin. So it's black all the way the fuck around.
No, hell no.
Hold on, top line.
You don't even.
Hold on.
It's black people. It's black people in all them areas, bro. And then some of them people became African American. No matter. Hold on. No, bro.
Talk over each other. We can't talk over
Hold
each other.
on, bro.
Replay. Go ahead, Gullah.
Yeah,
even black Puerto Ricans or black Cubans, when they came to America, they had identified as black, bro. They had no choice. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of them people became African American.
Go get a source though, Gullah. So I'm
So
gonna say
let me
this.
ask.
Hip hop culture, right? A culture and art movement that was created by African Americans. Simple as that, yo. Then it says, starting in the Bronx, New York City, pioneered from Black American street culture that had been around for years prior to its more mainstream discovery. It later reached other groups such as Latin Americans, Caribbean Americans. Hip hop culture was historically been shaped and dominated by African American men. Female hip hop artists have contributed to the art form and culture. That's it. You don't got it. So it is disrespectful if you try to play the game crazy. So I agree with you, bro. I just go ahead. What was you saying, Garfield?
What's your source? What's your source?
The Wikipedia article.
Hold on. If the Wikipedia article says, hold on 1 second. What I'm trying to find out, top flight. If
because
Tariq
is a pseudo.
Nobody's disputing this. This is what I'm trying to figure out, though.
Right.
It's a Black American cultural thing at its origin.
Hold on. Can I make one last statement?
Hold on 1 second. So with what Unc just read, what is the gripe? That's what I'm trying to figure out, though.
Again,
I know. Hold on, let me say this. Hold on.
Everybody knows Black American culture.
No.
Let me say this. The problem is, Tariq, what the hell is wrong with y'all, man? Like, y'all playing with me right now, bro. The problem is, Tariq, it has already been established that hip hop is an African American culture. He didn't divide shit like he did with the ADOS.
Stop.
Let me finish top flight.
My fault.
You can get me a little bit because I got you. I was messing with you a little bit.
Hey, read the first sentence. Read the first sentence on the Wikipedia.
I'm not reading nothing no more. I read it. Mr. Gullah, you can go read it.
I did. I just looked at it up.
Why did the ADOS thing? It was Tariq. Why did he do it? Because it's a funneling system to him. He controls the money-making mechanism. It's fine. That's what people do.
Y'all crazy.
All right, can I push back?
I know I'm crazy as a fox.
Hey, can I
crazy
say
like
this?
that glue.
Hey, Gar,
Hey,
statement
Garfield.
that
Hey,
we
Garfield, pull
are
up the
as
wiki
well
real quick.
established that hip hop
No.
and
Stop.
rap is an African American cultural expression against oppression. It's already thoroughly established, bro. You saying no to that?
Stop. Stop. Let me get 2 seconds.
You saying no to that?
No, I'm saying no because you don't know how this started. Obviously, you don't know how this whole thing started. This whole thing started because one, Busta Rhymes said Black people have no culture. Two,
deal with that.
Hold up. I'm almost done. 2, Fat Joe said hip hop was created 50-50 Puerto Ricans and black people. So why are you talking about Tariq started this division? He simply cleared up a lie.
No, but then
He used
Tariq dropped the
pseudoisms to try to
documentary
convince
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Time out, guys.
Wait, Garfield, hold up. Top flight.
Man. Y'all gonna let the replay sound crazy because more people is coming in. I'll go in the show, but more people is coming in, so the conversation is buzzing. This is what I'm saying.
I'm about to buzz out of here too, guys.
Top flight. I don't care what Fat Joe says. I don't care what my Jamaican brother Busta Ram says. You can't hold what they say on everybody, bro. They're not historians of hip hop. Neither is even Big Daddy Kane. But I'm just saying to you that just because those two say it, that don't reflect on everybody else who's a Latino or a Jamaican or a Caribbean person. I'm Jamaican. I know bro. Hold on. In 1989, I was in Jamaica in high school, and I used to sit around. We used to form a cipher with like Sean Paul. He was in like a much higher grade. He was in sixth form. I was in first form, and we used to form a cipher. And I would repeat all of Big Daddy Kane lyrics from Long Live the Kane. Hip hop has so much influence on Jamaican music, it's unbelievable. All I'm saying to you is, I would never say Jamaicans are the originators of hip hop. Nobody should say that. It's definitely African American culture that the dude was living in, and he helped to push it to another level. That's all it is. That's why he's called the Godfather. All I'm saying to you guys is, we fight over semantics over who says what or what says who, but you know the history. Even Wiki got it right.
No, the problem is they was going on platform saying this.
Look, the first sentence on Wiki said 1960 through 70. You say African American first, then it say Afro Latin, and they say Afro Caribbean. You know what I'm saying? From enthusiasts emerging in the youth in the South Side Bronx. That's what it say. The first sentence.
No, the first sentence don't say that. What the hell you read?
It do, bro. Look at Wikipedia right now.
I'm showing
look. I'm not
doing it with you, Gullah, right now.
I'm reading it right now, bro. It say hip hop, formerly known as disco rap, is a genre popular music that emerged in the late 60s and the 70s, primarily from African American, Afro Latin, and Afro Caribbean musical enthusiasts practiced by youth in the South Side Bronx.
You made that up. Here's the first sentence. The first sentence is hip hop. Hip hop is a culture that was created by.
I didn't look up just hip hop. I didn't look up hip hop culture though. Look up just hip hop.
It says hip hop culture.
No, just look up hip hop. You're looking at a whole different page, bro.
Yeah, all right.
Just look up hip hop.
You gotta start with what are you saying, bro?
Just click on that. Just click on hip hop right there.
So what you saying? So you on the fence, not me.
No, I'm not on. You ain't hearing what I'm saying. I'm not.
Bro,
hey,
listen.
Saying that. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. That's why I said African American first.
What I'm saying is hip hop.
You see what I'm saying,
culture
bro?
Art movement that was created by African Americans. Pause.
Saying that. I understand that.
Okay, listen. So say that. So say that. Do you agree with that, Gullah?
Yes, but click on.
No, Gullah. Do you agree with that, Gullah?
Hey, all right, but click on my article.
No, I'm asking you a question. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I said I agree with that. But click on hip hop.
Do you agree with that, Gullah?
Yes, I do, but click on hip hop now.
Okay, so if you agree with that,
click
Gullah,
on hip hop
why
now.
are we going through it? So that's why
just click on hip hop though.
Stephen, that's why people like Kevin and
click on my article now, bro.
That's why they in the game like that, bro, because you playing.
Let me explain.
Just click on it.
All right, cool. Click on it. Hey, let me explain something, Garfield. Look, I don't know if y'all on it. Where y'all at? Do y'all understand what's going on right now? It is a plethora. It's so many people, so many Latins online claiming this theirs. I'm not talking about you individually, Garfield. I'm not talking about this panel. It's World 3 out this joke. Like they really go on Instagram.
I even made part of my argument that whether you was Afro Caribbean, Afro Latin, you had to go into African American culture because it was merging in that zone.
What's the Afro Caribbean flag look like? What's the Afro Caribbean flag?
Are you hearing what I'm saying?
Yo, it's not fair because the first thing is the culture, then it's the hip hop, yo. So you know it's a chronology to that, bro.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I said. If you go to a jail in California, you from St. Louis, you gotta abide by them California laws and rules and policies, bro.
First, bro. You start off with the
That's what I'm
culture.
saying.
Egypt is an indigenous African culture,
You
bro.
ain't even hear what I'm saying. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
I
I'm
heard
agreeing
you.
with you. You're not even hearing.
You're not hearing me. It's the culture first. It's what make Egypt African, not the people. The people can look any way they want, bro. You know that. You can have people from outside come in, right, and amalgamate in the culture.
That's what I said.
Okay,
That's
so
what I
you
said.
start off with the hip hop culture, then you go to your hip hop article, which clearly says African American first. It give you chronology, bro. You gotta
Exactly.
right. But
exactly. That's why I said that, bro. That's why I even stated on that first sentence. I said that's why I say African American first. On that sentence where they say hip hop.
But you
It
didn't
ain't
start
say
with
Latin
culture
American.
first.
Man,
You
I
gotta go
got
with the
run, y'all. I
culture first, yo.
appreciate y'all. Good luck,
Yo,
man.
stop
Appreciate
slide.
you.
What up, my dude? Peace and love, man. Peace and love.
Peace.
Anytime, bro.
Hey, I think you and Tariq got a common denominator with with Sinetta, and I think y'all two y'all would have a powerful conversation sitting down and actually you know
I don't
we
think so, bro.
huh
I don't think it'll be a powerful conversation, yo.
well
I
all right
think
well I'll say
I
this
think it'll be a whole lot of I'm gonna make this shit up and I'm a bulldoze.
but
And
look,
then we gotta get into all right, that's how we're gonna play it. It'll never be I totally agree that African American culture, yeah, I'm saying, is the source of hip hop. Simple as that. There is no getting around that.
no
The
no
academics have weighed in on that.
I think he would agree with you on that.
Okay, but I don't agree
what I'm
with
talking
black people in America prior to colonialism, yo, which is the foundation of the FBA.
But listen, what I'm ultimately saying is because I lean more towards you in terms of scientific literacy, right?
So
You
can
didn't
we
got
use it
huh?
in all conversations like anthropology, bro? You can't get away from it.
But
That's all I'm
no,
saying.
listen to what I'm saying is I just personally can respect both of y'all brothers equally in y'all respective rights, right? It's not a comparative thing with me. Like I don't hold you and him in the same light or same category, right? The difference is or not the difference, but what I'm just trying to say is I think a lot of people have a certain, like myself, have a certain respect or hold the brother in a certain regard just simply based off of the works. The man employs black people, hundreds, maybe thousands of black people, and he clearly got.
Yo, man, stop it, man. I ain't doing this with you, man.
What
You
you guys
lost your
talking
mind.
about?
You tripping, man.
Because he take care of
Hundreds of
himself.
thousands.
Goodness
Shit.
gracious.
I mean,
Because he goes to work every day. Oh my goodness.
what? What are y'all talking about? The man got multiple stores. He didn't put out multiple documentaries that y'all didn't say, y'all didn't talked about. He employs black people in them documentaries. What are you talking about? Y'all act like I'm
No,
crazy.
his whole camera crew is white. That's why the people was going in on him because his
Man,
whole camera
oh
crew
my
was
God.
European.
He probably had, all
His
right,
whole
okay.
camera crew was European,
All
bro.
right. Well,
What are you
you
talking about?
talking about a camera crew. I'm talking about actors and everything
The
else, man.
actors, he was
Y'all
interviewing
sounding crazy.
Polite.
Y'all
He ain't no
sounding really
actors.
crazy
He's
right now.
interviewing Polite and a bunch of pseudos. What are you talking
And that's
about?
not even the overall point, man. Y'all be sticking on one little thing. That's the
It's
crazy
not
part
one little
about
thing.
having
It's everything,
conversations.
bro. Yo,
It's
hold on a
not,
second.
bro.
Time
You
out.
just
Time out.
missed
Oh, Steph,
everything I just said.
hold on 1 second. You said he hired a bunch of black people. What's your evidence and source of that?
He has a museum that employs black people.
All right, the museum that he took the money.
He's done.
According to Taharka Bay, he took the money and
That's
actually did
crazy.
a loan instead of paying with the money. So he actually kept the money allegedly.
According to who?
According to Taharka Bay, he actually kept the money and didn't even get the money. He got a loan.
That's
He has a
funny. I ain't
loan
even
that he
gonna get
pays.
into that.
He's
But
paying a
that's
loan
funny.
right now. He took
That's
a loan
funny,
out.
G. So
He took a loan out.
you know how he
Allegedly.
got the money, right?
Man,
All
I
right,
just
so
want to play the video,
He
golf, and
just
I'm tired of this shit.
crowdfunded. So now it's illegal to crowdfund?
No, I just want to play the video, man. I'm tired of this, man. Let me
Man,
play the
y'all
video,
just
yo.
wild, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna see how wild. Hey, listen to this.
I gotta agree with American Dream.
Yeah, me too.
Our whole YouTube career is over for doing this.
Yeah, you and me
But let
both.
do it anyway.
You
He
got
said
me.
hip hop culture is the 5 elements. Her did not create hip hop culture, aka the elements, but he created the idea of bringing the elements together to make hip hop. I can't say it no better than that.
I would add something to it. That it wasn't the person standing there right? A choreographer writing down everything. So it was always people doing it. So one person didn't do that. Just like the Nile Valley, it wasn't one culture, it wasn't one group of people. Yeah, I'm saying the different ethnicities form what you would call Kemet. Yeah, I'm saying, so it wasn't just him, it was other people trying to DJ too, bro. Like that's noted. You can look at documentaries and it'll tell you that. Right? He's just the more popular one, yo.
All right, cool. Hey, let me say.
You know when I can play that video though.
We don't dislike. Hold on a second. We don't dislike Tariq. Let's make it clear. We just despise the lies. That's what we're doing. The same with the guy West Huff, the white guy that was talking all that junk. We checked him today because he was basically lying on the information. We don't have anything against anything, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. So stop saying we don't like Tariq. We're just going what the information says. That's it.
Well, I didn't say. Oh, I didn't.
I'm just saying. I don't know. I don't know Tariq like that. I met him up in person.
I didn't
met him
come
up
on
in
saying
person.
none of that.
We had a great conversation. I interviewed him. We had a great conversation, and it is what it is. I ain't got nothing against Tariq. Tariq is a grown man. He could feel any way he wants. But go ahead and play the video, bro. Go ahead and play the video.
What is video for? How old is this?
Jets getting their ass whooped. The Giants actually winning a game. Barkley ran over 125 yards already.
All right, you ready, Garfield?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
Oh, let me play it right now. Hold on. Let me play it.
Another white man who wrote about all of the black Aboriginal people here. Sir, there's so many of them. And when the explorers came over here, they said they saw these people. They saw black Aboriginal people over here. They saw the same people over here that they saw in Ethiopia. That's what they called Africa at the time. So this is several people saying this, sir. This is not just one or two people. So yeah, there were black Aboriginal people here on this land. So this is very well documented. And why wouldn't there be? Why wouldn't there be black Aboriginal?
You know what he's referring to, ladies and gentlemen?
Pause it. In the Pacific Islands and the Pacific.
You know who he's referring to? That whole rumor about Columbus seeing somebody with black and they had the gold spears. That stuff that what's his name made up.
Bartholomew Lacasas, they misquoting what he wrote.
Facts.
Man, he don't know.
And just let me finish the damn clip out.
All right, go ahead. Play it out.
Since this man ain't promoting wild ass rhetoric from white people.
Play it out. Go ahead and play it.
And why wouldn't there be? Why wouldn't there be black Aboriginal people here? When you go all over the world and remote islands in the Pacific Islands and the Pacific Ocean, and there's these black tribes there, these dark-skinned jet black tribes. You go to Fiji, jet black tribes. Tahiti, jet black tribes. The original Hawaiians, they were really jet black people. So why wouldn't there be this?
Because I want to know, like, why are none of these? You said the Mawisi or the what was it?
The who?
What tribe did you say on the East Coast?
Oh, the Yamasee. There was a tribe called the Yamasee tribe.
Yamasee.
And there were black Aboriginals over there too, and they got into a war with the Europeans, and some of the red natives turned on them. But yeah.
Oh, wow, these.
You know, it's funny though. I'm saying this about Tariq. He's full of misinformation, but it's also to promote a quote unquote a false notion of blackness. So that means if somebody's dark skinned, they're connected to African Americans because of skin tone.
That's what he's doing, yo. That's the misinformation, bro.
Yeah, we're still falling for that pseudo stuff.
No, he's doing the same thing that the faker Indians do. The faker Indians.
Yep.
That the TikTok Indians do, bro. I'm trying to say he's the foundation of this misinformation, bro, because he was the one that got over $1 million to make the documentary. You know what I'm saying? The documentary is a source of misinformation, bro. Like, am I just retarded? It's when the information went around the world, yo. I mean, y'all don't see that?
Yeah.
It's bad propaganda. This man say indigenous black people. What the hell is an indigenous black people? Black person.
Exactly.
What are we talking about? So are Africans indigenous black people? Yes. Okay. The Africans go around the world. That's what they saying. Africans did not go around the damn world. There's a process called evolution. Are all humans African savanna apes? Yes, 99.99. But what he's saying is that people like African Americans, because we black people, right? We went around the world. Oh, is he saying African went around the world? He's saying they circumnavigated the globe in his documentaries. None of that is based in the rigor of science. So I'm well within my right to say something about it. Y'all just like the nigga because y'all didn't know no better. I'm not hating. I'm participating. This is what I do. It's my time to shine now. Let me shine. Let me show you where nobody agrees with him in academia. Let me show you that he's doing the exact same thing that he's talking about the Jamaicans is doing. He's doing the exact same thing that he's talking about everybody else is doing. He's misappropriating culture that ain't his. And then he make a whole documentary about hip hop and how people are misappropriating hip hop culture. How can you do the same thing, bro? And don't see it. You mean to tell me he ain't got nobody around to say, hold on, bro. I just want you to know that the African didn't circumnavigate the globe. That just because you have dark skin does not make you sub-Saharan African or an African. That Africans range in skin complexion. So are you saying all the light-skinned people on planet Earth are indigenous Africans too? Right. It's confusion, bro. And it's on purpose because at the end of the day, the one that get the bread, you can call me a pocket watcher if you want. I'm watching your fucking pockets when you making money based off of the misinformation, claiming that you're quote unquote liberating black people's minds. Now, if you just say, "Hey, bro, I'm just making a documentary," that's how I get my money, and then I'm cool with that. But he's under the Black Liberation banner. He's under the Freedom Fighter banner. He's under the I'm the guy, I'm rescuing, I'm giving you right information banner. If he wasn't on that, yo, then he'd just be another European pseudo just making money off that. And I'm like, all right, yo, just getting money. But he's not just getting money. He has the glue. And y'all know what that glue is. It's called the Blackology glue, bro. That's how you get sucked into it. That's how you end up in cults, segmented cults. When you say this wild information on a regular basis, yo, that's wild to me. Indigenous black people, what are we talking about? Whatever, man. I'll just be a hater then, yo. You classify me as a super hater then. Fuck. I apologize. Whatever.
Yo, check out my guy's new video, man. Hold on, again. Let me just check this out. Let me just play a clip of this. Get my guy some earplay right here. This is Priest Deacon from the new group Genesis, his new song. He said he'd give a couple of people a shout out. Let's just check out a minute of it.
You just wanna shine today.
Genesis on your mind.
Young boy on his grind today.
But Genesis on the grind.
You just wanna shine today.
Genesis on your mind.
Young boy, yeah.
Genesis on the grind.
Big G's, not the little ones. Big G's, not the little ones. Big G's, not the little ones. Stay down till the missiles come. Big G's, not the little ones. Big G's, not the little ones. Big G's, not the little ones. And I heard they want smoke, I'ma sizzle some.
Yeah, this ain't a rap, it's a eulogy. Killed every hater that was acting like they cool with me. I ain't never shook and I'm a rider. They say they want beef, then I'm cooking like I'm Kaya. Never been a pseudo, I ain't Billy Carson. You just like to show it off, I'll be really parking. Trying to steal my shine, get your own lighting. And I got these niggas scared like the drone sightings. Sis tried to play me turn savage on her. I don't know who she thought I was, but I ain't Travis Hunter. Forgive me, Lord, you know I ain't live a proper life. Wanna know what nigga, what's his mama and his papa like? I hear him saying Genesis got the wrong doctrine. I just tell him click the link, let's get it on and poppin'. Everybody know G's push the envelope. I ain't talking record label when I put you in the scope.
Big G's, not the little ones. Big G's, not the little ones. Big G's, not the little ones. Stay down till the missiles come. Big G's, not the little ones. Big G's, not the little ones. Big G's, not the little ones. And I heard they want smoke, I'ma sizzle some.
Sexy red turned probably heard she wanna share a man now. Big G's everywhere, our campus like a brand now. Got some haters out the way who I don't see no more. 3 wives in my life, I don't need a 3 or 4. That little Dirk, I ain't putting money on your collar. Call my overseer, yeah, priest on your Allah. Even Sinetta shot the link to me. Few PhD scholars had to catch the beats from me. Left some chili in the streets when I learned the truth. Teflon vests on my chest and it's burner proof. My life story's like cologne, I don't tell it, homie. I ain't gotta talk about who I was, niggas smell it on me. You need Christ for your soul, cause you can't save it. I be knocking demons out, call me Tank Davis. Esau and Jacob never been compatible. When you throw them G's up, better make it capital. Ain't nothing but a G thing, baby. Ain't nothing but a G thing, baby. Ain't nothing but a G thing, baby. Ain't nothing but a G thing, baby.
Shout out to my man Priest Deacon in the building. It's all right though. I mean, it's a dude that we know and he doing his thing. I gotta support brothers that support me. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I just texted him, he responded, he sent it to me, and I'm gonna show the brother some love. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. All right. If you got some new music, I mean, a couple lines in there I thought was fire. You know what I'm saying? But Big G doing your thing, bro. Do your thing. I support everybody who support me, bro. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's real.
I support everybody who support me. So it is what it is.
All right, Garfield, I'm going to get out of here, bro.
All right, cool.
Live. I'm having Dr. Andy on. We're gonna have a great discussion on the origins of religion and belief.
Who you gonna have on? Dr. Who?
Dr. Andy.
Who's that?
That's a evolutionary psychologist.
Okay.
That's coming on at 5, right? But right now I'm about to go live and I'm gonna have this discussion.
All right, cool. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say to thanks for coming on and blessing us with your presence.
Oh,
I
bro.
thank the God of the Hebrews, the God of the Persians, Zoroastrianism. I thank all the deities in Africa. I want to say thank you for allowing to come on today.
Appreciate you.
We rock with all the gods. We rock with the gods and the God killers. So
hey, what's your channel? What's your channel name for me?
The community.
Hold on. You don't know what channel is, bro? Come on,
man.
Wow.
He's the #1 so-called atheist. We're trying to stay away from that word because we don't want nobody to label nobody around here.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind coming over there having a discussion.
Yeah, so I'm gonna drop the link for you, bro. We're gonna get into it, bro. It's Community of Skeptics, right? So you can like, subscribe. Also, it's the Pseudo Killers, right? Our thing is based off of the rigor of using science, right? So that way we ain't running around looking crazy. Simple as that, bro. Yeah. So it is what it is, man. Hey, Garfield, I appreciate you asking me to give me some time to shine. You've been doing that for the last 15 years, bro. So I ain't gonna never, you know what I mean? Like I just appreciate that, bro. So
I'm gonna try to I'm going live again Tuesday. I gotta do this Jesus War show. Hopefully I get it done. And you probably could come to that. That's me and Jacob doing a review of the debate that he did. And then I'm trying to get I'm trying to get a couple of discussions. Next week I'm gonna go in on the resurrection. We're gonna have a talk about that. And because people literally hold that, say, hey, my religion says this, so I'm the top dog because I got the resurrection going. It's popping.
Oh man.
Popping. Yeah, it's popping.
Oh man.
Yep. Shout out to DC, by the way. I didn't give you a shout out for that $20, $19.99. Call them out, DC. Big up yourself. Always supporting the show, always watching. Long time listener. We're gonna do what we do. All right, but ladies and gentlemen, I'm out of here. You set up the show already?
Yeah, I set up the show, and I'm hitting.
Is it on Community of Skeptics?
Community Skeptics. It's called The Origin of FBA. Community Skeptics.
What? The Origin of FBA? He going in. You're gonna have like 300 people watching.
That's what we're doing. We're going in. We're getting it started. We're gonna do that for about an hour and a half. Then we're going right into Andy, evolutionary psychology. We bring the experts, right? And I always shout out Garfield because he put us in a situation where he had a mean ass roller deck, and I don't know how he did it. I don't even care. But when it came to that conversation on Egypt, we brought the experts, right? They all act like the experts didn't say what they said. They act like it. And what it shows is it's the same old problem again. It's called deaf to expertise, bro.
Yeah. Hey, by the way,
experts.
By the way, too, with the whole FBA conversation, let's be careful now. Remember, the 5 elements comes out of the African American culture. It's just that Cool Herc was the one that
hip hop, right?
Yeah, everybody just gotta give African American culture their props, and I think that's where the argument is. I think African Americans feel like other cultures are trying to claim it And I don't think we should claim, anybody should try to claim what is African American or what is Black American culture. And I think that's where the argument is. Because if I ask Top Flight who disagree, well, Fat Joe said 50-50 and Busta Rhymes said we ain't got no culture. Okay, that's two people. Okay, they have a lot of followers. I understand that.
Yeah.
But let's go to Wiki. You go to Wiki, niggas. Come on, let's go to Wiki.
Man,
It's clearly tell you it's an Black American invention culture they're taking from or whatever. It don't matter if it was Kool Herc and another Jamaican is I think Bambaataa is Jamaican. I'm ashamed to say that.
Yeah,
I think
he came.
I'm trying
he came into our politics. That's all I was saying, man.
Trying to disown it, man, but I can't, dude. And plus, he was a Nuwapian. Oh man, a Jamaican Nuwapian. That's all I need in my life.
Oh man.
That's all I was saying was whatever the Afro-Caribbean Latin came into our plantation, it came into our politics. Just like if somebody from the Midwest went to a California jail, you got to mix and merge into their politics. You know what I'm saying?
Hey Gullah, remember how we used to have that argument over monkeys? I said, yo, we got to make sure we say it right in chronological order. Remember I was arguing that point?
Yeah.
That we never lose our monkeyness. We never lose our fishness. We never lose it, right? We're a suppository, right? Of what
it's like a Russian. It's like a Russian dog. It's like evolution, like a Russian dog.
Oh, I'm sorry, he's half Jamaican. I gotta give the other culture credit. Barbados. I can't give that full Jamaican to him. Nah, he ain't Jamaican, y'all. He half Jamaican. We can't give him that full. Nah, can't give him the whole thing.
I mean, Marcus Garvey was Jamaican, and he played a big role in African American history. So,
man, let's not bring him up.
But when he moved to Harlem, you know what I'm saying, he became African American.
Man, whatever, yo.
That's facts. I think they called them Negroes back then, though, to be more specific.
Called Negroes.
All who Negroes?
Black people. When we classify as Negroes in like the 30s.
Every time they use the word Negro, though, they're saying that you came from the transatlantic slave trade. I hope people know that. Because white folks, when they use swarthy, they're referring to white people. When they use tawny, it's mixed people. When they use,
Martin Delaney used the term African American. I mean, they was way back before then.
But as far as the overseers from the white supremacy perspective, when they use black, they're not necessarily meaning black as us. They use Negro, Blackamoors, or they use Ethiopians. I'm talking like the 1500, the 1600, the 1700, so forth. Until race became a social construct, we're called black. So when they say black, does it mean your temperament or your health? And if you don't mean temperament and health, does it mean your actual skin tone?
Oh, that's a fact.
Hey, Tariq Nasheed lied. They wasn't calling Africa Ethiopia during the colonial period. They was calling Africa during the time of the Spaniards and the Portuguese.
Let them know.
That's a fact. Hey, Garfield, I'm gonna drop the link to the channel in here real quick.
She already did. Tiffany's on her job, bro. She already did, bro.
I'm drop that again.
Hold on, let me put it on the screen right here. The link is right there, ladies and gentlemen. Grab the link and go do what y'all got to do, man. Handle y'all business. Shout out to Miss Tiffany, the hardest working mod in the world. She and Mika, hardest working mods in the world right now. Shout out to Tracy Lewis, John Jones. What up, dude? Long time. All right, thanks for supporting the channel, family. Spread the word. Share the show with 10 of your friends, man. And you're good to go.
That's a fact there, bro.
All right, later. You live? So
I'm live.
Let me go troll you for a second.
You troll me up. Trolling me up, man. Troll me up. Troll me up, that man.
Community for skeptics.
Me and skeptics, yo. Yeah.
All right, I'm on here. It's the origins of FBA. Y'all got to tune in, man. We live right now. Let me share this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they live.
You gotta let me expose the false information on they be trying to use Abu Bakr, the Mansa Musa stuff. They be trying to use that.
They still using that. That's where it comes from, though, and that Columbus gold spear argument. That's where it comes from.
Yeah, Michael Gomez been debunked that. If you read the book African Dominion, the New History of Medieval Africa.
What's his name?
Fact.
Michael Gomez. You know, he's
Oh, I
a
see
he's
Tiffany in the building.
he's a professor of Islamic studies.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty good. Yeah.
All right, family, jump on, man. Check my dude out. Manga Slayer, you funny. Stop trolling me. All right, there you go, family. The show is up. All right, let me get out of here. Peace.